Lu Mingche wasn't as angry as Qin Jingming had expected. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's great news if the plan works. When I first proposed that theory, I didn't have time to test it. Now that it's been proven feasible, we can build the engine based on it. But I need to know which engine models are currently used on the southern island. If we can modify the existing ones, it'll be much faster." Lin Xueqing suddenly asked, "Then can fishing boats be modified too?" Lu Mingyuan's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "Of course." Then he turned to Qin Jingming and suggested, "If it's not suitable for the military to confront them directly for now, we can use a roundabout strategy. Let the militia fishing boats carry radios to pass on information and act as mobile lookout posts. As long as our fishing boats are faster and more flexible than their patrol ships, we can make the best use of our limited strength." Lin Xueqing frowned in concern. "But what if their warships attack our fishing boats? I heard they're huge and heavily armored. Our fishermen's small rifles can't even scratch them." Lu's father quickly followed up, "That's why we need to improve not only speed but also firepower. Their armor may be thick, but not thicker than a tank's. If we can get some anti-tank launchers from the rear, I don't believe we can't break through their armor." Lin Xueqing turned to Lu Mingche and asked, "Is there anything easy for fishermen to carry that can also help them defend themselves? Or maybe like you guys taught me before, using bows and crossbows to shoot from a distance and then running away?" This time, no one from the Lu family needed to answer. Qin Jingming chuckled and said, "Of course there is. Grenades are the easiest thing." Lu Mingche shook his head. "Grenades are limited in number. Giving them to fishermen means fewer ammunition for the Navy. I think we can organize villagers to make homemade grenades just using glass bottles and fuels like diesel or kerosene. This way, we can produce many at once and reduce the burden on military supplies." Lin Xueqing blinked her big eyes and asked with a hint of confusion, "Can these homemade grenades work as well as real ones?" Since it involved his expertise, Lu's father also thought for a moment and quickly came up with a solution, smiling. "While they can't match real grenades perfectly, if we add thickeners like soap scraps, animal fat, or asphalt to these homemade bombs, mixing the thickener with fuel creates a sticky gel that can cling to enemy ships, prolonging the burn and making it harder for them to put out the fire." Lin Xueqing remembered the military ship information she saw in the library and asked, "If we throw these homemade bombs at the enemy's command tower, could it paralyze their command?" Qin Jingming immediately burst into laughter, then looked at Lin Xueqing with curiosity and asked, "Comrade Lin, do you also know about warships?" Lu Mingyuan quickly explained, "The secret documents those people sneaked into our house were discovered by Xueqing." Lin Xueqing nodded immediately. "I was just curious and looked through Mingche's documents quietly." Lu Mingche's eyes lit up with surprise and joy. "Sister-in-law, can you understand them?" Lin Xueqing honestly shook her head. "No, I can't." Lu Mingche felt a bit disappointed but quickly regained his enthusiasm and smiled. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. You'll understand them someday." Lu Mingyuan's internal alarm sounded, and he shot a quick look at his brother, then changed the subject. "Xueqing's idea is correct, especially in direct confrontation. We can coordinate between the military and civilians. Militia fishing boats will handle harassment of the enemy. Our Navy ships will focus on attacking the enemy's radar and command towers with modified cannons." At this moment, Yang Qingping could no longer simply describe his feelings as surprise. He was truly shocked. Now he finally understood Lin Xueqing's role in the Lin family and saw the special talent she possessed. She appears innocent and asks simple questions, but each time she points directly to the core issues and offers clear solutions. Her responses, along with those from the Lin family father and son, roughly outlined a plan to counter the South Monkeys' attempt to invade their territory. He thought for a moment and summarized, "During diplomatic negotiations, we can use fishing boats as mobile sentries to reduce conflict escalation and buy more time to mobilize resources. Meanwhile, we should actively allocate resources to fight the enemy. The military department will request the transfer of a batch of Type 56 40mm rocket launchers to be mounted on our ships, along with grenades and machine guns. Ming Che should quickly solve the engine modification issues to improve the power of our ships and fishing boats. Zheng Guo will organize villagers to make homemade grenades. Ming Yuan will arrange for those heading south to train villagers in throwing techniques and coordinate military and civilian cooperation. Lin's father nodded and then expressed concern. You also need to strengthen naval training. We can only assist. The main effort must come from the Navy. Qin Jingming nodded and smiled. Of course. We're not just softies. Lin Xueqing also wondered what she could do to help the army. After thinking for a moment, she realized her only contribution could be providing some food. Our village can help make portable dry rations for soldiers to carry. If they encounter trouble, the dry food can keep them fed. Yang Qingping's eyes lit up immediately, and he smiled. That's a great idea. It's very important for our soldiers. If someone falls into the water or drifts onto a deserted island, having dry food can help them survive until rescue arrives. Lin's father, however, was unwilling to lose out and quickly said, If you provide the supplies, we don't need payment.
We can help with that.
But you need to supply the materials for making the dry food. This time, Yang Qingping didn't refuse. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, inside a house in Xiaoxi village, the He family of four sat together, looking worried. He Tao's father, had a worried look in his eyes and said, We found out that dude Qixing from the post office exposed us. He Tao replied slowly. It seems that dude Qixing was the one who hurt Li Dachao last night. He added anxiously, Last night, dude Qixing sneaked onto Uncle Huilan's fishing boat. Maybe he's coming to our house. Li Huilan was also scared and said softly, When we visited our cousin today, we saw more soldiers near Lu's house. They might stay here for a long time. Could dude Qixing have betrayed us? The oldest in the family, He-san, was smoking a bamboo pipe. After blowing out the smoke, he said calmly, If he betrayed us, then the soldiers wouldn't just be guarding the back mountain. They would come to catch us. Stay calm. That Lu guy didn't notice anything unusual about Tao and Huilan today, so they probably don't suspect us. Don't worry too much or panic. He Xinghao frowned and said helplessly, But what about the goods we have? What do we do with them? He-san took a relaxed puff of his pipe and said calmly, Hide them first. Since the buyers have been caught, that works in our favor. What if dude Qixing's accomplices come looking for us? They wouldn't dare. If they do, they're walking into a trap. He Tao couldn't help but ask, Should we go to sea again these days? We haven't paid for the goods yet. If we go out to sea, the gang leader will definitely come looking for us for money. He-san frowned, knowing this was a real problem. They were just middlemen. Now that the buyers are caught, they haven't received the money, so they can't pay the upstream suppliers. He sighed and said, Let's not go to sea for now. After the situation calms down, we can return the goods. He Xinghao hesitated for a moment and tentatively suggested, Maybe we can ask old Lin from the neighboring village to help us quickly distribute the goods and settle everything. Then we won't have to worry about paying the upstream suppliers. After all, this thing is hidden here with us, and there are so many soldiers in the village. We're worried that if we're not careful and get caught, our whole family will be taken for questioning. Also, if we don't go out to sea soon, the team leader probably won't keep it a secret for long. Likely, Mr. Lu will come looking for trouble. He-san hesitated for a moment and said firmly, We need to be patient and careful. Watch how the soldiers act, then we can make our move. Seeing that Dad/Grandpa agreed, He Zhenghao/He Tao knew there was no room to argue, so he nodded in agreement. Then Li Huilan remembered something else and quickly said, Today, my eldest aunt and that woman surnamed Lin said they plan to go upriver to buy ducks tomorrow. Should we warn the water patrol? He Tao shook his head. Grandpa just said not to act recklessly. I think that sister-in-law just wants to raise some ducks. You women like to keep these little animals. He sneered at this and continued, I believe the officials really favor their wives. If something really happens to us, her wife might be a way to get to us. From now on, keep an eye on her wife. If he ever tries to cause trouble for our family, we'll target his wife instead. Li Huilan frowned immediately and said, Speaking of that, maybe we should send the kids to stay with my parents for a while, just to be safe. He-san thought for a moment and agreed. If something really happened at home, we should leave a backup for the He family. He took a puff of his cigarette and nodded. All right, let's send the kids to my in-laws first, he added slowly, and take some money for them. Don't let the kids be shortchanged. Remember the secret code for hiding things at home. Keep it old-fashioned, have the kids memorize it, Li Huilan nodded and smiled. I understand. Inside the house, the people chatting had no idea that two figures under the window had overheard their conversation. One quietly left the He family, without a sound. Meanwhile, the conversation in the Lu family's reception room was nearing its end. This time, Qin Jingming came to Xiaoxi village mainly to get Lu Mingche to restart the research project on the ship's engine. Lu Mingyuan had carefully studied the two reports on enemy and spy activities. They knew the ship's lack of power and slow speed needed urgent improvement. Otherwise, when they face the South Monkey directly in the future, that will be their fatal weakness. After discussing some details of the combat strategy against the South Monkey invasion, Qin Jingming took a document out of his briefcase and handed it to Lu Mingche, saying, "This is the appointment letter for the Qixing operation. On behalf of the person in charge of the Qixing operation, I officially invite you to become a researcher at our Qixing base. The Qixing plan has already been approved by the top leadership. The Qixing operation is currently classified as top secret. In time, it will be made public. We hope you, Comrade Lu Mingche, will accept our invitation and contribute to the future of our homeland." Lu Mingche excitedly took the appointment letter, looking at the handwritten signature of the top leader on it. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion, his eyes turning red. He had heard about the Qixing plan from his brother before. But now, with the actual appointment letter in front of him, he still couldn't control his emotions and felt very excited. The Qixing project made him realize that he hadn't been abandoned by the country. The country still needed his research. He could once again dedicate himself to his favorite research projects. That was wonderful. Without hesitation, Lu Mingche picked up a pen and signed his name on the document. After returning the file to Qin Jingming, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Xueqing with a bit of anticipation, asking, "Sister-in-law, can you be my research assistant?" Lu Mingyuan didn't think twice and directly raised his hand to tap his brother's forehead, coldly snorting, "Don't even think about it. Your sister-in-law is already busy enough with her own matters." Lin Xueqing didn't mind and just smiled, saying, "I guess I can't help much either." Father Lu and Yang Qingping both fell into deep thought at the same time. Yang Qingping remembered hearing about Father Lu's research on greenhouse planting and scientific breeding today, and he couldn't help but suggest, "How about Comrade Lin, consider focusing on scientific research and delegate some of your current work to reduce your workload." Lin Xueqing was a bit confused, not understanding the fuss about her and her brother's efforts today. She thought they were talking about dinner preparations and quickly smiled. "Our family doesn't usually cook so many dishes every day. Today just happened to be a bit more. I can still manage for now." Father Lu's eyes twitched as he smiled and said, "Uncle Yang, tell me, which of Xueqing's tasks can be handed over to others? Greenhouse planting is her own idea. Yiming hasn't fully figured it out himself, and old Su isn't convenient to work with in the cattle shed. Right now, Xueqing still needs to set aside time to learn from old Su and find ways to increase yields. Fish pond farming is even more unique. She created it herself, and it's one of a kind. As for furniture, she designed it herself, and it's important for our village's income this year. We won't catch up on grain this year, so we can only hope this side business helps. Our village has no doctor. After old Hu and the others leave, only Xueqing will be the barefoot doctor here. As for cooking, our family only has 3 working members. If there were fewer, villagers might feel uneasy, but we still need to eat. Mingling is too young, and Mingche isn't convenient. We can't just work without eating, right?" At this, Yang Qingping suddenly felt overwhelmed. Why did he speak so bluntly? He shouldn't have interrupted. But he really wanted to know more about Lin Xueqing's planting and breeding research results. If they work well, they can be promoted to the southern regions, ensuring food supply there. Before he finished speaking, Father Lu patted his thigh and said, "Don't forget, Xueqing also needs to help you prepare dried food. She has her own study tasks every night." At this moment, Qin Jingming was also deep in thought. He agreed with Lu Mingche's view. Lin Xueqing's special talent shouldn't be wasted. Her unique talent isn't just in farming, fish raising, or spotting enemies. Rather than just being good at learning or applying knowledge, she has a special way of solving problems. When she faces specific issues, she instinctively thinks of solutions, offering unique perspectives and methods. That's why he understood why Lu Mingche wanted Lin Xueqing to be his assistant. Having someone who can raise questions and guide the direction can save a lot of detours. He believed Lin Xueqing should learn about different cutting-edge problems and share her insights, so her special abilities wouldn't go to waste. If there is a fitting word to describe Lin Xueqing's behavior of inspiring or guiding others to solve problems, it might be advisor. Qin Jingming thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I think Comrade Lin could serve as a village advisor. Just like today, when we discuss issues, if we consult Comrade Lin, we might discover new ideas or perspectives." Today, Comrade Lin really helped us a lot by first suggesting using militia fishing boats combined with land-based bombs to counter enemy provocations. This way, we avoid escalating conflicts, but can also suppress the enemy's arrogance. It's the best solution for our current problem. Lin Xueqing blinked in confusion. When did she say those things? Father Lu pursed his lips and asked, "Can you explain what exactly this advisor should do?" Comrade Lin has already earned her barefoot doctor certificate and has been working with villagers on bamboo weaving and furniture making. Actually, she could hold a full-time position as a barefoot doctor, mainly responsible for teaching villagers bamboo weaving and developing furniture. Father Lu knew this would be easier, but he had concerns. What if villagers refuse? This arrangement might attract people with bad intentions who want to cause trouble. That's simple. Didn't you previously apply for recognition of technical contributions for work points? If villagers refuse, then you handle it. If someone can design projects that bring benefits to the village, they can enjoy the same treatment. If they lack the ability and cause trouble, that would disrupt the village's harmony. The profits from the projects wouldn't belong to that person anymore. Also, Comrade Lin's official job is as a village doctor. Treating villagers is unavoidable. Small illnesses won't take much of your time. Father Lu thought about it and agreed that Qin Jingming's idea made sense. It would free up a lot of Lin Xueqing's time. He just needed a reason to prevent villagers from causing trouble. He didn't expect that the barefoot doctor certificate, obtained with Old Hu's help, would be so useful. Now, Father Lu had to admit that Old Hu was wise. He quickly nodded and said, "Let's follow Uncle Qin's plan. From now on, Xueqing will be responsible for guiding project development." As he spoke, he turned to Lin Xueqing and advised her, "Xueqing, I know you're a good girl, but sometimes you can't be too obedient. You need to learn to relax a little. You're pregnant now, how can you do so many things at once? Try to save some time for yourself and do things you enjoy." Qin Jingming's eyes twitched slightly. He was helping Lu Jinghua, but not to encourage him to spoil the child. He quickly turned to Lu Mingche and said, "With this plan, Comrade Lin can free up some time to help you with your research. Whenever possible, have Comrade Lin communicate more with the experts at the farm, or after the base is built. There are more than 10 anonymous experts there. Comrade Lin can also visit the base more often." Lu Mingyuan immediately objected. "This should mainly depend on Xueqing's preferences. Keep the work light. If she wants to do research with Mingche, she can. If it's too tiring, she doesn't have to force herself." Then he turned to Lin Xueqing and said, "Just give some ideas or thoughts, and let Mingche figure out the rest." Lin Xueqing had been silent for a long time, but now she finally understood. Father Lu and Mingyuan were standing up for her. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she felt warmth in her heart. Lu Mingyuan always did this, quietly helping her solve problems. She sniffed and smiled. "Yes, I will. I promise not to overexert myself." Qin Jingming saw that it was getting late. They still needed to go to the barn to deliver the appointment letters to Old Su and others, so he prepared to leave. Before leaving, he reminded Lu Mingche, "Mingche, you need to speed up the engine development. If you need resources, ask Zhao Ziho. He will help you find solutions." Father Lu also quickly reminded, "Don't forget the resources you promised us. Plastic film, fishing nets, ingredients for dried food, glass bottles, and fuel for making landmines, and also the reimbursements." Yang Qingping rubbed his forehead. Had he unknowingly agreed to so many things? Thinking of the promises Lu Mingche made, he decided not to argue with Father Lu. Instead, he turned to Lin Xueqing and said, "We look forward to the next visit, when we can enjoy the vegetables you grow and the fish you raise." Lin Xueqing didn't know about the bargaining before dinner. She quickly smiled. No problem. The vegetables should be ready in about 2 weeks. Regarding the fish, it probably takes at least half a year to grow. Yang Qingping was surprised and said, "It takes so long to raise fish." He suddenly regretted agreeing so quickly. In that half year, he could have grown enough rice. Lin Xueqing explained slowly. This is true for fast-growing fish like tilapia. If it's grass carp or crucian carp, it takes more than a year. Yang Qingping felt disappointed. So long? Maybe I should go fishing at sea instead? Lin Xueqing didn't understand why he was so worried and quickly smiled, saying, "It's completely different. I feed the fish every morning and evening at home, and I only need to clean the pond about once a year. It doesn't require much extra work. Even children can help feed the fish, so it doesn't take up household labor. Plus, I built the pond because I want to eat fresh fish. Big and small fish are kept separately, and we don't eat all the fish at once. The fish grow slowly, and we eat them gradually." Yang Qingping thought Lin Xueqing had a point, but he also felt something was a bit off. Lu Mingche added slowly, "The key is proper farming, saving time and effort. Sea fishing is quick, but it's dependent on the weather. No one can guarantee a good catch every time. Fish also need time to reproduce. If we go fishing every day and catch all the fish, there won't be any left." Yang Qingping thought about it and agreed. If the fish catch hadn't been decreasing year by year in recent times, he wouldn't worry about food shortages in coastal areas. He stopped worrying about this and nodded, then took his leave, following Father Lu and Teacher Qin to the cattle shed. It wasn't until Qin Jingming and Yang Qingping boarded the Navy ship heading back that Yang Qingping suddenly understood and exclaimed, "Actually, Comrade Lin doesn't seem that busy. Although she does many things, they don't really take up much time." Qin Jingming sighed and smiled. Lu Zhenhua is clever and just wants to take advantage of the situation. That said, Comrade Lin can handle so many tasks at once without chaos and manages everything smoothly. Isn't that also a kind of ability? Maybe if she speaks softly, Lu Mingche will immediately find a way to produce engines on a large scale. Qin Jingming chuckled softly. "Old Yang, you really have a good imagination. You think Comrade Lin is a wish-granting master. Whatever she wants, she just has a flash of inspiration and figures it out. Maybe it really is like that. All these things in the Lu family, I think they were all thought up by Comrade Lin in a flash of insight." At this moment, Qin Jingming didn't know that Yang Qingping's words hit the mark. As long as he discussed technical problems with Lin Xueqing, she would almost always come up with a research direction in a flash of inspiration. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan also received a message from the reconnaissance soldiers sent to watch the He family. His brow furrowed tightly. From the conversations with the He family members, there are a few key points. First, he was wrong. The He family isn't infiltrated by other forces as spies, but they are middlemen in arms smuggling. Du Jiqiang is their buyer. This also explains how Du Jiqiang could get illegal weapons like guns and grenades. Second, there are many families in nearby villages involved in arms smuggling. Clearly, arms smuggling is a business chain in this coastal area. One of the smugglers is called Lao Lin, and the person supplying them is called Snakehead. But the name Snakehead sounds a bit strange. Lu Mingyuan decided to ask Lin Xueqing later if it's some kind of code word in plain language. Additionally, the He family seems to have hidden something, probably money or valuables, and they gave the password to their children, as if preparing for some aftermath. The last point, and the one that made Lu Mingyuan most angry and uneasy, is that before they even acted, the He family dared to target his wife, trying to use his family as leverage. Since that's the case, he won't hold back. If they come, he will respond in kind. He coldly arranged for people to watch Li Huilan's family and He Tao's 2 sons. After planning the boat trip for tomorrow, he took a shower, then returned to his room. When he entered, Lin Xueqing was still awake, lighting an oil lamp and drawing at the table. Lu Mingyuan moved closer and asked, "Why are you still awake so late? What are you drawing?" Lin Xueqing finished drawing that one sketch before speaking. The blueprint for the foldable tables and chairs is ready for Qin Feifan and the others to use tomorrow. Lu Mingyuan took the blueprint and quickly understood it. He couldn't help but kiss her cheek and said with a smile, "My wife is really smart. You're trying to worry Lu Qingfeng to death." No wonder you wanted to take back the old sample today. By adjusting and assembling it this way, the moving parts inside are covered, making the tabletop thicker and more solid, and it looks better too. Lin Xueqing pouted and said, "It's his fault for being dishonest first. If he hadn't had bad intentions, I wouldn't have thought about changing the design. Also, since we're responsible for the final assembly, I plan to print our Xiaoxi village label on the bottom of the table. One reason is to prevent people like Lu Qingfeng from trying to disassemble our craft and imitate our products. Another reason is to make it easier for buyers to find us in Xiaoxi village and help us expand our sales." Lu Mingyuan was surprised again, noticing how thoughtful Lin Xueqing was becoming. He smiled and said, "That's a really good idea. But right now, the baby is complaining that she wants to sleep. So, my dear wife, you should rest well too. You stayed up half the night yesterday. Aren't you tired?" Hearing this, Lin Xueqing really started to feel a bit sleepy. She sighed regretfully. "All right, I'll finish the rest tomorrow morning." "Good girl. Go to sleep quickly." The next day, driven by her biological clock, Lin Xueqing woke up early. When she woke, Lu Mingyuan had already gotten up. While lying in bed, she glanced at the system. Her high school knowledge set was still scheduled for study, with 4 days left to finish. In recent days, she had kept doing prenatal exercises every morning. Her physical fitness increased to 56, and her health value went up by 1 point to 62. Other changes were minimal. As for skill points, she had accumulated some during this time, mostly from the improvements in her physical fitness and from collecting skills from the experts at the cattle shed. Recently, she bought a lot of nutritional liquids. She also spends at least 5,000 skill points every day to read books in the library. After deductions, she still has nearly 2 million skill points left. Although she has many skill points, she doesn't feel happy or spend them freely in the shop. She finds that the system's instructions and operations are easier at first, but become harder later. Right now, with so many skill points, saving them is easy. But improving personal qualities like stamina and health becomes harder as she progresses. Once they are maxed out, they probably won't increase anymore. So, the skill points gained from improving personal qualities are limited and become more difficult over time. The same goes for collecting skills. Since arriving at Little Creek Village, her collection skill has almost stopped improving. The villagers only have those skills, and unless she spends some expert skills from the barn, her income from this is almost zero. Also, after discovering the library's usefulness, she feels her rate of earning skill points is almost catching up with her spending. She needs to save some skill points for emergencies. For example, she just bought 2 first aid pills from the system shop for 100,000 skill points. One is for Lu Mingyuan, and the other is for herself. She has a feeling that Monkey Kingdom's attack on their Rabbit Kingdom won't stop just because of diplomatic talks. They might even think the Rabbit Kingdom is weak and attack more fiercely. Lu Mingyuan will return to the southern island in 4 days to join the military, which means he is likely to participate in the upcoming battle. As for her newly recognized older brother, it's not that she doesn't care about him, but his role in logistics makes him less likely to be in danger. She believes that feelings between people also need time to grow and develop. Although she gets along well with Zhao Ziho because of their blood relation, she feels very close to him. But the effectiveness of this emergency pill is truly extraordinary. She can't guarantee that Zhao Ziho won't discover something because of it, nor can she be sure he will trust her like Lu Mingyuan does. As for herself, she was completely frightened by Du Jiqiang. Although she lives in Xiaoxi village and there is a military presence nearby, she is quite weak in fighting skills. Besides having a level 2 shooting skill, she has almost no ability to defend herself. What if Du Jiqiang's accomplices in the village suddenly attack her? Her fighting skills are poor, but at least she should prepare some means to protect herself. After buying the emergency pills, she got up and did pregnancy exercises outside. Thanks to the concern from Lu Dad and Lu Mingyuan yesterday, she no longer needed to do bamboo weaving today and officially became a barefoot doctor. In the afternoon, she had free time to do her own things. Lin Xueqing planned to use this time to research how to prepare military rations. Not just for the army, but also something she had thought about before. Every time Lu Mingyuan went on a mission, she would prepare some dry food and first aid medicines for him. So, with some free time, she needed to get these ready as soon as possible. While doing pregnancy exercises, she was also reviewing information she found in the library about food preservation methods. While Lin Xueqing was exercising and washing up, Lu Mingyuan was already out hunting on the mountain with Lu Zhaoning and Lu Mingling, also practicing their skills. Of course, this was Lu Mingyuan intentionally pushing the two. Since yesterday, after learning that the He family was planning to harm his family, he decided to rebuild Zhaoning and Mingling's fighting abilities. Lu Zhaoning and Lu Mingling, also affected by Tian Xing's injury, realized that their home was not as safe as they thought. So, the two who had been beaten could only grit their teeth and endure. When Lin Xueqing finished her exercises and washed up, Lu Mingyuan carried firewood and returned with two muddy, little monkeys. At this time, Lu's father and mother also got up. Seeing Lu Zhaoning and Lu Mingling covered in mud, Lu's father couldn't help but tease. "Oh, are you guys playing in the mud?" Lu Zhaoning, feeling a bit down from the beating, said dejectedly, "I'm going to take a shower." Seeing his daughter's condition was unusual, Lu's father quickly asked Lu Mingling, "What happened to you guys?" Lu Mingling wanted to cry and immediately started complaining. "It's my older brother. He set up training challenges on the mountain, making us finish within a time limit, or we can't go hunting. My sister tried 3 times but couldn't pass, and my brother mocked her, saying if she were on the battlefield, she'd be a burden. He also said Tian Xing works so hard just to earn more military merits to help the family out of trouble. Somehow, my brother made my sister cry." Lu's father and mother thought about Tian Xing's situation and put themselves in their daughter's place. Lu Zhaoning was clearly being criticized indirectly, as if Lu Zhaoning was the one holding the family back. No wonder Lu Zhaoning was in a bad mood. It was understandable. Lu's mother frowned, sensing something was wrong with her son. Usually, Lu Mingyuan never spoke such harsh words. She couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Meanwhile, Lu Zhaoning was indeed feeling very upset. She hid in the bathroom, crying with her head in her arms, trying to drown out the sound of running water. She didn't want to fall behind, but she had already tried her best. She lacked her sister-in-law and second brother's cleverness, and she didn't have her older brother's strength. She was just an ordinary girl, unsure how to help her family without falling behind. Before going to the countryside, she was just a simple, noble girl. After going there, she felt like she was doing the work of 2 people. Chopping wood, hunting, planting vegetables, doing chores. She did everything she could. A feeling of helplessness suddenly overwhelmed her, making Lu Zhaoning feel powerless and wronged. She knew her family was facing many crises, but she truly didn't know how to help them get through it. And she was just a girl. She wanted to be cared for and loved by her family, not be bullied by her 2 brothers every day. Outside, in the backyard's dining hall, Lu Mingyuan said seriously, "The enemy agents hiding in the village might target you. If Zhaoning and Mingling don't improve their fighting skills quickly, they'll only hold us back." Lu's mother disagreed, her face turning cold, and said, "But you can't treat your younger siblings as soldiers to train. They're just a child and a girl, but the enemy won't spare them just because they're women or children." Mother Lu suddenly fell silent, while Father Lu was momentarily stunned and asked, "Are you perhaps too nervous? You've already arranged for the South team to stay here, and with so many soldiers guarding us, enemies wouldn't dare come close." However, Lu Mingyuan shook his head. "This is the information I received yesterday. The other side has weapons, possibly even heavy weapons. The weapons in Du Jiqiang's possession were supplied by those people. There is a smuggling chain of arms near our village, and besides them, there are other groups. We can't take any chances." Father Lu frowned and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure the information is accurate?" He paused thoughtfully and advised, "Even so, you shouldn't put all the pressure on Zhao Ning and Mingling. While their fighting skills need improvement, training doesn't happen overnight." He paused again and spoke seriously. "Moreover, since you know how dangerous the other side is, your priority should be to catch these people quickly, not to pressure your sister and brother into improving their skills in a short time." Lu Mingyuan pressed his lips and said, "I will find a way to." Eliminate the dangerous people in the village as soon as possible, but Zhao Ning and Mingling also need to resume training. Lin Xueqing patted Lu Mingyuan's shoulder and advised, "Don't be too nervous. If they were really so reckless, they wouldn't hide in the village and dare not show themselves. The fact that they don't act rashly shows their hidden weapons aren't enough to keep them safe. As long as we plan carefully and catch them quickly, the danger can be removed." Mother Lu quickly nodded and comforted. "Son, don't push yourself and your family too hard." Although Zhao Ning and Mingling haven't been training much lately, compared to ordinary people, their fighting skills are still enough to handle most situations. Inside the bathroom, Zhao Ning's previously uncomfortable mood was unknowingly soothed by her family's conversation outside. She knew her brother's worries were reasonable, but she couldn't meet Lu Mingyuan's demands all at once. After adjusting her emotions, Zhao Ning dressed neatly, tidied her appearance, and came out. She looked at Lu Mingyuan and said, "Brother, I will work hard to train, but you need to give me time to grow. I will do my best to improve myself and protect my family." Mother Lu patted her daughter's shoulder to comfort her. "Your parents have been through a lot. Just focus on protecting yourself." Lin Xueqing quickly replied, "I usually stay at home and never go out alone. Even when I do go out, I need you or Dad to accompany me." Lu Mingyuan clenched his fists and sighed, saying, "I will have Xiangnan improve the security around our home. Everyone should stay alert. Our arrival has affected some people's interests. The other side might become desperate and act impulsively." After breakfast, Lin Xueqing finished drawing the remaining plans before Aunt Zhang arrived. Lu Zhaoning, before starting work, carried the meat porridge made for Tian Xing and headed to the medical shelter. Jiang Xian, Tian Xing's colleague, was on night duty. Hao Xiaomin, Lu Mingyuan's advisor, wanted to help but was too busy with his own tasks, so he asked Jiang Xian to take care of Tian Xing. Jiang Xian recognized Lu Zhaoning and took the lunchbox from her, saying, "I can handle this." "Thanks for your help, Comrade Lu." Lu Zhaoning paused, then handed over the lunchbox and said, "His wife said he needs to eat some liquid food to regain strength, and it should be given in small amounts frequently. Also, talk to him often. It can help him wake up faster." "Thanks a lot, Comrade Jiang." Jiang Xian scratched his head, surprised that caring for a patient required such careful attention. He was rough and had never taken care of someone so delicately before. Most importantly, as a man, he didn't have many things to say to Tian Xing. Finally, he reluctantly accepted the lunchbox and said, "All right." Lu Zhaoning looked at Tian Xing, who was still unconscious, and pursed her lips. She hadn't caught any prey today. If Tian Xing were here, he probably would have easily passed the test set by his brother. Thinking of this, she felt a pang in her nose and turned to leave. Jiang Xian watched her walk away without looking back, feeling puzzled. Why did Comrade Lu suddenly seem upset? However, in that moment, he seemed to find a topic to talk about with Tian Xing. He whispered in Tian Xing's ear, "Tian Xing, why do you think Comrade Lu suddenly looks unhappy? She even seems close to tears. She was fine just a moment ago when I brought her porridge. Why did her mood change so quickly? I don't have much contact with her, so it probably isn't about me. Do you think someone might be bullying her?" Jiang Xian, who was whispering, didn't notice that Tian Xing's fingers were trembling. However, after Jiang Xian changed the subject, Tian Xing's hand stopped trembling. Meanwhile, Chen Feifen's furniture team had already come to start work. They were surprised by the order for 500 tables. Everyone was very excited. They were also worried about finishing on time so the village wouldn't lose income. So, they all came early to start working. Lin Xueqing quickly took Chen Feifen and his team to the meeting room and explained about the furniture factory. She also sent them the redesigned blueprints. After hearing the full story, Chen Feifen felt relieved that the furniture factory was providing parts to help reduce their workload. But he also couldn't help feeling worried. Even if we change the blueprints and they take apart a few more tables, they might still figure out how to make the tables. Lin Xueqing nodded and smiled. "That's true. We can't guarantee they won't copy us forever. Our only option is to make it harder for others to copy." She paused and continued, "If they want to copy our tables and chairs, we can also use their sales channels to increase our popularity." Popularity? Lin Xueqing handed Chen Feifan some small stickers and said, "Later, you can arrange for someone to carve a board with the design on this paper, then print it with paint. From now on, every time we assemble a table, we'll put a sticker like this on the back." The sticker has our Xiaoxi village logo and address. It helps prevent copying and makes it easier for customers to find us. Chen Feifan immediately gave Lin Xueqing a thumbs up and smiled, as expected of Comrade Lin. "You came up with such a good idea. In the future, even if furniture factory workers figure out how we make our tables, they won't be able to replace us. By then, customers will already know that our tables are made by our village, and they will only trust our village." "That's the truth," Lin Xueqing added with a smile. "So, when you assemble the tables, you need to be very careful. The products we make represent the reputation of our village. Rest assured, Comrade Lin," Chen Feifan said sincerely. "Our Chen family has been rooted in this village for generations. We care about our village's reputation even more than you do. I guarantee there will be no compromise on quality." Chen Feifan's words are genuine. In the southern region, the power of ancestral halls is stronger than you might think. Even though the old customs are gone, the influence of these traditions remains deep-rooted. For the sake of our village's reputation, I believe Chen Feifan and his team will strictly control the quality, ensuring that our village isn't tarnished by poor products. Chen Feifan and his team worked quickly. They soon made all the parts based on Lin Xueqing's drawings. She then showed them how to assemble the table. They watched once, then followed the instructions to assemble it themselves. Soon, they had the table put together. After seeing the finished product, they couldn't help but be amazed, repeatedly praising it. They said, "I didn't expect that once assembled, all the moving parts inside would be completely hidden. Even though we used an extra piece of bamboo and added a few steps, the overall look is sturdier and more attractive." Then, Chen Feifan paused, a bit regretful, and said, "If we had known it would turn out like this, we could have set a higher price." Lin Xueqing shook her head. "Our current price is already set towards the high end. We can't go higher. If we do, fewer people will be able to afford it." Chen Feifan thought for a moment and agreed that Lin Xueqing was right. If the price is too high, not only will it be hard to increase our reputation, but it will also be difficult to sell. Indeed, people shouldn't be too greedy. With that in mind, Chen Feifan stopped worrying about the price and focused on working with his team to improve efficiency and increase production as quickly as possible. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Liu, along with Liu Zhaoning, were preparing to go to work. Mr. Liu saw the assembled table and snapped his fingers, saying, "I forgot to tell you, the supply and marketing cooperative told me yesterday that they have already reserved 100 tables, so we need to find a way to increase our production. As for the chairs, try to make 2 more before noon. I'll take some time during lunch to deliver them to the cooperative and the furniture factory." Chen Feifan was surprised and then happy. The supply and marketing cooperative booked 100 tables so quickly. Mr. Liu chuckled and said, "Of course. Our foldable tables and chairs are very attractive, you know. I even asked the director of the cooperative to help us find a way to sell them in the city's department stores. So, there will probably be many more orders coming in. You all need to work hard." Chen Feifan, feeling happy but a little worried, said, "But we are only a few people. Even with the bamboo boards and legs provided by the furniture factory, we won't have enough workers to handle so many orders at once." Lin Xueqing thought for a moment and said, "It's okay. Just focus on making your respective parts well. Now that the harvest season is coming soon, after the harvest, we'll have more people to help." Mr. Liu shook his head and said, "No need to wait for the harvest. We can't delay making foldable furniture. It's important for our village's reputation. Since the disaster just passed, we should take this opportunity to promote ourselves. We need to spread the word that our village, Xiaoxi, is known for making bamboo furniture. Once that's known, we won't worry about sales. But if we miss this chance, it will be much harder to promote and advertise later." Of course, what Mr. Liu didn't say was that this promotional effort wasn't just about the bamboo products from Xiaoxi village. It was also about showcasing his achievements as the village official sent here. This was real success, a tangible result that no other forces trying to undermine the Liu family could erase. So, they had to act quickly. If those people caught wind of it and caused trouble, their achievements might be lost. Chen Feifan clearly hadn't thought of all this, and only felt that Mr. Liu and Lin Xueqing's words made a lot of sense. Their village developed bamboo furniture. If they don't share it quickly, someone like a factory manager might steal their design ideas in the future. This would make it harder for their village to earn money from furniture making. For the good of their small creek village, Chen Feifan sincerely said, "Team leader, you can go ahead and take orders. We will find ways to handle the production. Making a set of tables and chairs earns as much as a day's fishing for our village. With such an easy way to make money, only a fool wouldn't do it." Lu's father thought for a moment and said, "I'll talk to your uncle later and see if we can find some extra help from your Qin family relatives. We'll make sure we have enough people." He then seriously added, "Assembly work is easier. The 5 of you in your group can handle the assembly part, okay?" Chen Feifan understood this was for keeping things secret, so he nodded and agreed without hesitation. After Lu's father finished organizing the furniture team, he felt at ease and went to work with Lu's mother and Lu Zhaoning. Not long after they left, Aunt Zhang arrived. Aunt Zhang carried a bamboo basket and handed it to Lin Xueqing, saying, "I made some fermented rice balls and red date cakes. The elders at home say pregnant women can eat these to strengthen their bodies." Lin Xueqing was about to refuse. "Oh, you shouldn't go out of your way, Aunt Zhang." Before she finished, Lu Mingyuan, who was coming over, took the basket and smiled. "Thanks, Aunt Zhang. Do the elders say what pregnant women should pay attention to? We'll be more careful too." Aunt Zhang quickly smiled and said, "If you can, eat 1 egg every day. It's very good for health, and pregnant women shouldn't overwork. Just walk around more." Lin Xueqing coughed twice, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "I have a certificate as a barefoot doctor. You should trust my professional skills." Lu Mingyuan scratched his head and smiled. Different places have different customs. Listening to elders is never wrong. Aunt Zhang then remembered she was showing off in front of a professional and quickly asked, "Can pregnant women eat these fermented rice balls and red sugar cakes?" "Of course, thank you, Aunt Zhang. Your family is so busy, yet you're still thinking about cooking for me." Lin Xueqing's words immediately reassured Aunt Zhang, who was worried she might do something wrong out of kindness. Then she waved her hand and said, "You've helped our family so much. I feel I should do something in return, so don't worry about it. If you accept this, I'll feel at ease." Lin Xueqing had no choice but to nod and smile, saying, "All right, let's help each other. Andy will take me to buy ducks later. That's a big help for me." Hearing this, Aunt Zhang burst out laughing. "It's just showing you the way. That's not much help. You're just teasing me." "Exactly. I've never been on a fishing boat before, and I don't know the water routes well. I'll need Auntie's help later." As they were talking, Lu Mingche suddenly pushed a wheelchair out and said with a smile, "Older sister-in-law, since I came to the village, I haven't gone out much. I want to go on a boat ride and buy ducks too." Lu Mingliang, who followed Lu Mingche out, immediately said, "Brother, sister-in-law, I want to go too." Lu Mingyuan pursed his lips and asked Aunt Zhang, "Annie, if my brothers also go, will it be a problem? He'll just sit on the boat, and I'll ask friends to look after him. Is that okay?" Aunt Zhang counted the number of people and quickly smiled. "Of course. Our boat is quite big and sturdy. You can all go and have fun." In Aunt Zhang's view, after the Lu family arrived in the village, they didn't have many chances to go out, so they wanted to have some fun. Young people like to play around, which is very normal. Because Lu Mingche joined suddenly, Lu Mingyuan asked Zhao Ziho and the others to come along. After Aunt Zhang delivered breakfast to Li Dachao, she took Lin Xueqing, Lu Mingyuan, Lu Mingche, Lu Mingliang, and Zhao Ziho to the pier. When Aunt Zhang heard that Zhao Ziho was Lin Xueqing's brother, she didn't doubt it. Instead, she thought it was just a group of young people wanting to have fun. Today, Li Guiping didn't go fishing but took leave to help Lin Xueqing and the others steer the boat. As soon as they got on the boat, Lu Mingche said to Lin Xueqing, "Older sister-in-law, you said before you were curious about how the boat is built?" Lin Xueqing was a bit surprised but quickly understood. She turned to Aunt Zhang and said, "Yes, Andy, you said before that you live on the boat. Please tell us how you live on the boat." Aunt Zhang didn't pay much attention and just thought Lin Xueqing was genuinely curious. Without hesitation, she took them to the control room. Lu Mingyuan quickly carried Lu Mingche onto his back, and they all entered the control room together. At that moment, Li Guiping was inside the cabin preparing to warm up the engine and start the boat. He saw his wife bringing so many people in. Aunt Zhang smiled and said to Li Guiping, Guiping, later they said they've never seen a boat that can be lived on. They're curious, so I brought them to see. Lin Xueqing immediately agreed. Uncle Guiping, don't mind us. I've always lived in the north and have never been on a boat before. It looks so interesting. Aunt Zhang said you still live on the boat, which is even more surprising. Li Guiping was a bit shocked and quickly laughed. Haha, who would have thought our old boat would be so rare to see for you? He then pointed to the equipment in the control room and explained to the Liu family, this is the control room, at the back of the boat. He patted the big engine in front of him and said with a smile, this is the engine. Don't be fooled by how heavy and smelly it is. It's a rare item. Not many people in our village are willing to buy it. Lu Mingche patted Lu Mingyuan's shoulder and said, brother, take me to see it. Lu Mingyuan quickly carried Lu Mingche and headed toward the engine, explaining to Li Guiping and his wife, my younger brother studies mechanical engineering in Beijing. Can he take a look at the engine? Li Guiping had never seen Lu Mingche before. Seeing him being carried on his brother's back, he was surprised and asked, is this comrade feeling unwell? He wondered why someone who is unwell would come on a boat trip. Lu Mingche very calmly replied, my leg is injured. I stayed at home for a long time and was starting to go moldy, so I came out to play with my brother and sister-in-law. Then he pointed to the engine and asked, is this a Type 6300 engine? Li Guiping didn't expect Lu Mingche to actually know about it and quickly smiled. Young comrade Lu, you know your stuff. Yes, this is a Type 6300 engine. Most of the fishing boats in our village use this model. Although it's heavy and smelly, it's fuel-efficient and durable. Lu Mingche understood clearly, which was why this type of engine was so popular among ordinary fishermen. Uncle Guiping, how long have you had this engine? About 4 or 5 years. We go out to sea every day, and an engine is essential. Talking about this, Guiping sighed and said, now, the catch from fishing trips is getting worse each year. Luckily, we bought ours a few years early. The others waiting in line to buy are out of funds after paying taxes. Xue Qinglin shook her head and smiled. Our organization sent us here to help. Now, our village has started some side businesses, and life will get better and better. Guiping burst into laughter and said, that's right. With the organization leading us, life will surely improve. Aunt Zhang quickly changed the subject and continued explaining the boat's structure to everyone. She also took them to see the cabins below the deck, the fish hold, the kitchen, and more. Xue Qinglin was amazed. Although she had learned about boat structures from books, seeing the real thing was very different. For example, she noticed that the cabins and hulls described in the books were much simpler than the actual ones. The books showed multi-layered ships, and Aunt Zhang said their boat was large. She thought it would have at least 2 decks, like in the books. But it turned out to be just a slightly bigger wooden boat, with cabins barely enough for a family of 3 to rest. Luckily, she didn't mention the information from the library, pretending she hadn't seen the boat before, or she might have made a fool of herself. This also made her realize that the knowledge in the library seemed more advanced than reality. She quietly noted down the engine model that Lu Mingche mentioned, planning to look it up later in the library. Instead of searching for an overly advanced engine principle, she thought about finding ways to improve existing engine technology. After the tour, the boat made a humming sound, then emitted black smoke, and Xue Qinglin noticed the boat slowly moving forward. Lu Mingling watched the slowly retreating dock and excitedly said, sister-in-law, look. The boat is moving, and the dock is going backwards. Lu Mingyuan touched his forehead and corrected, no, the boat is moving forward. Aunt Zhang was helping in the operation room. Lu Mingche took the opportunity to point at the small boat slowly moving behind them and asked Zhao Ziho, is that our boat? Zhao Ziho nodded awkwardly, yes. Lu Mingyuan also frowned and said, it's too obvious, but we can't tell them now to stay back. Lin Xueqing thought for a moment and then asked, is there a way to communicate over short distances, like a telegram signal? Lu Mingche raised an eyebrow and smiled. That's a good idea. The mechanical factory in the town specializes in communication devices. I'll ask Engineer Liao. Maybe he has a solution. Zhao Ziho looked confused. Engineer Liao. Lu Mingyuan explained. He's an expert at the Electronic Research Institute where the cattle shed is. He specializes in radar systems and radio communication. Zhao Ziho immediately understood and was sure he was also part of the STAR Initiative research team. Lin Xueqing looked at the slow-moving boat and sighed. This boat is still too slow. It would be great if it could go faster. Aunt Zhang, who had just come out of the cabin, overheard and felt the words hit home. She quickly agreed. Yes, if only this boat could go faster. Our sea trips would be more efficient. But Lin Xueqing suddenly had an imaginative idea and said, Aunt Zhang, if one engine isn't enough, what if we add another? Would that make it faster? And Zhang burst out laughing. I don't know if it would be faster, but it would definitely use more fuel. Lu Mingche's eyes lit up at this and fell into deep thought. Lu Mingling took the chance to speak up. Sister-in-law, if we had an engine, could we also build a boat? I want to learn how to steer one. Aunt Zhang shook her head quickly and advised, it's better not to learn how to steer a boat. It's very hard. If you want to learn how to drive a car. Lin Xueqing smiled. Maybe car drivers envy those who can steer boats. They all chatted and laughed as they walked, not noticing how long they had been going. Just as they were having a good time, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Host is 30 meters away at 9 o'clock. High attack skill detected. Martial arts level 6.
Ding!
Host is 30 meters away at 9 o'clock. High attack skill detected. Shooting level 5. Lin Xueqing was momentarily stunned. She looked toward the 9 o'clock direction and saw a reed field. She quickly asked Aunt Zhang, why are there so many reeds on the left? I think I saw a boat inside. Everyone was confused and looked over. Lu Mingyuan, who had the best eyesight, immediately spotted a hidden fishing boat inside, noted its position silently, and said with a smile, maybe some fishermen are resting inside. Aunt Zhang looked at the direction of the reeds and murmured, why didn't I see any boat? But Lu Mingyuan had already changed the subject and asked, where does this reed field lead to? He explained, when the tide rises, this reed field connects to the Zhongxi Waterway, which then leads to the sea. While speaking, Aunt Zhang continued to inform everyone about the nearby waterways. Our Dajiang County is located downstream of the Zaijiang River. The downstream area has many tributaries. Sanxi Town covers the 3 tributaries near the sea, Shang, Zhong, and Xiaxi. The waterway in front of our Xiaoxi village is the Xiaoxi Waterway, and the village we want to go to, Bian Village, is along the Zhongxi Waterway. Lu Mingling was curious. Does that mean if we go through this reed field, we can reach the place that sells small ducks? Aunt Zhang shook her head and smiled. Silly child, with so many reeds, how can a boat go in? Lu Mingling scratched his head and said cheerfully, I thought if we pushed aside those reeds, we could pass through. You're not
wrong.
If we cut down these reeds, it would be a shortcut to the neighboring waterway. But if the tide goes out and the water level drops, the boat won't be able to pass. Lu Mingyuan couldn't help but become curious and asked, are there many secret passages like this nearby that connect to other waterways? Aunt Zhang hesitated for a moment, then, thinking of Lu Mingyuan's identity, she didn't hide anything. There are quite a few. Every year from July to August, it's typhoon season. When typhoons come, the water level rises. After the water recedes, for a while, various complex water networks form. But after October, when the rainy season ends and the water level drops, those secret passages become impassable for boats. Only the 3 main tributaries with strong currents can still carry boats. Ordinary people like us mostly only use these 3 waterways. As she spoke, Aunt Zhang pointed to a fork in the waterway and said, this waterway is also a hidden path. It looks open now and can carry boats, but in reality, the end is just a small pond where rainwater collects. Once you go in, there's no way out and you have to turn back. Lin Xueqing became curious and asked, so, is that what people call a dead end? Aunt Zhang suddenly laughed and said, a dead end is relative. Boats can't go through, but people can. Beyond this pond is the mountains. After going around half the mountain road, you'll reach the roadside. If you head inland from this pond, it's faster to reach the county than taking a boat to the town and then transferring. Lu Mingche was surprised and asked, are you talking about the national highway? Aunt Zhang looked a bit stunned and said, yes, that's right. It's the national highway connecting us to the neighboring city. Lu Mingyuan also felt amazed. Today's trip was definitely the right choice. If he hadn't followed Aunt Zhang, he wouldn't have known there were so many security gaps nearby. Zhao Ziho couldn't help but ask, do our militia patrol boats regularly patrol these hidden paths? A chill ran through Aunt Zhang's heart. Had she said too much today? Seeing this, Lin Xueqing quickly smiled and said, from what Aunt Zhang said, it might be dangerous to go through the waterway without caution. If there are patrols, it would feel safer. Hearing this, Aunt Zhang sighed and honestly said, there's nothing much to hide. If there were more patrol boats, De Chao probably wouldn't have had an accident. But our village has only so many people, and half of them are on land. Our fishermen have to both fish and patrol. During this flood, many villagers left. We can't hope for a good harvest this year, and the responsibility of paying the public grain falls on our fishing team. With fewer people, everyone becomes braver, and it's hard to manage patrols. On patrol days, everyone just goes through the motions, hoping to rest a little longer on the boat. She looked at Lu Mingyuan with a pleading expression and said, Comrade Lu, we didn't mean to hide anything. It's just that people have limited energy. If you have a way to solve this problem, that would be perfect. It would also make us, who are temporarily living on the boat, safer. Lu Mingyuan really didn't know that the situation was like this. Luckily, he noticed early, or it would have been his father's mistake. Lu Mingche also frowned and asked, why haven't I heard anyone from the sailing team mention this? And Zhang sighed and smiled, saying, our team leader cares about his reputation, unlike Chen Feifan, who is very clever. When he saw that farming had no future this year, he immediately went to help Comrade Lin with a side job. Your dad has asked privately, but everyone in Old Li's family is the same. When asked if they have difficulties, they always say no. They are just insecure and afraid of being looked down on by people from the mainland. Our team leader bears everything himself and takes on all the responsibilities. Honestly, I think we are all people from the same village. If there's a problem, we should talk openly and work together to find a solution. Lin Xueqing immediately agreed and nodded, saying, Aunt Zhang is right. That's how it should be. The group chatted for a while longer. After passing 3 hidden paths, they finally arrived at the riverbank village where ducks are raised. The ducks were very obvious, so there was no need for Aunt Zhang to introduce. Everyone knew they had arrived. The duck raiser had set up a small net enclosure by the river, keeping the ducks inside. Lu Minglang happily shouted, Sister-in-law, look, ducks. They're so cute. Inside the house, Old Wang heard the noise outside and hurried out. Recognizing familiar faces, he immediately smiled and said, Chunying, why are you free to come to my place? Aunt Zhang quickly smiled and said, the children from our village want to raise ducks, so we brought them here. The little yellow ducks inside the net looked adorable and silly. Lin Xueqing couldn't stop staring and moved closer to the boat, saying, they are really cute. I don't even want them to grow up. Ding! 50 meters from the host, at 12 o'clock, detected high attack skills. Shooting level 9, fighting level 6. Lin Xueqing was stunned for a moment. 50 meters is the maximum distance the system can detect. Old Wang, hearing this, quickly smiled and said, that won't do. If they don't grow up, I won't have meat to eat. Haha. Lin Xueqing finally regained her senses and asked, Sir, I also want to raise these little ducks. What do you need? I'll exchange for you. Aunt Zhang quickly said, Xueqing, you also need 2 hens that lay eggs. Then she turned to Old Wang and said, your daughter is pregnant. Give him a better deal. Old Wang looked at Lin Xueqing's family, children, a person in a wheelchair, and now a pregnant woman. Everyone looked healthy and happy, so they must be well off. He wanted to make a good profit from them, but was surprised when Aunt Zhang made that comment. It was clear that Aunt Zhang had a good relationship with this family. Old Wang sighed and said, all right, the usual price. About 10 little ducks per batch, 1 yuan per batch, and 3 yuan for each hen. Aunt Zhang quickly crossed her arms and said, Old Wang, that's not right. Why are you charging more now? Last time, you sold ducks to Sister Lin for only 2 yuan 50 each. Don't try to cheat me, I know the market. Old Wang was slightly stunned and tried to defend himself. That's different. Sister Lin is a relative from the neighboring Lin family. We see each other often. I sold her at a loss. Lu Mingyuan was suddenly surprised. The Lin family? Could it be the same Lin family involved in smuggling arms as the He family? Just then, a loud barking of dogs came from the house nearby. A pack of guard dogs ran out from the balcony on the second floor. Everyone instinctively looked toward the neighboring house. The houses here are stilted, water-facing buildings. The lower part is supported by wooden pillars, and the upper part is a wooden house for living. Unlike old Wang's family, who used fishing nets to enclose the ducks, the neighboring house had a canvas covering around the floating platform on the water. Through small gaps in the canvas, they could vaguely see 2 fishing boats inside. Lu Mingche narrowed his eyes. The height of these boats and the curve of the bow looked suspicious. They didn't seem like ordinary fishing boats. They looked more like speedboats. Lu Mingyuan looked at the direction of the dogs with suspicion. That was the position of the patrol boat following them secretly. These dogs are so alert. They can detect us from so far away? Lu Mingling, however, was carefree. He pointed at the dogs and asked, "Grandpa, does that family sell dogs? Can we buy some?" Old Wang saw that Lu Mingling looked innocent and naive, and he knew that children around 9 years old love to play and like small animals, which is normal. He thought for a moment and shouted to the neighbor, "Old Lin, do you sell your puppy?" The neighbor, Old Lin, heard barking and hurried to the window, looking annoyed and impatient, saying, "Not for sale, not for sale." Lu Mingling felt a bit disappointed and pouted. Lin Xueqing glanced at the house next door. Although she couldn't see anyone, she saw some words on the windowsill: shooting level 9, fighting level 6, diving level 3, mechanical manufacturing guns level 5, steering ships level 6, fishing level 3. It was the person the system had just reminded her about, hiding by the window and watching them. Although Lin Xueqing didn't keep acting perfectly, her acting was still good enough. She quickly calmed her panic and pretended she didn't know anything, speaking to Lu Mingling. "Let's start by raising ducks. When we find a place that sells puppies, I'll buy you 2 then." Lu Mingling had to hang his head and say, "Okay then. Let's make a promise." Lin Xueqing extended her pinky finger and hooked it with his, smiling. "All right, it's a promise. From now on, you'll be in charge of raising the ducks." Lu Mingyuan quickly took out a big token and handed it to Old Wang. "We want 2 female ducks and 4 broods of ducklings." Lin Xueqing quickly stopped him, saying, "Grandpa, we don't know how many ducklings we can raise. Just send a few more per brood." Old Wang looked at Lu Mingyuan, who was generous enough to buy so many, and worried he might regret it, so he quickly said, "All right, I'll give you a few more ducklings. If you want to raise more in the future, come back and buy from me." Lin Xueqing smiled and said, "Of course, we'll come back to see you." Old Wang took the big token from Lu Mingyuan and packed the 2 female ducks and 4 broods of ducklings into bamboo cages, handing them to Lu Mingyuan. Lu Mingling quickly took the bamboo cage from Lu Mingyuan, wanting to reach in and play with a duckling, but Lin Xueqing stopped him. "It's getting late. Let's go back and play later." Lu Mingling had to withdraw his hand but sat on the deck, full of curiosity, staring at the little ducks. After successfully buying the ducks, Aunt Zhang went to the back of the boat to help Li Guiping turn the boat around. The river here isn't very narrow, but there are stilt houses on the sides, which can block the driver's view. So, another person is needed to help, to prevent accidentally hitting the support pillars of the houses. Turning the boat took a little time. During this period, Lao Lin's guard dog occasionally barked at the patrol boat. Using the change in angle during the turn, Lu Mingche finally saw the 2 fishing boats below Lao Lin's house. As he suspected, they were 2 speedboats. Their design looked like they were made in the Eagle style, so these boats couldn't be domestically made. They probably came from Tutu Island or Monkey Country, through some means. Seeing Lin Xueqing and her group leave, Lao Lin's cautious mood eased. It seemed these people just came to buy ducks. Among the people on the boat, 2 appeared to be soldiers. It was normal for their dog to bark. As Aunt Zhang's boat gradually moved away from the water area, the barking stopped. However, Lao Lin, who was hiding at the windowsill, didn't notice that the dogs barking from their balcony wasn't directed toward the boat below. They had set out full of hope, curious about the surrounding waterways, and since they were going against the current, Lin Xueqing thought they had gone far. On the way back, They realized that their water route was flowing downstream, and they returned to the ferry point of their small creek village in less than 20 minutes. When they got home, it was about 10:30 in the morning. Lin Xueqing asked Lu Mingling to first put the ducks in the backyard. Once they finished building a shelter for the ducks, they would release them into the fish pond. Lu Mingling played with the ducks for a while, then went to the back mountain to chop firewood for lunch. Lu Mingche and Lu Mingyuan, the brothers, exchanged a knowing look and said together, "Let's discuss it." So Lu Mingyuan, Lu Mingche, Lin Xueqing, and Zhao Ziho all went into the reception room. Lu Mingche quickly drew a map of the river and the secret passages, based on his memory. Then, using the information Aunt Zhang provided, he filled in the connections between different secret passages. Lu Mingyuan took the opportunity while Lu Mingche was drawing to point out more details. The reeds hide boats and people. Those hiding here don't dare to go outside. They are either fugitives or enemies. The river near the main road might have ambushes. It's their main escape route. We should approach from the main roadside for safety. Also, Lao Wang's neighbor, Lao Lin, who keeps dogs, is probably involved in arms smuggling. Lu Mingche was surprised and smiled, saying, "No wonder he has 2 fast boats made by Eagle Design. He's probably a tough guy with strong security awareness. The dog must be trained to be very sensitive to the smell of gunpowder." Zhao Ziho was stunned and a bit confused. How could they find so many problems all at once? What surprised him even more was that he found a sister could keep up with the 2 Lu brothers. Lin Xueqing added from the side, "The people in the reeds might be the enemy agents who escaped from behind our mountain. To hide in such a secret place, they probably can't stay in the village or don't want villagers to see them. So, I think they are more likely enemy agents. Also, if Lao Lin is really involved in arms smuggling since he can get Eagle-made fast boats, maybe he can also get high-end weapons. That's why he's so cautious and well-prepared. Another point is, looking at this map, they are scattered in different hidden paths. Could it be that they are colluding? If one group downstream gets into trouble, the upstream people might escape immediately." Lu Mingche added, "Before taking action, we must find all the people hiding in these secret paths. Brother, your team must act at the same time. We can't give them a chance to warn each other or escape. Only then can we clear out all these people," Lin Xueqing said. "Based on this, the short-range communication device you mentioned on the boat today needs to be made quickly. This way, we can coordinate and act together, leaving no criminal untracked." Lu Mingyuan quickly asked, "Did you notice anything special or have any ideas about the engine on Anjang's boat today?" Lu Mingche nodded and said, "Although their engine is fuel-efficient, it is really too slow. To achieve the kind of military-civilian cooperation we discussed last night, they need to make some adjustments to improve the engine's speed. But that requires testing. Brother, find someone to get me a matching engine of the same model and also help us quickly build the biogas shed that old Su mentioned. I think this research will need the cooperation of the teachers and engineer Liao." Lu Mingyuan nodded and replied, "No problem. I will arrange that later." After sharing some of today's boat trip experiences, Lin Xueqing saw she had nothing more to do and left the meeting room to prepare lunch. Today, Lin Xueqing planned to keep it simple with 3 dishes and 1 soup: stir-fried pork, stewed potatoes, cured meat with vegetables, and a seaweed and egg drop soup. Since these are quick dishes, after cooking the rice, Lin Xueqing didn't start preparing the ingredients right away. Instead, she took some time to build a small bamboo house for the chickens and ducks at home. Just as she finished building the house, Lu Mingling returned from the mountain. Seeing the 2 small houses in the backyard, Lu Mingling was surprised and asked, "Sister-in-law, are these houses for the chickens and ducks?" Lin Xueqing nodded without stopping her work, using a large bamboo tube split on both sides to make feeding troughs for the birds. After finishing that, she directed Lu Mingling to cut small round bamboo tubes to the same length, planning to use them to make a fence. Both of them efficiently moved the chicken and duck houses, feeding troughs, and small bamboo for the fence to the edge of the fish pond outside. Meanwhile, Lu Mingche had already returned to his room to study the ship engine and plans for improving the fishing boat engine. Lu Mingyuan had people summon Zhong Xiangnan and Hao Xiamen to discuss how to use the river to down on enemy agents and armed smugglers. After a quick discussion, they finalized the details of the operation. When Lu Mingyuan opened the door to the meeting room, He saw Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingling busy working by the fish pond. Lu Mingyuan and the others hurried over to help. With their help, the fence in front of the bamboo shed was quickly built. The fence enclosed the bamboo shed and the fish pond in front of it, forming a small yard. There are 2 big ducks leading a group of small ducks swimming in the pond. On the open space beside the pond, 2 hens are pecking at small insects on the ground. Near the fence by the medical shed, there are 2 small houses. Inside the houses, there are 2 bamboo tubes, one filled with clean water and the other with rice bran for feeding the chickens and ducks. Chun Feifan saw that the house in Lu's family had changed a lot again and couldn't help but go over to watch. He found that Lin Xueqing's fish pond was actually doing quite well. Both big and small fish seemed to have survived, and they looked very lively. The worry Chun Feifan had before, that Lin Xueqing might kill the fish, didn't seem to be true anymore. Suddenly, Chun Feifan thought that having a fish pond at his home might also be a good idea. At least he wouldn't have to worry about having fresh meat to eat. Also, Old Hu had said before that eating fresh fish is good for children's growth and development. Their family has several children, and they are still very hungry. In a month, they haven't had many meals with meat. Chun Feifan stroked his chin and decided that when Lin Xueqing had free time, he would ask her how to keep the fish in the pond healthy and lively. After the front yard was built, Lin Xueqing, along with Lu Mingyuan and Lu Mingling, went back to the backyard to prepare lunch. The people at noon were still the workers helping at their construction site, their family of 7, plus Zhao Ziho. Zhao Ziho wanted to go to the logistics department to get food, but he remembered that he was undercover in the village and his identity was Lu Mingyuan's friend, so he decided to eat with the Lu family. Just as they finished preparing the dishes, Mr. Lu hurried back from outside. He borrowed 2 sets of folding tables and chairs from Chun Feifan, then drove a military jeep to the county to deliver samples. At this moment, Lu Xiufang suddenly arrived at their backyard, standing in front of the greenhouse and watching intently. Lin Xueqing was the first to notice her arrival. She quickly went over and asked, "Comrade Lu, what's wrong?" Lu Xiufang looked a little embarrassed and asked, "I just wanted to see how you built this greenhouse. Our family's old Yi is really not good at building things. It took 2 days, but he still couldn't finish it. I thought I'd come see how you did it, and maybe help old Yi later." Lu Mingyuan listened with a frown, surprised at how slow Yi Ming's work was. The greenhouse still hadn't been built yet. He sighed and said, "Where are you planning to build your greenhouse? I can help you set it up." Lu Xiufang was also surprised but then happily said, "Oh, that's not necessary. Building it is quick, just a small favor. The main thing is not to delay researcher Ye's work. Our village's grain harvest was poor this year, so we hope, comrade, you can help a lot next year." Lu Xiufang didn't understand the hint in Lu Mingyuan's words, but cheerfully replied, "Of course. Old Yi is a professional from the Beijing Agricultural Research Institute. He'll definitely be helpful." Lu Mingyuan knew Lu Xiufang didn't catch the meaning, so he planned to tell Yi Ming later to put some pressure on him. Otherwise, Yi Ming might ignore helping the village with big problems. Thinking this, he took Hao Xiaomin and Zhao Ziho to Ye's house next to the logistics department. The Yi family had also cleared a piece of land beside their house to grow vegetables. Yi Ming hadn't finished work yet, and little Bao was playing alone in the dirt, being very obedient. Since Yi Ming's family moved next to the military housing, Lu Xiufang finally saw the benefits of living near the army. There were soldiers nearby, so it was very safe. At least, she could rest assured that little Bao was at home alone. Lu Mingyuan and the others worked quickly and helped Lu Xiufang set up the greenhouse in no time. Seeing the prepared land, Lu Mingyuan couldn't help asking, "What vegetables are you planning to grow?" Lu Xiufang shook her head helplessly and said, "I don't know either." Yi Ming said he would think of a way. "My job is just to prepare the land." Lu Mingyuan was surprised to learn that Lu Xiufang had done the land work. But since it was her family matter, he didn't say much. He decided to find a chance later to talk to Yi Ming and put some pressure on him. After sighing, he said goodbye and went home. Just as he entered his house from the backyard, he heard Lu Zhaoning excitedly say, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Tian Xing seems to be waking up. Come quickly and take a look." Lin Xueqing quickly put down her work and turned to walk toward the bamboo shed. As soon as she entered, she saw Old Hu and Zhou Fuxing examining Tian Xing. When they saw Lin Xueqing, they immediately called her over and explained his condition and the treatment plan for the next steps. Old Hu also gave him acupuncture, explaining the principles while inserting the needles. Tian Xing was surrounded by many people and looked a bit confused. He felt like he was dreaming for a long time, dreaming that Lu Zhaoning, who is usually strong-willed, was crying. Someone was whispering in his ear that Lu Zhaoning was unhappy. For some reason, he didn't want Lu Zhaoning to be upset. He thought about going to fight those who bullied her, and then he woke up. At this moment, seeing him dazed, Lu Zhaoning couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, why does Tian Xing look so blank? Has he gone stupid?
He's always been a bit slow.
What if he becomes really dumb?" Tian Xing was suddenly angry, feeling like his mind was a mess when he fainted, and his desire to get back at Lu Zhaoning was like feeding a dog. He opened his mouth to argue but hurt his wound, grimacing in pain and almost crying. Old Hu saw this and quickly said, "Young man, don't move. We're still doing the acupuncture." Lin Xueqing also took a moment to tell Lu Zhaoning, "Tian Xing just woke up, and he's still confused.
He'll be fine soon.
Don't talk to him now. Watch his reactions, his mind is normal." Lu Zhaoning immediately relaxed, saying, "Good, as long as he's not stupid." Tian Xing's heart sank, feeling frustrated and uneasy inside. He could only look at Lu Zhaoning with sad eyes, but he was surprised to see her looking exhausted. Could it be that the dream he had during his illness was real? Did Lu Zhaoning really get bullied? Lu Zhaoning didn't know Tian Xing misunderstood her. Her pale face was just because she was beaten by her brother that morning. She looked worriedly at Old Hu and the others and asked, "How long will it take for Tian Xing to recover?" Old Hu quickly withdrew the silver needles and told Tian Xing, "You're recovering well. In about a month, you'll be bouncing around again." Finally, Tian Xing could speak and asked seriously, "Does it really take a month?" Lin Xueqing nodded and comforted him. "You have a head injury, and it's quite serious. If Old Hu weren't here, your recovery might take even longer." Tian Xing pouted, and suddenly his stomach made a loud gurgling sound. He looked at Lin Xueqing with hope and asked, "Sister-in-law, I want to eat the food you make." Lu Zhaoning was immediately annoyed by Tian Xing's careless attitude and muttered, "You're so unremarkable. The first thing you do after waking up is ask my sister-in-law for food." Old Hu laughed heartily, "Young man, that's good. Being able to eat is a good sign. But for now, you can only eat soft food. If you want better food, you'll have to wait a few more days." Lin Xueqing quickly smiled and said, "Sister-in-law will make you porridge. Once you're better, I'll cook a big meal for you." Tian Xing's eyes lit up, and he was moved. "I knew you'd be the best sister-in-law."
"Oh.
It hurts, it hurts." Tian Xing's silly look made Lu Zhaoning feel a bit uncomfortable. "Stop talking nonsense. It's probably because it hurts talking about food." Old Hu turned to look at Lin Xueqing and said, "How about I and Old Zhou come to eat with you?" Lin Xueqing was surprised and asked, "Director Zhou will also be stationed in our village?" Zhou Fuxing smiled and said, "What's wrong? Don't you welcome me, Sister Lin?" Lin Xueqing quickly shook her head and explained, "I was just a bit surprised. I thought the person stationed here would be Dr. Deng." Old Hu looked at Zhou Fuxing with a meaningful gaze and added, "Your village has had special tasks recently. Fuxing has more experience, so it's easier for him to handle things." He paused and quietly said to Lin Xueqing, "Foolish apprentice, it's better that Zhou Fuxing comes. You should learn his Western medical methods too." Lin Xueqing was stunned and couldn't help but laugh and cry. She didn't expect Old Hu to be like this. Suddenly, she thought to herself that it was no wonder Old Hu and Lu Fu often argued. They were on the same side. She quickly recovered and smiled at Zhou Fuxing. "We're very happy to have Director Zhou help in our village. Our food is simple, so please don't mind." Zhou Fuxing quickly smiled and said, "Of course I don't mind. As long as there's food, that's enough." After treating Tian Xing's injury, Lin Xueqing returned to her own home. When she arrived, Mother Lu was already back and naturally helped finish the work she had started. First, She put the stewed potatoes back on the stove to cook, and 3 plates of stir-fried bacon with vegetables were already prepared. Because Zhou Fuxing and Old who were with them, Lin Xueqing immediately mixed more flour, planning to make 2 more plates of scallion oil pancakes to ensure everyone would be full. When the dough was ready, the stewed potatoes were also finished. Lin Xueqing used the same stove to make a small stir-fry with pork. After Mother Lu finished stir-frying the vegetables, she washed the pot and cooked seaweed egg drop soup. While the soup was cooking, Mother Lu couldn't help but tease, "Our family is eating more and more, almost like a cafeteria. Now, our 2 stoves aren't enough." Lin Xueqing had thought about this and quickly smiled, saying, "Then we'll set up another one this afternoon. Also, I want to add a baking oven so Mingyuan can make some dried food. We can also make snacks regularly." During this time, Mother Lu had been helping in the kitchen and had improved from a beginner in cooking to someone who could make simple home dishes. But she had only tried steaming, stir-frying, and stewing so far. She hadn't tried baking yet. She couldn't help but ask, "Can the oven be used to make roast duck?" Lin Xueqing nodded. "Of course. When our ducks grow big enough, I'll make roast duck for everyone." Next to her, Lu Mingling shivered and hesitated, saying, "Ducks are so cute. Do we really have to eat them?" Seeing Lu Mingling's conflicted look, Mother Lu couldn't resist teasing him and said with a smile, "Then, next time your sister-in-law makes roast duck, Mingling doesn't have to eat it." Lu Mingling, who was holding rice, tensed up and quickly said, "No, I can't. Even though it's sad to eat such a cute little duck, I still want to eat it." Hearing this, Lin Xueqing and Mother Lu burst out laughing. Just as Lin Xueqing finished making the pancakes, the sound of a car engine came from outside. Obviously, Father Lu had returned. The timing was perfect. The food was almost ready. Lin Xueqing then asked Lu Mingling to go to the construction site and the medical shed to call people over for dinner. When Father Lu just entered the house, he saw a small yard surrounded by a fence in front of their bamboo shed. Little ducks were swimming freely in the pond, and he immediately felt very relaxed. Suddenly, he thought that if it weren't for his position as the team leader and the many troubles he carried, this peaceful scene would be the perfect retirement life. At this moment, Chen Feifan had just finished work and was about to go home. He happened to see Father Lu returning and quickly asked, "Team leader Lu, how did it go with the supply and marketing cooperative and the furniture factory?" Father Lu remembered how angry and gritted his teeth today when Lu Qingfeng was upset, and he couldn't help but smile even more. "We made the designs look better, and the tables are more sturdy." "Of course, they're happy about that." He paused and then smiled. "Your sticker method is good. It's placed on the inlay of the tabletop and also at the bottom of the table. It doesn't affect the appearance, and it also helps us know if someone has secretly taken apart the table by checking the sticker's condition." Chen Feifan scratched his head and said with a smile, "This design was thought up by Comrade Lin. We couldn't have such detailed ideas ourselves." Speaking of which, Director Lu from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative thinks our method is effective. He wants us to stamp their logo on the tables and chairs they sell to show they came from their cooperative. But that means you'll need to add an extra step in the process. I wasn't planning to agree at first, but he ordered 100 sets of tables and chairs, and without Father Lu needing to say more, Chen Feifan's eyes lit up at the mention of another 100 sets, and he quickly said, "It's just one more step." "No problem. They can just provide the stamp mold." Father Lu immediately thought that Chen Feifan's father was right. He was truly ambitious. He patted Chen Feifan's shoulder and said, "You have a heavy task. Your uncle said he'll arrange for help this afternoon. As for the furniture team, I'll leave everything to you." Chen Feifan quickly assured, "Don't worry, team leader. We'll definitely complete the task." After leaving happily, Chen Feifan's excitement was obvious. Father Lu looked at the empty space in front of their bamboo shed and suddenly felt that having a yard around their house seemed a bit out of place. While thinking, Old whose voice came from beside me, "My apprentice's hands are really skillful. He managed to build this courtyard in just one morning. If we plant some climbing green plants and flowers near the fence and set up a few chairs by the pond for tea, it would be very relaxing." Father Lu nodded in rare agreement. "Yes, that's the simple life of returning to nature. Old Hu glanced at him and snorted coldly. You, who only know fighting and rough ways, wouldn't understand the pleasure of leisure and beauty. Father Lu quickly retorted. And you, who spend all day wandering in the mountains, wouldn't understand the joy of living peacefully with family and children. Zhou Fuxing, standing behind Old Hu, couldn't help rubbing his forehead and hurriedly said, "Let's go inside to eat." It wouldn't be good to keep Comrade Lin waiting. Old Hu and Father Lu both snorted at the same time. "Humph, I won't argue with you, because of my apprentice. Humph, I won't argue with you because of my daughter-in-law." After saying that, they both turned and quickly walked to the backyard. Lu Mingyuan, who came back from the construction site nearby, looked at the two older children at home and comforted Zhou Fuxing. They've always been like this. It's good that Director Zhou is used to it. Zhou Fuxing was indeed surprised and smiled. This is the first time I've seen such a lively Old Hu. As Lu Mingyuan approached, Zhao Ziho saw Zhou Fuxing and was immediately stunned. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Uncle Zhou? How are you here?" Zhou Fuxing, seeing Zhao Ziho, was not surprised and explained slowly, "I was transferred from the military district to help with disaster relief. I've been in Xiaoxi village for a while. Recently, after finishing the relief work, I returned to Nandao, but then I received a special task from the village requiring a Western doctor to be stationed. The leaders thought I was familiar with Xiaoxi village, so they sent me here to support your work." Lu Mingyuan looked at Zhou Fuxing with suspicion, paused for a moment, and didn't expose his lie. He smiled and said, "Then thank you, Director Zhou. Please take care of us in the future." "Not at all, not at all. I should be the one asking for your help in the future." Lu Mingyuan was surprised again, and Zhou Fuxing quickly explained, "The medical shed is closer to your home. Hu Lao and I will come to your place to share meals from now on." Xueqing agreed. Yes, Comrade Lin agreed, but isn't it a bit inconvenient? Lu Mingyuan felt a sudden headache and forced a faint smile. "No, of course it's convenient. You're welcome, you're welcome." As he spoke, Lu Mingyuan led a few people toward the backyard. While walking, he sighed. Yesterday, he finally managed to lighten his wife's workload, but now he had to prepare meals for 2 more people again. Fortunately, Hu Lao and the others were only here to help for a while. After finishing the enemy and spy cleanup, they would return to the military hospital. Otherwise, the directors of 2 military hospitals would be spending all day in this small village, and the hospital's top leaders probably wouldn't be happy about that. Today, there were many people, so the backyard was still set up with 2 tables. But today's dishes were much simpler than yesterday, just 3 dishes, a soup, and some flatbread. Seeing this, Lu Mingyuan felt a bit more relaxed. If his wife cooked 8 dishes and a soup every day, she wouldn't mind the work, but he would worry about her getting too tired. Hu Lao and Zhou Fuxing also showed no dissatisfaction with the simple meals, just praising Lin Xueqing's cooking skills. Seeing that Hu Lao and Zhou Fuxing were easygoing and not picky, Lin Xueqing also let out a deep breath. She realized that managing the right amount of cooking was quite difficult. Every day, she worked hard to prepare meals and was worried about the household expenses, but if she made the food too simple or rough, she was afraid guests wouldn't be satisfied. During the meal, they started chatting casually. Hu Lao was very straightforward and said to Lin Xueqing, "Good apprentice, why not build a fence outside the medical shed? That way I can grow medicinal herbs and also refine medicine. Then I won't have to run back and forth between my house and the shed." Hu Lao usually stayed in a tile house near the educated youth site. Although he came to the medical shed every day, his main work in Xiaoxi village was gathering and refining herbs, not like Zhou Fuxing, who was here to support the military mission. So, he usually went to the mountains in the morning to gather herbs, then spent the afternoon refining medicine in his house, and came to the medical shed for follow-up consultations at the scheduled times. This is also why he only came to the medical tent at 5 p.m. before. Father Lu glared at him and said coldly, "You don't have to go back to your house at night. Do you really need to bring all those broken pots?" Before he finished, Old Hu clapped his thigh and said, "You're right, Mingyuan. Help me find someone to build 2 small houses next to the medical tent, just like your family. 1 for me and 1 for old Zhou." Father Lu's eyes moved, thinking that living nearby might be quite convenient. He knew that being close to the water often brings benefits. Although he often argued with Old Hu, he couldn't deny that Old Hu was a good doctor. That's why they traveled so far with Ming Che to get his leg treated. Even though they argued, Father Lu understood the pros and cons clearly. Finally, he slightly smiled and said to Ming Yuan, "Ask the logistics team to help. Say it's a request from Director Zhou." Zhou Fuxing's eyes twitched slightly. Why did Old Hu and Lu Jinghua's fight turn into his problem? But Father Lu didn't care what Zhou Fuxing thought. Since he found out Zhou was stationed here, he had secretly learned a little of his secrets. He wasn't worried about Zhou refusing. When it came to making medicine, Lin Xueqing quickly smiled and said, "Master, I want to use your stove to make some emergency medicines for Ming Yuan and the others."
Can you teach me?
Like hemostatic powders, deworming agents, and energizers, making small medicine packs for them to carry in case of emergencies. Ming Yuan's heart warmed instantly. His ears turned slightly red, and the smile in his eyes showed how happy he was. Hao Xiaomin also brightened her eyes and said happily, "That's a good idea, sister-in-law. These medicine packs will be very useful for us. If we had a hemostatic pack back then, Tian Xing wouldn't have had to delay so long and suffer so much." Old Hu thought for a moment and hesitated. "Your team members are okay, but there are too many others. I can't manage to do all of them." Zhou Fuxing pursed his lips and said, "That's indeed a good idea. Later, we can prepare some low-cost common medicines. Try to make sure every soldier going on a mission has one. An emergency kit is a form of protection. The first aid kit can be given to those performing special tasks. If it is not used, it can be returned. This way, resources are saved, and life-saving medicines are not wasted." It's not that Old Hu is stingy, but materials for making hemostatic powder are hard to find, and the process is difficult. However, Zhou Fuxing also agrees that a first aid kit is a safety guarantee for soldiers on missions. Zhou Fuxing also thinks Old Hu's point makes sense, so he quickly nods and says, "That's fine. If so, we can also include some anti-inflammatory medicines and fever reducers in the medical kits. But when making the medicine kits, we should note the expiration dates of the medicines." After some discussion, the decision to make the first aid kits was finalized. After lunch, Lu Minglang and Lu Zhaoning were still responsible for washing dishes. Lin Xueqing was instructed by Old Hu to build fences, racks for drying herbs, and weave bamboo baskets. Zhao Ziho asked Lu's father for the car keys. He wanted to drive to the machinery factory to get an engine, several radios, and some spare parts he requested. Lu Mingyuan discussed with Zhong Xiangnan about what to say at the afternoon mobilization meeting, often asking Lin Xueqing, who was weaving bamboo baskets nearby, for her opinions. Everyone started busying themselves again. The afternoon mobilization meeting was held in front of the village school. Lu's father spoke skillfully, first sharing good news, announcing progress on the furniture and bamboo weaving small groups, and then talking about orders received from the supply and marketing cooperative and the furniture factory. He also carefully calculated the village's finances, saying that as long as orders remain steady, the village can use income from side businesses to buy grain and distribute dividends at the end of the year. This news naturally excited the villagers. One villager raised his hand and asked, "Captain, is what you said true? Can we really get dividends this year?" Lu's father didn't give a definite answer, only smiling and saying, "If we can establish a steady sales channel and secure orders from the supply and marketing cooperative and the furniture factory, dividends are definitely possible." He then added slowly, "After earning income from side businesses, we will allocate some funds for rebuilding houses and another part for the fishing team to repair and upgrade their boats. This year, they have borne a lot of pressure, with almost all the grain quota on their shoulders, so their fishing equipment also needs a good overhaul." Father Lu's words were accepted by the villagers, as they understood that the members responsible for planting on land had indeed fallen behind this year. The two small groups involved in side jobs had some hope, but it was only hope. Their earnings had not yet materialized, so they did not make any promises. Using the excuse of repairing the boats, Father Lu brought up the incident where Li Dachao was ambushed by bandits, and he naturally led Zhong Xiangnan onto the stage. After Zhong Xiangnan introduced himself, Father Lu explained the cooperation between the military and the villagers. Most villagers were a bit confused, especially the members of the fishing group. They were worried they might be the next victims and also concerned that giving their boats to the military might damage their fishing boats, which they relied on for food. Zhong Xiangnan had already discussed with Father Lu how to respond to villagers' questions, and he quickly explained, "Our patrol soldiers need to borrow the village's fishing boats for patrols, mainly because we are worried about dangerous people hiding in the village, and the villagers might not be able to defend themselves. The soldiers will be on your boats, patrolling together. You know the nearby waters well, and our soldiers have weapons to deal with threats. Our cooperation aims to find and remove the dangerous individuals hiding near our village, to clean up the area, and to give everyone a safe living environment." Hearing Zhong Xiangnan's explanation, the villagers gradually relaxed. It was not about seizing their boats, just borrowing them. They already had patrol duties, but they had been lazy about it in the past. Now that something had happened, they had to take it seriously again. However, just as they relaxed, Zhong Xiangnan continued, "Additionally, when necessary, we may borrow your boats for training." This caused the fishing villagers to quickly shake their heads and oppose. "No, that won't work. Our boats are our livelihood. If we lend them to you, where will we live? Our boats are valuable. What if you damage them? Living somewhere is a small issue. The main problem is how expensive diesel is. We go out fishing every day and have to save fuel. If you use up all our oil, what will we do?" Father Lu quickly raised his hand to calm the excited villagers and said, "Don't worry about where you'll live. We will build temporary shelters for those living on the boats, so you won't have to stay on the boats anymore. Additionally, the military promised us that whenever they borrow your fishing boats for training and return them, they will fill the tanks with diesel fuel. They will also upgrade the engines and parts of the requisition boats for free, making the boats faster. Not only do they not use your fuel, but they also improve your boats. This is a good thing." Now, the originally noisy villagers quickly changed their attitude and nodded in agreement. "If that's the case, I can lend my boat. My boat is okay too. My engine is old. If I lend it to you, can you help fix it?" Zhong Xiangnan nodded and said, "Captain Lu said it's true. When we requisition a fishing boat, we will fill it with fuel and repair it for free." Hearing Zhong Xiangnan's confirmation, the villagers became even more excited, eager to have their boats requisitioned by the army. Only the He family, who came to the meeting, looked unhappy. Li Huilan nervously looked at He Tao and whispered, "What should we do?" He Tao quickly held her hand and said, "The meeting is going on. Stay calm. We can talk about it when we get home." On stage, Zhong Xiangnan was still explaining how to identify enemy agents and what to do if you encounter them. Lu Mingyuan was quietly observing the crowd from the side of the stage, noticing that besides the He family, 2 other families looked suspicious. He secretly took note of this. Meanwhile, Hao Xiaomin was driving 10 fishing boats, which he had secretly obtained from the Dajiang port shipyard, toward the ferry dock in Xiaoxi village, mixing with regular fishing boats. When Hao Xiaomin's boat reached the dock, soldiers from the 2nd and 3rd companies, led by Zhao Ziho, immediately boarded the boat with guns and ammunition. Hao Xiaomin then took a company under Zhong Xiangnan, unloaded supplies brought from the military district, and carried them toward the Lu family's area. At this time, most villagers had gone to the meeting, but some children staying at home looked curiously at the soldiers carrying supplies as they moved from the ferry dock into the village. Because the soldiers looked serious and distant, the children dared not approach and only watched from afar. Most of these supplies were not only for the sentry camp, but also included materials that Lu's father had asked Qin Jingming for the night before. These are only some of the supplies. The rest need to be taken to Dajiang port in batches. Father Lu has so many supplies that leaving them in front of the Lu family's bamboo shed would be too obvious. Hao Xiaomin decided to temporarily store all these supplies inside the newly built large shed. This shed is about 20 meters ahead of the cattle pen, away from the village. It was built this morning by Zhong Xiangnan's team as a place for research. At this moment, another team led by Zhong Xiangnan is building a biogas tank next to the shed according to the plans. Seeing Hao Xiaomin bringing so many supplies, the soldiers and the team were surprised. Yan Zhan, the commander of the 2nd company of the sentry camp, who is familiar with Hao Xiaomin, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "What are these? Are they for our camp? Hao Xiaoman pointed to 3 small, lonely boxes nearby and said, those are supplies for your camp, including quite a bit of ammunition and guns. The enemies hiding in the village probably have heavy weapons, and your camp needs to defend the village, so the task isn't easy. Yan Zhan was stunned. Their task is heavy and the enemy threat is big, so they only received 3 small boxes of equipment? Seeing Yan Zhan's surprised look, Hao Xiaoman kindly explained, in addition, you need to make some homemade bombs. They are for your defense and also for use on the fishing boats. He patted Yan Zhan's shoulder and continued, it's not just our village doing this. Other villages in Dajiang County are also mobilizing militia to make homemade bombs to protect themselves at sea. Yan Zhan couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion and asked, are we really so short on ammunition now? Hao Xiaoman shook his head and said mysteriously, there are plans and ideas from above. We just need to follow orders. Yan Zhan thought about it and realized it made sense. Homemade bombs are just that, homemade bombs. As long as they can kill the enemy, it's fine. Meanwhile, the meeting was nearing its end. Father Lu briefly informed everyone that Lin Xueqing had passed the barefoot doctor certification and mentioned her job transfer. Everyone already knew that Lin Xueqing was learning medicine with Old Hu, so it was not surprising. The 2 side businesses, bamboo weaving and bamboo furniture, were started by Lin Xueqing, and most villagers were grateful to her. So, when Mr. Lu mentioned that Lin Xueqing was both a village doctor and an advisor for the side jobs group, everyone accepted it easily. No one felt that Lin Xueqing was getting special treatment or that it was unfair. Many villagers even thought that Lin Xueqing wasn't as busy anymore and might help the village earn more income from side jobs or teach everyone new styles of bamboo weaving or furniture. Of course, there were some who felt it was unfair. The first to voice opposition was Li Tsuehua, wife of Chen Feifan. Li Tsuehua stood up first to oppose, saying, I don't agree. Comrade Lin just talks a few words and draws some plans, and she gets full credit. We work in the fields every day, getting up early and working late, and only earn about 7 or 8 points. Lin Comrade's way breaks the fairness for everyone. Same with the furniture group. My husband is busy today, and I can't even find time to eat, but she just gives orders while others are working hard and can't even sit down. I can't accept this arrangement. Chen Feifan looked embarrassed and shocked, staring at Li Tsuehua in disbelief. Could someone really be holding him back like this? Mr. Lu was also very surprised. He felt his face was almost being beaten red by Li Tsuehua's words. Today, he had secretly thought Chen Feifan was very hardworking and trusted him with the furniture group. But now it seemed he didn't trust Chen Feifan enough, at least not his family. Uncle Chen, the current head of the Chen family, quickly stood up and said, our Chen family agrees with this arrangement. Comrade Lin is smart, so work should be assigned to those who are clever and can think more, and those who are good with their hands should do more manual work. Chen Feifan immediately understood and quickly said, Captain, Tsuehua is talking nonsense. I don't think it's unfair. It's just that the staff haven't been arranged properly yet. I was worried I couldn't finish the supply and marketing orders, so I delayed coming home. Li Tsuehua was also stunned and said with dissatisfaction, Feifan, are you being influenced by that woman? Li Guizhi interrupted and agreed. Yes, she only weaves bamboo in the afternoons. She doesn't work in the mornings. Why should others work while she doesn't? It can't be that because she's the daughter-in-law of the team leader, she gets special treatment, right? Lin Xueqing finally saw what jealousy can do to a person's face. This was also the situation Mr. Lu had worried about before. It's not about having few, but about unfairness. He wanted to follow Qin Jingming's way to stop these people from talking, but Chen Feifan's mother, Su Meixia, had already slapped Li Tsuehua and scolded her. How can you hold back your own husband like this? Comrade Lin came up with ideas to help the village earn money. Can you think of any? Although you go to work, I do all the cooking and take care of the children at home. Our mother-in-law goes to work every day. Why not I go to work, and you stay home to take care of the children? Li Tsuehua was stunned by Su Meixia's slap. With so many villagers watching, how could she show her face? She dared not speak, only biting her lip and lowering her head, afraid to look at the others. Su Meixia turned to Li Guizhi and scolded. And you, shameless woman, always talking nonsense about my daughter-in-law, stirring up trouble between my son and her. Is this what relatives do? Li Guizhi naturally wouldn't admit it. She crossed her arms and retorted, I'm not talking nonsense. Everything I said is the truth. Is it wrong to tell the truth? Suddenly, the two started arguing loudly in front of everyone. Lin Xueqing stood there with a cold face and asked everyone, do you also think it's unfair? Since everyone wants fairness, I'll stop sharing my ideas for side projects. After all, if I say it, it's not fair to me. The villagers were stunned. Yeah. Who would want to share good ideas if there's no benefit? If you say it, but then get blamed or criticized, it's better not to say anything. Chen Feifan was the first to react. If they didn't clear up this misunderstanding today, only their village's interests would suffer in the future. The Lu family came to their village just to show off their achievements. But once they learned the craft of bamboo weaving and bamboo furniture and gained fame, the profits stayed in their village forever. Chen Feifan understood this clearly. He quickly said, Comrade Lin, it's a misunderstanding. We don't think it's unfair. During this time, you and your family have helped our village a lot, and we are very grateful. Not only does Chen Feifan understand the situation clearly, but village leaders Chen Xiaoyi and Li Jian also realize the importance of the matter. Li Jian was the first to step forward and scold Li Guizhi. Guizhi, stop talking. If you're willing to teach everyone how to make bamboo crafts, and those crafts can be sold in department stores, I will support you to earn full work points. Chen Xiaoyi immediately agreed and suggested to Uncle Lu. Uncle Li is right. If everyone can create projects that bring income to the village like Comrade Lin, I also support that person earning full work points on responsible projects. Villagers who had no stake in the matter finally reacted and quickly advised Li Cuihua and Li Guizhi. Comrade Lin has brought so much help to our village. How can you two show no gratitude? Comrade Lin is both a village doctor and teaching us how to make bamboo crafts and furniture. How can one person handle so many tasks? Are you jealous? Wouldn't it be better if Lin had more time to come up with new bamboo designs and furniture for us? For a moment, Li Cuihua and Li Guizhi were surrounded by villagers, each speaking to them. Chen Feifan patted Li Cuihua's shoulder and said to the villagers around her, Cuihua was just worried about me and got confused for a moment. She won't do that again. Seeing her husband still defending her, Li Cuihua was caught between two conflicting voices in her mind. She didn't understand why her husband and even the village head were supporting the Lu family and speaking for them. If only Chen Feifan had said this alone, she might think he was confused. But if both village leaders also said the same, it meant she was probably the one who was confused. Li Cuihua wasn't really stupid. She followed Chen Feifan's words and said to Lin Xueqing, Comrade Lin, sorry. I was impulsive earlier and said foolish things. I'm sorry. Li Guizhi's pupils widened in shock as she looked at Li Cuihua. How could she suddenly switch sides? Seeing the situation was lost, she could only purse her lips and stay silent. But inside, she secretly resented that although her bamboo craft skills were excellent, she hadn't gained favor with the supply and marketing cooperative. She believed it was only because Uncle Lu used connections that Lin Xueqing's bamboo crafts could be sold in department stores. Ultimately, Lin Xueqing was getting special treatment. After this farce ended, Mr. Lu gave the villagers some false promises and offered encouraging words, urging everyone to stay united so they could overcome the difficulties and develop the village. Once the meeting was over, Mr. Lu asked clan leaders Chen Xiaoyi and Li Jian to stay behind. Both families are large in the village, and Mr. Lu had no intention of changing the old clan customs in Xiaoxi village. He believed that clan ties helped bring villagers together, so there was no need to break that unity. If some issues are harmless, it's better to ignore them. Chen Xiaoyi and Li Jian exchanged a glance. Both are in their 60s or 70s, experienced and tough, feeling nervous inside but appearing calm on the outside. Mr. Lu didn't want to keep them worried for long. He explained his main goal, to use the power of the clans to help the army find dangerous people hiding in the village. He also asked them to go back and discuss with their clansmen, recommending some to become militia members. These militia would make simple bombs for logistics and work with soldiers to patrol the village. Seeing that Mr. Lu didn't intend to suppress them, they both relaxed. Their clans are united, and if trouble really broke out, they would be the ones to face criticism. However, both families had been passing down their traditions for hundreds of years. No one wanted their line to end with them, and they didn't want to face their ancestors with shame. The militia on land would mainly be led by the Qin family. Chen Xiai quickly said, "I will go back and arrange everything immediately, gather relatives and friends, and make sure no suspicious person goes unnoticed." Li Jian nodded and said, "These people are hiding in our village, disturbing everyone's peace. We must find them quickly and restore peace to Xiaoxi village." Li Zhenhao, the leader of the fishing team, was also asked to stay. He discussed with Zhong Xiangnan how to cooperate in fighting enemies on water. Meanwhile, Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingyuan and others returned home. When they arrived, Chen Feifan had already brought 20 clan members sent by Chen Xiai to the bamboo shed, where they were learning to make parts of tables and chairs. The bamboo weaving group members also arrived one after another. Lu Xiufang and Aunt Zhang helped keep order. Soon, dozens of people gathered in front of the bamboo shed, making a lively scene. Lin Xueqing thought for a moment and then said to Lu Mingyuan, "Can you help find some people to come and build a shelter for us? It should extend outward from here. Separate the bamboo weaving team from the furniture team. Our pile of bamboo tools and furniture parts is growing bigger. Our bamboo shed is almost full." Although Lu Mingyuan had many tasks, Zhong Xiangnan and Zhao Ziho each brought a group of soldiers with them. It was still possible to spare a few people to help. Soon, Lu Mingyuan brought people to build the bamboo shed. Aunt Zhang quickly smiled and said, "Comrade Lin thought ahead. Our things and people are increasing. Having a shed will keep us cool and shaded, and it will also give us a place to put tools." Lin Xueqing quickly waved her hand and smiled, saying, "It's just a small effort." Lu Xiufang couldn't help but sneer next to Li Guizhi. "For Comrade Lin, it's a small effort, but for some people, it's impossible. Some folks, they have no skills but still want to get something for nothing. They're just jealous." Li Guizhi clenched her fists and glared at Lu Xiufang. She couldn't think of anything to say in reply, so she kept silent. Lu Xiufang felt proud but then saw a pile of bamboo boards in the furniture group next door. She worried and said, "Comrade Lin, will our bamboo weaving group's earnings be affected by the neighboring group? Don't worry. We have more styles. As long as our quality is good, more repeat customers will come and sales will increase." Hearing Lin Xueqing's words, Lu Xiufang felt relieved. For her, the income from bamboo weaving was very important. She couldn't rely on Yiming anymore. To ensure her and her son's income, she had to depend on herself. In Beijing, she had no job opportunities, but in the village, as long as she was willing to work, she would earn points. Lin Xueqing looked at the jewelry stands they had practiced making before. They hadn't yet mastered the skills. Today, she didn't teach new styles but asked everyone to finish the previous tasks. The two small groups outside the bamboo shed started working according to their schedule. When she had some free time, Lin Xueqing went home to start a stove. She went to the nearby construction site and asked Jiang Xian, who was helping build a house, to help deliver bricks to her backyard. Meanwhile, Lu Mingche asked Hao Xiaoman to help him carry his belongings. They took a detour through the back mountain and arrived outside the cattle shed. When they reached the shed, Liao Qixing was already working on modifying a radio device for short-distance message sending. His teacher, Wu Kuan, was also busy tinkering with an engine on the table. Without hesitation, Lu Mingche joined Wu Kuan's research after arriving. On the other side, the 4 members of the He family returned home feeling more anxious. Li Huilan immediately asked He Tao to take leave, and she took her children to the county town. Unbeknownst to her, as she left with her children, undercover agents secretly followed her. Meanwhile, 2 guests arrived at the He family, Qin Fugui and Wang Dazhuang from the farming team. Qixing glanced at them and snorted coldly, asking, "Why are you here?" Chen Fugui rubbed his hands nervously and asked worriedly, "We want to know what the 3rd master plans to do about the meeting today." Before he finished speaking, Wang Lan and Wang Dezhuang, from the fishing team, hurried in. Qixing shot them a cold look. If he could, he would have kicked them out immediately. It's so obvious now. Why are they all gathering at our house? Do they think our family isn't suspicious enough? Wang Lan did notice He-san's inner frustration. She also looked down on the mobilization meeting organized by Lu Fu today. She came to deliver a message and directly told He-san, the snakehead said you need to pay him the money soon, or he will come to the shore to find you. He-san curled his lips and snorted. If he dares to come, let him try. Do you know why they talked about patrols at today's meeting? Wang Lan thought He-san was genuinely unwilling to pay the snakehead and tried to persuade him. Yongge has a strong background behind him. Our navy can't even defeat him, so how can they protect you? Just stop causing trouble and harming us. Quickly pay the money to Yongge and his people. He-san sighed and said honestly, do you think I don't want to pay? The goods are still at my house. If Yongge and his people really dare to come, I will pay them back with my own money. But the problem is, this batch of goods can't get out to sea right now. Wang Lan looked confused and surprised, asking, how is that possible? We went out to sea normally this morning. He-san's hand holding the pipe suddenly trembled, and he quickly said, are you saying you saw the snake boss today? Yes, otherwise how would I know the snake boss was looking for you? I was just passing a message for him. He-san immediately felt a jolt, cursed Wang Lan silently in his mind, then quickly looked out the window and saw nothing unusual. He then said anxiously, everyone, leave here quickly. Don't meet me for now. Wang Lan and the others felt their hearts tighten. Wang Dazhuang couldn't help but ask nervously, Third Master, what's going on? He-san slowly explained. My buyer was caught. I haven't received the money, and the goods haven't been delivered. How can I pay the snake boss? Wang Lan immediately glared at He-san angrily. Such a big thing. Why didn't you tell us? No wonder the village is holding a meeting today. I thought it was that new official named Lu causing trouble, looking for problems. As he spoke, Wang Lan ignored He-san and turned to run home. Chun Fugue and Wang Dazhuang also asked for the information they wanted and hurriedly left He-san's house. Seeing the panicked escape of these people, He-san pouted. These folks really run fast. He sighed, feeling torn about whether to go out to sea and hide from the troublemaker Yongge, or pretend nothing happened and stay in the village. Just then, He-tao returned and hurriedly said to He-san, Grandpa, there are 10 fishing boats at the ferry, all brought over by the Lu family from the military district. Some children saw soldiers carrying boxes of weapons into the village. They probably planned to do something big. Who would have thought that the Lu family still has military resources? This is not good. As soon as he finished speaking, He Zhenghao also came back, looking serious and speaking coldly. Dad, something's happened. We need to leave tonight. He-san was stunned and asked, What's going on? I checked around the village and found many strangers. Not just the new soldiers from the patrol camp, but probably plainclothes officers too. If they start checking one by one, they'll soon find out about our family. He-san slowly shook his head. Don't worry. We'll just pretend to be ordinary villagers. Say I'm unwell and take leave from going out to sea. Our hiding place, I guarantee no one can find it. He Zhenghao was anxious and said, No, Dad, this time is really different. I think something's wrong. I asked Li Wu, who went out to sea today. He said there are more fishing boats than usual. Third, his eyes shifted. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Li Wu wouldn't lie to me. He-tao trembled, worried. Could it be that the Navy is hiding among the fishing boats and following us out to sea? Thinking of Wang Lan's words earlier. Third, he shook his hand, holding the pipe, and said coldly, He-tao, go to the county immediately and find your wife. Your family of 4 should buy tickets and go to Guilin. Go to Guilin and find your eldest cousin. Stay in the mountains for a while. If it's still unsafe there, you can head to Monkey Country to hide. He-tao's eyes reddened. He suggested, Dad, Grandpa, why don't you come with us? Third, he took a puff of his pipe and said, No, I and your dad need to distract the officials, so you have time to escape. We'll take the goods by water and ask Brother Yong for help. We'll meet at the river city in Monkey Country. He-tao lowered his head and, after a moment of silence, agreed to Third He's plan. He grabbed his things and left immediately. To avoid being seen by villagers, He-tao took a small path out of Xiaoxi village. Though nervous, he surprisingly managed to leave the village without trouble. He-tao finally let out a breath. Maybe they were just scaring themselves. It might not be as serious as his dad and grandpa said. Still, he decided to be cautious. Leaving suddenly and returning would be difficult. The smuggling business was quite profitable, but hiding in Gillen with the kids would be tough. Suddenly, a person jumped down from an abandoned house beside the small path, knocking He Tao to the ground. He Tao was caught off guard and fell forward, crying out in pain. When he regained consciousness, a cold gun was pressed against his forehead. Lu Mingyuan held a gun aimed at He Tao with one hand, while the other searched his waist and quickly took his pistol. Shut his mouth and tie him up. At this moment, He Tao finally realized that it wasn't his father and grandfather's concerns that were too serious, but that the situation was actually worse than they had expected. It seemed that the He family had long been under surveillance without knowing it. The person pressing on He Tao was Chung Haochuan, a company commander under Lu Mingyuan. He quickly He Tao and asked with a smile, "How should we handle this person now?" Lu Mingyuan thought for a moment and said, "Take him back to the ship for questioning and separate him from his wife and children." Then he instructed the soldier beside him, "Keep an eye on the other two families too. If there's any movement, send us a signal immediately." After speaking, Lu Mingyuan walked calmly toward his own direction, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Lin Xueqing had already set up the oven, but it needed time to dry out before it could be used. Today, she would prepare dry food for Lu Mingyuan and his team using the old method. When no one was around, she took some preserved meat from her space, cut it into small pieces, and marinated it according to a recipe she found in the library, preparing to make jerky. While marinating the meat, she also cooked fried rice and fried noodles in a pot. Once cooked, the rice and noodles could be simmered with water to make porridge or batter, and the rice could also be eaten directly. To balance nutrition, she also prepared dried vegetables, radish, dried beans, and cabbage, which she had from previous exchanges with villagers. She just needed to chop these up and mix them with the prepared jerky and fried rice and noodles, then pack everything into oil paper bags to make a balanced, quick meal. When Lu Mingyuan and his team went on missions and felt hungry, they could snack on the jerky or mix the dried grains with water to cook into porridge or paste. The key is that each small package of grains is enough for 3 days, compact enough to carry without hindering movement. Even if stranded at sea, 3 days should be enough to wait for rescue. Lin Xueqing didn't realize yet that her plan would play a big role in the near future, saving the lives of Lu Mingyuan's entire Special Forces team. After frying the rice and noodles, she thought for a moment. The villagers outside were too many, and she was worried that the smell of drying meat might attract unnecessary jealousy. So she decided to start with making dried fish instead. Thinking about this, she carried a water bucket outside to the fish pond, ready to catch some fish. Lin Xueqing first sprinkled some fish food into the big fish pond. The fish below quickly swam to the shallow water to eat. Lin Xueqing used a net and caught one easily. However, her actions surprised the villagers who were nearby making bamboo crafts. The reason was that the fish Lin Xueqing caught were big and very healthy. Aunt Zhang couldn't help but put down her tools and asked, "Xueqing, how come your fish are so big?" Lin Xueqing quickly smiled and said, "These are the fish Aunt Zhang gave me. I've been raising them, so they got a bit fatter." Lu Xiaofeng looked at the fish and thought it was very fresh. She also noticed that Lin Xueqing had been raising fish for a long time, and her fish didn't die easily like the villagers said. Instead, they kept getting healthier and bigger. Thinking this way, she asked her about it. Lin Xueqing didn't hide anything. She happily explained her scientific method of raising fish again. As she talked, more and more people gathered around her small fish pond, watching her. Chun Feifan also came over to listen. He had long wanted to dig a fish pond in front of his house like Lin Xueqing. Having a fish pond meant he could eat fresh fish every day instead of preserved or spoiled fish. Seizing the moment, Lin Xueqing also shared some advice. If there are elderly or children at home, it's good for their health to eat more fresh fish. Aunt Zhang also felt motivated. Since her family had no meat, giving her son some fresh fish to boost nutrition sounded good. Thinking about Lin Xueqing's method, she couldn't help but ask, "But I don't have that waterproof cloth you used underneath. What should I do?" Lin Xueqing thought for a moment and said, "You don't necessarily need that waterproof cloth. Just make sure to pack the foundation tightly when building the pond to reduce water loss." She added, The key is to make a sloped surface so the pond gets sunlight, allowing different types of fish to grow well. Chen Feifan listened with a frown. The soil here doesn't hold water well, and making a solid foundation isn't easy. Suddenly, he suggested, how about asking the team leader to build a collective fish pond for our village? He continued, it might not bring us income, but at least everyone can enjoy fresh fish. Lin Xueqing thought it made sense and nodded, saying, this is okay. I will talk to my dad about it tonight. There's no need to go through the trouble of building a fish pond. Just like my pond, we can set up some nets in the river outside our village, separating meat-eating fish, herbivorous fish, and small fry. We just need to send someone regularly to feed them, which also saves the trouble of cleaning the pond. Aunt Zhang frowned, thinking that collective farming and raising fish at home are not the same. Raising fish at home means you can eat anytime, but in collective farming, you have to wait until the team distributes the fish. Xueqing, I still want to raise fish at home. Can you help Auntie get some waterproof cloth? Auntie will ask Uncle Ping to help catch fish in exchange. Lin Xueqing remembered that last night, Father Lu asked Comrade Yang for some waterproof cloth, so she nodded and smiled. I'll ask around. If I find some, I'll send you a piece. Lu Xiaofang's eyes lit up and she quickly followed the trend. I want some too. Li Guizhi curled her lips and said sarcastically, they trade fish for things. What are you going to trade? Ignoring how awkward her relationship with Lin Xueqing was, Li Guizhi immediately said, I can also trade fish with you. You can't just trade with Zhang Chunying and not me. Otherwise, the team leader's family will be biased and selfish. And Zhang couldn't stand Li Guizhi's blatant blackmail and quickly said, I traded 2 buckets of fish for it. You also bring 2 buckets of fish, then it's fair. Li Guizhi's eyes flickered and she gritted her teeth. 2 buckets of fish is 2 buckets of fish. Seeing this, others quickly said they wanted to build small fish ponds and offered to exchange waterproof cloth with Lin Xueqing. Lin Xueqing suddenly felt overwhelmed and said, I don't know how much waterproof cloth my dad can get. These are materials the military district doesn't want, and we're just asking for them back with face. Earlier, Annie gave us ducks and brother to help the village a lot. I'll keep one for her. For others, I'll record it here. If I have enough, I'll exchange with you all. If not, we'll have to draw lots. Is everyone okay with this arrangement? Lu Xiaofang looked a bit unhappy. She knew Lin Xueqing was right, but their family had nothing. How could they exchange? After registering the villagers who wanted to build small fish ponds, Lin Xueqing carried her fish back to her house. Most villagers, except Lu Xiaofang and a few others, proposed exchanging 2 buckets of fish for a waterproof cloth. Confident, Lin Xueqing caught 10 big fish from the large pond, planning to make dried fish. Making dried fish is more complicated than making dried meat. It requires killing the fish, steaming it, scraping off the skin and the dark fat underneath, removing the bones, crushing the fish meat, and then thoroughly drying it. Because the process is complicated, Lin Xueqing finished processing all 10 fish by around 5 p.m. She quickly turned off the fire, grabbed her tools, and went to the nearby medical shed. Old Hu and the others had also been busy in the afternoon. The medical shed had been greatly changed. They set up 5 medicine stoves outside the shed, burning coal to boil medicine. On the other side of the stoves, several bamboo racks had been set up to dry various medicinal herbs. Seeing Lin Xueqing approach, Old Hu explained each of the 5 stoves and the medicines they were making, including how they were prepared. After explaining everything, Old Hu took Lin Xueqing inside the medical shed for today's follow-up consultation. As soon as they entered the bamboo shed, Lin Xueqing noticed a familiar person inside. Lu Mingyuan's second-in-command, Liang Yong, who had been injured in an ambush while traveling to the South Island with Lu Mingyuan, was there. He still had his shoulder bandaged, but looked quite spirited. He was sitting on Tian Xing's bed, chatting. Seeing Lin Xueqing, he greeted warmly, Sister-in-law, long time no see. Lin Xueqing smiled and replied, long time no see. Are you doing well? Liang Yong chuckled, I'm fine, just missing everyone.
Huh.
Lin Xueqing guessed the reason, especially given recent actions. Most of Lu Mingyuan's men had to be mobilized, so Liang Yong was probably bored alone on the South Island. While thinking, Liang Yong continued, Sister-in-law, you don't know how bored I am alone on the South Island. I heard Tian Xing was injured too, so I applied to come to Xiaoxi village for treatment, to be a brother in hardship with Tian Xing. Tian Xing gave Liang Yong an annoyed look. Who wants to be your brother in hardship? Liang Yong ignored him and continued speaking to Lin Xueqing, older sister-in-law. Add me to the dinner plans tonight. I'll bring food here to eat. It's making Tian Xing's stubborn mouth water. Tian Xing immediately wanted to hit someone. Now, he only drinks porridge and can't enjoy anything else, feeling very wronged. Seeing Tian Xing's pitiful look, Lin Xueqing comforted him. Today, I made fish porridge for you. It's nutritious. Eat more later. Tian Xing pursed his lips and begged, older sister-in-law, can you make me a piece of meat to satisfy my craving? Old, who was not as patient as Lin Xueqing and directly refused. No. After saying that, he told Lin Xueqing, Xueqing, don't worry about him. Come help me with work and the follow-up check. Lin Xueqing quickly nodded, picked up the medical records, and followed Old, who to start the daily checkup. After the checkup, as Lin Xueqing was heading home, she saw that the furniture team was still working overtime, assembling tables. She walked over and asked Chen Feifan, how many tables have we assembled today? Chen Feifan sighed. This afternoon, I spent some time teaching. Today, we made 100 tables, but it's not enough. Our efficiency is a bit low. Lin Xueqing thought for a moment and comforted him. Don't worry. Everyone is still getting used to it. We only worked half a day today. Making 100 tables is already impressive. Tomorrow, once we get more familiar, our speed should improve. Then, Lin Xueqing remembered Li Cuihua's complaints today and couldn't help but remind him, Brother Chen, if there's too much work left, it's better to leave it for tomorrow. Otherwise, your family might worry. Chen Feifan understood her meaning and looked a bit awkward. Finally, he put down his work and sighed. All right, we'll come earlier tomorrow. Tomorrow, you can observe for another day. If we still don't have enough workers, I'll ask Dad to help us find a solution. Chen Feifan quickly nodded and smiled. Don't worry. We won't push ourselves too hard. Otherwise, we might not deliver on time, and that would be a problem. Just then, the sound of a car engine came from outside the bamboo shed. Father Lu, looking angry, got out of the car, cursing. This is blatant revenge. Don't catch him with his little tricks. It makes me so angry. Lin Xueqing and Chen Feifan were both surprised. When Father Lu saw Chen Feifan there, he relaxed his angry expression and smiled. Feifan, you haven't gone back yet? Is there enough help today? Did you face any problems? Chen Feifan forced a smile and said, No, everything's fine. It's just that everyone isn't very experienced yet. They'll catch up tomorrow. Father Lu was in a bad mood. He nodded and didn't ask Chen Feifan for more details. Instead, he slowly walked into the house. Chen Feifan looked worried but quickly said goodbye to Lin Xueqing and left with his team. Lin Xueqing went inside and asked worriedly, Dad, what's wrong? At that moment, Mother Lu and Lu Zhaoning also came back from work. Mother Lu saw that Father Lu looked upset and asked quickly, Old Lu, what's wrong? Father Lu didn't hide anything. He sighed and said, Li Jianzhong is taking revenge. He's holding back the rebuilding supplies we asked for. He keeps making excuses and refuses to give them to us. Mother Lu was surprised. So, we have no other options. If the villagers find out, they might get angry. Everyone is waiting for the county to send supplies for rebuilding. Father Lu snorted. There is a way. If we ask Uncle Qin for help, the military district can send the supplies here. But why should Li Jianzhong get the benefits? He didn't help at all with the rebuilding and he still wants a share of the credit? He suddenly remembered something and cursed. If he won't help, I can tolerate that. But he's actually sabotaging us. I think he just wants to ruin our village. Mother Lu quickly glared at him. The kids are still here. Watch your words. Lin Xueqing frowned and asked worriedly, What did Director Li do? Father Lu rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. He silently used the excuse of helping with the rebuilding to send over more than 20 young volunteers. Not just a few, over 20. He cursed again. Li Jianzhong is out of his mind. He's sick. Now Lin Xueqing finally understood why Father Lu was so angry, cursing and biting his teeth. On the bright side, the village suddenly gained about 20 extra workers. On the other hand, Suddenly bringing in 20 more people during such a critical time just adds trouble for the village. Now, the village's food supplies are already short, and with these new arrivals, there's even less food to share. Moreover, they just managed to send away the troublemaking young workers, and now they have to find places for these new people again. There's also a concern that some of these young workers might secretly be spies for other groups. Right now, the village is busy clearing out dangerous individuals, and everyone is overwhelmed. Dealing with these newcomers makes things even more complicated. According to Father Lu, these people being suddenly placed here is really just to cause trouble for the village. Lin Xueqing didn't expect that having people come in was already bad enough, but Father Lu continued, "Those young workers will arrive in our village tomorrow morning." Li Jianzhong only just told me now. Who is making these decisions? It's just to annoy me. Mother Lu quickly patted Father Lu's shoulder to comfort him. Complaining now won't help. We just have to find a way to deal with it. When we first came to the village, we only had a simple bamboo hut. We managed so they can too. Father Lu sighed helplessly. Living there is fine, but tomorrow we'll be busy and we won't have time to arrange accommodations for them. Don't forget, my son's operation is tonight. There might be troublemakers wandering around the village tomorrow. Their arrival is just adding chaos. I told Li Jianzhong to delay bringing the people by a day or two, but he refused. It's obvious he's just trying to make things difficult for me. I think he's just waiting for some trouble to happen, maybe even a few lives lost, so he can blame me. Hearing Father Lu's worries, Lin Xueqing's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment, she tried to comfort him. Maybe Yong Yuan and the others can find all those people in one night. By the time they arrive, everything might already be settled. Father Lu pursed his lips. Even if they solve the problem, having over 20 new people in the village is still risky. Some might have special missions, which makes me very uneasy. Mother Lu said, looking on the bright side, these young workers are young and strong. They are indeed a source of labor. Today, Chun Feifan and his group are not short of workers, and the harvest season is coming soon. Our village is short of grain, but also short of people. Thinking about this, Father Lu nodded and said, I just hope these people don't cause trouble. Mother Lu said, they work on the farm every day, but not much gets done.
Just keep a close watch on them.
Hearing this, Lin Xueqing quickly said, today, Chun Feifan and others suggested building a collective fish pond in our village. I think it's a good idea. We don't need to dig a pond. We can use the river outside the village entrance, like a fish pond, and set up 3 big fishing nets. Villagers who go out fishing and catch small fish or fish fry can put them into the nets first. When they grow bigger, we can share the fish. Father Lu was momentarily surprised, and his thoughts shifted by Lin Xueqing's words. He clapped his thigh and laughed. Small fish and shrimp don't sell well to the seafood company. We might as well ask the company for small fish fry. We can raise them in the nets, and when they grow bigger, sell them. That's a good deal for us. Lin Xueqing immediately gave Father Lu a thumbs up and said with a smile, this is a good plan. It's like we're raising fish and shrimp for the water plant company and making a profit from the price difference. Mother Lu was less optimistic than them and said, we should try small-scale farming first. If it doesn't go well, it would waste village resources and cause criticism, which wouldn't be good. Father Lu thought Mother Lu had a point and said with a smile, then we'll buy some from the seafood company and also go fishing ourselves. Just follow Xueqing's plan, raise the fish scientifically, feed them some fish feed she made, and let them grow faster. When villagers see the results, we can buy more. Seeing that Father Lu's mood had improved and the plan was settled, Mother Lu quickly said, let's go prepare tonight's dinner. You go check the cattle shed. I heard the big shed has already been built, and how Xiaomin and Zhao Ziho brought back a lot of supplies. Father Lu laughed happily and said, Uncle Qin and Uncle Yang really do a good job. They said the supplies would arrive today, and here they are. I'll go take a look now. He then quickly headed towards the back mountain. Mother Lu looked around the house and saw that Lu Mingche and Lu Minglang were not there. She quickly said to Lu Zhaoning, Zhaoning, go check the greenhouse. I think Mingche and Minglang are there. Ask Minglang to come back home and help. Zhaoning nodded quickly and went up the mountain. Mother Lu saw that half-prepared dried food was in the kitchen and asked, "What are you planning to make?" Lin Xueqing set aside the cooked rice and noodles, dried fish, and chopped vegetables and said, "This is for Mingyuan and the others, to keep them fed, but I haven't finished yet. Mom, will you come help tonight?" Without hesitation, Mother Lu nodded. "Yes, come tonight and give instructions." After packing the semi-finished dried food, Lin Xueqing and Mother Lu started preparing dinner. Lin Xueqing divided the collected fish soup into two parts. One part was mixed with rice to make porridge for Tian Xing, and the other was for tonight's fish soup. Thinking that everyone would be busy tonight, especially Mingyuan and his team going out on a mission, Lin Xueqing made 3 meat dishes: preserved vegetable pork, steamed fish, and vegetable stir-fry with meat. Although they weren't large portions, these are oily, hearty dishes that can satisfy hunger and keep everyone energized. At this time, Lu Mingyuan was also in the reception room, discussing tonight's plans with Zhong Xiangnan, Zhao Ziho, and 3 company commanders. Soon, Father Lu carried Lu Mingche and, with Lu Zhaoning and Lu Mingling, came down from the back mountain. Today, Lu Mingche and his team made quick progress. Although they hadn't yet improved the engine, all the short-range communication radios had been fully upgraded and would be ready to use tonight. After receiving Lu Mingche's feedback, Zhao Ziho immediately left the reception room. He planned to quietly install radios on the fishing boats during the village's mealtime, taking advantage of the quiet. Meanwhile, Lao Lin from Hebian village had also received news from Wang Lan. He quietly boarded Wang Lan's boat, planning to head out to sea to avoid trouble, but he saw at least 3 Navy ships patrolling the harbor entrance from afar. Lao Lin immediately realized that the harbor was already blocked by the Navy, making it impossible to leave by sea. He clenched his teeth, cursed under his breath, and quickly ordered Wang Lan to turn around, trying to escape through a secret passage toward the main road. We didn't expect that when we reached the fork in the dark alley, there would be 2 fishing boats waiting nearby. If they dared to go forward, they would definitely be stopped by militia hiding on the boats. At this moment, Wang Lan also showed a hint of worry on her face and asked, "Old Lin, what should we do?" Old Lin's face also looked very serious, and he said, "Wait a moment, think of a way to send a message to He-san, so he can come to find us tonight." Wang Lan was surprised. "Find He-san? They're probably being watched now, especially since their buyer got into trouble. If the buyer exposes them, they definitely won't escape." Old Lin remembered the barking from yesterday and sighed. "It's too late now. Not only is He-san being watched, but we probably are too." "Really? If they're watching us, how can we still be sailing here? Lu's people want to catch us all in one go. They're waiting for us to make mistakes and catch everyone involved. No, that can't be." Wang Lan couldn't believe it and even thought Old Lin was exaggerating. But Old Lin was usually cautious, and there was no need to lie about such things. She was silent for a moment and finally decided to trust Old Lin, saying, "I'll go back to the village now and ask someone to notify He-san." She paused and looked worried. "If we bring He-san here, will the officials also come?" Old Lin sighed. "Alan, haven't you understood what I'm saying? Now the officials are already after us. If we want to survive, we have to fight and escape. Hasn't He-san's batch of goods already been delivered to the buyer? We need to get that batch of goods first to have a chance to escape." Wang Lan finally understood completely. Her body trembled slightly and she said, "I'll go now. We'll meet tonight in the reed forest." At this moment, the boat had already arrived outside Old Lin's house. Old Lin stepped from the boat onto the wooden platform and said, "Go ahead. I also need to find a place to hide my dog." Meanwhile, the Lu family had finished dinner, with 2 full tables of people. After dinner, Lu Mingyuan and the others did not act immediately, but continued to stay in the reception room to finalize their last plans. They not only need to find and arrest all those people, but also figure out how to locate the hidden goods they have stored. Otherwise, these smuggled guns and ammunition hidden in villages could cause serious safety problems. While they haven't taken action yet, Lin Xueqing took the chance to turn on all 3 stoves at home and start making dried meat. The seasoned meat pieces emitted a tempting aroma, making the people nearby feel hungry. Old Hu had already left and was inside the bamboo shed preparing a simple medical kit for Lu Mingyuan and others. The smell of meat from the next room suddenly made him crave it, So he put down his work and quickly headed toward the back kitchen of the Liu family. Qixing, what are you making? It smells so good. Lin Qixing secretly felt glad she was clever and didn't make the dried meat this afternoon. If the smell had spread outside, there would probably be more trouble. She used a small bowl to give Old Hu a few pieces of meat, smiling, and asked, Master, would you like to try the taste? Old Hu quickly took the bowl and chopsticks, tasted it, and his eyes lit up. Seeing this, Lu's father didn't hesitate and snatched the bowl away. I want to try too. Lu Zhengua, that's mine. Soon, the two started arguing, making Lin Qixing and Lu's mother laugh happily. In the end, Old Hu didn't get the bowl back from Lu's father. He pouted and said to Lin Qixing, Disciples, could you make some dried food for me too? I need to bring some dried provisions when I go up the mountain to gather herbs. Don't you think so? Lu's father snorted coldly. You go herb gathering every day, but you don't carry dried food? Don't add more work for my daughter-in-law. Besides, meat is so expensive now. Only I, Lanji, and Zhao Ning go to work. Is it appropriate to keep making meat at home every day? Old Hu pursed his lips, his eyes turning, then looked at Lin Qixing and asked, If I help you get the meat, can you make some for me? Lin Qixing didn't want to refuse Old Hu in the first place, but since Old Hu and Lu's father were arguing, she didn't want to interrupt. Now that Old Hu asked, she naturally wouldn't refuse and smiled. Of course, I have to make some for Mingyuan and the others anyway. Old Hu thought for a moment and then asked, Would you mind sharing the recipe for your quick snack pack? Before Old Hu finished speaking, Father Lu quickly realized what he was about to do and interrupted. Mind? Yes, I mind very much, he then continued. You should think about your own issues. This is actually a good thing. We already suggested it to Uncle Yang and the others, and he will handle the coordination. Just stay in the village and don't cause trouble. Old Qin and the others managed to protect you, so try to behave a little better. Old Hu was left speechless and could only sigh helplessly, saying, How your father and them handle things. How can they let those people bully for so long? They're getting more and more useless as they get older. TSK, sounds like you're quite capable yourself, someone added sarcastically. Seeing their conversation getting more and more unreasonable and the mood turning unexpectedly gloomy, Lin Qixing quickly said, As long as the meat tastes good, that's enough. It looks like Mingyuan and the others will enjoy their dinner tonight. Changing the subject, Old Hu quickly said, Yes, let Uncle Yang and the others worry about this. I just want my disciple to make some snacks. If there's not enough meat, I still have plenty of meat coupons stored. I'll exchange them for meat for Qixing. Qixing nodded without hesitation, saying, Okay, I'll buy some meat and make some for you separately. Meanwhile, inside the medical tent next door, Tian Xing and Liang Yong looked at each other with helpless expressions in their eyes. The smell was so tempting, super tempting. But they could only smell it, not eat it.
It was so frustrating.
Liang Yong thought that having the medical tent next to the Liu family was asking for trouble. Every day, there was delicious food and good meat, and the aroma alone made people crave. No wonder Tian Xing kept shouting about wanting to eat meat every day. He also wanted to eat, but he dared not. It was just too hard to bear. Fortunately, the tempting smell didn't last long. After a while, it disappeared. Qixing was also busy setting up 3 stoves to make dried meat, which naturally sped up the process. Once the dried meat was ready, she gathered her family to help pack the snacks. They mixed rice or flour, dried meat or fish, and various dried vegetables in proportion, then packed them tightly into paper bags. Additionally, she packed some dried meat separately in paper bags as snacks. Lin Qixing thought that if villagers brought more fish tomorrow, she could try to make snacks from fish meat. Everyone worked together quickly, and the dried food packs were soon ready. This time, they made only a small amount, enough for their small team to last 3 days. After preparing the dried food packs, Lu Mingche didn't forget about Lin Qixing and Lu Mingling. It was still time for their daily lessons. While Lin Qixing was feeling dizzy from the knowledge Lu Mingche was teaching, Lu Mingyuan knocked on the door. Lin Qixing finally understood how Lu Mingling felt every time he wanted to run away from class.
She also wanted to escape now.
When she heard the knocking, she immediately went to open the door. Lu Mingyuan pulled her back into his room, leaned down, and kissed her lips, then deepened the kiss. Until Lin Xueqing was out of breath, Lu Mingyuan reluctantly let her go, rubbed her little head, and said, "I'm going on a mission now. I'll come back safe, don't worry." Lin Xueqing quickly held him back and handed him the emergency medicine pills she bought from the system, saying, "These are my homemade emergency pills. The herbs are very precious, and I only made one. They can save your life in a crisis. Don't worry, your husband is very capable. You probably won't need to use it." Although he said that, Lu Mingyuan still put the paper-wrapped emergency pill into his medical kit while talking. The medical kit was a small cloth bag containing several small paper bags with different pills and a small roll of bandage for stopping bleeding. After putting the medical kit back into his coat pocket, Lu Mingyuan hugged Lin Xueqing again and said, "I'm leaving now. I probably won't be back tonight. Be careful at home. The bamboo crossbow I gave you is by the bed. Call for help if you're in danger." Lin Xueqing nodded one by one. "I'll take good care of myself. Don't worry." After Lu Mingyuan left, Lin Xueqing returned to Lu Mingche's room to continue her unfinished homework. For some reason, tonight there were many physics problems involving various circuit designs, which made Lin Xueqing feel overwhelmed. Her worries about Lu Mingyuan's mission were completely replaced by frustration with these tricky questions, leaving only her helpless complaints about Lu Mingche. That night, Lin Xueqing fell asleep on the bed after being exhausted by Lu Mingche's teaching. Unaware, the village was in the midst of several intense arrest operations. Thanks to Lu Mingche and his team, the short-range radio communication played a very important role.
Their team acted almost at the same time.
The enemies and smugglers like Wang Lan, who had been under surveillance for a while, had no chance to communicate or escape. They were all caught by Lu Mingyuan's people. The only exception was Old Lin. His dog was very alert. As soon as Lu Mingyuan's team approached, the dog started barking loudly. Although they were prepared, many soldiers were bitten by the dog. Old Lin took advantage of the chaos to successfully recover the speedboat that Cheng Haochuan and others had taken. Using the short-range radio, Cheng Haochuan directed soldiers on the water routes to try to stop the speedboat. However, Old Lin seemed to have expected this. When the boat reached the middle of the waterway, he jumped into the river and escaped. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan and his team waited near the He family's house. He San and He Zhenghao quietly left their home, heading toward the reed forest. Lu Mingyuan and his team followed from a distance. When they saw the He father and son heading toward the reeds, they stopped. The enemies hiding in the reed forest had already been cleared out. The people on the fishing boats inside the reeds were their own team members. But once they crossed the reed field, they could reach the neighboring waterway, which made things tricky. Lu Mingyuan quickly arranged for reinforcements at the neighboring waterway while adjusting their plans. Old Lin was already hiding under a floating piece of wood in the reed field, waiting. When he saw He San and his son, he quietly peeked out from under the wood and whispered, "Here." Lu Mingyuan, hidden nearby, was surprised. Old Lin was really good at hiding. He San looked at Old Lin cautiously and couldn't help but be stunned. Then he asked worriedly, "Things outside are very difficult?" Old Lin spat out the reed he was holding and said, "Not just difficult, it almost cost me my life. The exit has been sealed.
We can only fight our way out now."
He San was stunned and secretly felt relieved that he had already sent the children away. But no one wants to die if they can survive. He hesitated and asked, "What about Alan and the others? They were caught. What else could happen?" He Zhenghao shivered slightly, then turned to He San and asked, "Dad, what should we do? We're just the three of us. How can we get out?" He San looked coldly at Lao Lin and paused before snorting softly. "My stuff wasn't given for free. Brother Ing is also looking for trouble with me outside. Not for free, I have a boat, goods from Eagle Country. Those fools can't catch us." Lao Lin's words suddenly gave He San and his son hope to survive. Maybe they could reunite in Monkey Country. He San nodded and said, "Then come with us. Say goodbye to my wife." Lao Lin finally understood and sneered. "Old San, you're really something. Aren't you afraid your fierce wife will scold you to death?" "Well, I wish she could still scold me. Unexpectedly, Lao Lin and the others didn't swim to the neighboring waterway. Instead, Lao Lin went directly ashore from the reed field. He didn't hide anything and, after reaching land, took off his clothes and pulled out a bunch of clothes from in the rocks by the shore. It was clear he often did this and had clothes prepared nearby. Lao Lin followed He-san and the others toward the back of the village. While Lu Mingyuan was confused, he realized they weren't heading into the village, but toward a smaller hill behind the village. He had already checked all the nearby hills and found no suspicious spots. He felt a bit frustrated. But Lu Mingyuan quickly adapted, reorganizing his team to support their movement toward the hill. These 3 people were dangerous, and they couldn't let them escape. Soon, Lu Mingyuan's doubts were answered. He-san led everyone to a graveyard. He bowed with his hands together in front of a tombstone, saying, "Old wife, I'm bothering you again," but he didn't go to his wife's grave. Instead, he walked to a nearby tombstone, wiped it, and said slowly, "This was supposed to be my own grave. I haven't even laid in it, but I've already used it for those guys." Because it was a graveyard with signs of worship, no one expected that beneath it, instead of a body, there were guns hidden. Lu Mingyuan silently complained. No wonder no one noticed anything unusual. Who would dig their own grave and hide things inside, then come daily to pay respects? He-san asked He Zhenghao to lift the stone slab of the grave, revealing a corner. He smiled and said, "He Zhenghao, go get 3 top-quality items and 10 hand grenades." Once the goal was achieved, Lu Mingyuan immediately led a dozen people to rush out and surround the 3 men. He shouted, "Raise your hands now." He-san reacted quickly, kicking He Zhenghao into the grave and shouting, "Run fast." At the same time, Lu Mingyuan fired his gun to stop He Zhenghao from entering the grave. He-san quickly turned sideways, using his body to block the bullets for He Zhenghao, smiling. "Anyway, I'll end up lying down sooner or later. Might as well go down and keep you company." Old Lin spat and tried to follow He Zhenghao into the grave, but due to the distance, he was a step too late. Lu Mingyuan shot again, hitting Old Lin's arm. Old Lin knew that facing multiple attackers, shooting would only get him killed faster. The only way out was to crawl into the hole with He Zhenghao. He moved faster than his thoughts, ignoring his hand injury, and quickly headed into the tunnel. But Lu Mingyuan's gun was faster than his legs. The next moment, he shot his leg, causing him to fall to the ground. Old Lin could only curse bitterly at He-san, who was also falling to the ground. I'm on a sinking ship now. I've been tricked by you all." He Zhenghao escaped into the passage, grabbing a few hand grenades, a pistol, and several magazines, then quickly ran down the tunnel. After Lu Mingyuan's men controlled He-san and Old Lin, they also immediately entered the cave. Inside, the cave was filled with guns and ammunition. Luckily, they followed He-san and the others here. This stash was enough to destroy their entire village. The cave was narrow. They carefully moved along the passage, discovering the exit on the other side of the mountain, right above a national highway. At this moment, He Zhenghao had already disappeared, likely fleeing along the highway to an unknown destination. Lu Mingyuan frowned and quickly arranged to block the main roads. He Zhenghao had just been in the secret passage, and it was unclear how many guns and supplies he had taken. They had to catch him as soon as possible. Once again, contrary to everyone's expectations, He Zhenghao did not try to escape. Instead, he was quietly thinking of a way to return to the village without making any noise. He remembered a conversation with his family and realized that the solution to save his family and free himself was not to run away. Instead, he decided to go back and take the family of Lu Mingyuan hostage, risking his life to protect his own. The next morning, Lin Xueqing woke up early. She looked at the empty space beside her and sighed. It seemed that Lu Mingyuan's mission was not going smoothly, or he would not have been gone all night. She glanced at the bow and arrow beside her, used for self-defense, and thought for a moment before deciding to put it into her coat pocket around her waist. However, she quickly frowned again, realizing that while the bow and arrow were effective at long range, they wouldn't work well if she had to fight up close. She bit her lip and quickly searched the system shop for suitable items. This time, She didn't buy the recommended pistol, but spent 1,000 skill points on a bottle of anesthetic. She applied the anesthetic to a silver needle and hid it in her belt for safety. After preparing everything, she got up to wash her face and brush her teeth, then started making breakfast for her family. While she was cooking, the others in the Liu family also got up one after another. They didn't see Liu Mingyuan's figure and, out of understanding, chose not to ask, to avoid increasing Lin Xueqing's anxiety. Liu's father glanced at the time on his watch, quickly ate a pancake, and prepared to leave for work. He said, "I'm going to the youth training center to talk to Wang Tao and ask him to arrange accommodation for the new trainees." Hearing this, Liu's mother couldn't help but ask, "What about their rice and grain supplies?" Liu's father sighed helplessly. "What can we do? Just make do with cold dishes." He continued, "Some of the damaged farmland was planted with sweet potatoes, so we'll share some of the military grain the army gave us earlier. When the sweet potatoes are harvested, we'll process them into food and distribute it to everyone. We can't keep relying on military support like this." Old Liu looked at his wife helplessly and said, "You think I haven't thought of that? I just haven't come up with a solution yet." Liu's mother sighed and said, I do have some ideas. After my son finishes his work today, we can discuss it." Father Liu's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly smiled, saying, "Lanji, you truly are my good helper. Without you, Mother Liu quickly kicked him under the table, interrupting his words and saying with annoyance, "All right, aren't you supposed to be working? Hurry up and go." Feeling his wife's disapproval, Father Liu had no choice but to pretend nothing happened. He rubbed his nose and said, "Then we'll wait for Mingyuan to come back and discuss." Just as he finished speaking, loud noises came from outside. Wang Tao was leading a group of young people to the bamboo shed, knocking on the door. Father Liu suddenly felt a pounding headache. These people arrived too quickly. Wang Tao was also feeling helpless. Suddenly, more than 20 people came to their youth work site, and their row of houses couldn't hold everyone. He had to lead the group to find Father Liu and ask for a solution. Zhao Zikin was also among the youth group. After taking a train for 2 days, and then a car for 2 more, he finally arrived at Xiaoxi village. On the way, everyone said Xiaoxi village was hit hard by the flood, and they came with full enthusiasm to help rebuild the area. Yesterday, after a brief meeting in Dajiang County, they took a car arranged by the county committee director to get here. He saw how anxious the county director was to send them here and thought Xiaoxi village was very poor. Although, in his view, it was indeed quite run down. But the situation here is much better than he expected. At least when they entered the village, the farmland was well organized, with rice paddies and green crops of unknown types. The youth work site had row houses with tiled roofs, and now, in front of him, there was a well-organized medical station and a small yard surrounded by a fence. Inside the yard, there was a fish pond, ducks swimming, and hens walking around. He inexplicably felt that Xiaoxi village was full of vitality. Although he didn't understand why, the village's team leader was living in a bamboo shed, even worse than their youth work site. But this also showed that the village's team leader was not someone who used power for personal gain. Father Liu was very angry inside, but kept a calm and composed face. He went back to his room and took out the list and documents that Li Jianzhong had handed him from the county yesterday. He arranged for Wang Tao and himself to bring these young men to the reception room, where they registered each of them one by one. At this moment, Chen Feifan and the furniture team arrived in front of the bamboo shed, ready to start work. Seeing so many young people gathered outside Liu's house, he was momentarily stunned. He asked the young man standing at the back of the group, "Are you new educated youths?" Zhao Zekin nodded and took the opportunity to ask, "We're here to help rebuild after the disaster, but it seems like everything is fine in our village." Chen Feifan's eyes flickered as he secretly wondered why they were here to support disaster recovery at this time. He remembered the angry look on Mr. Liu's face yesterday evening and suddenly understood what was going on. His father used to be a team leader too. Now, he was overwhelmed with various problems. The sudden arrival of a group that was holding them back made everyone unhappy. Thinking of this, Chen Feifan quickly smiled and said, "It's not that good. The flood took many people from our village, and we don't have enough food. You didn't see that even our village's team leader lives in a bamboo shed. Zhao Zekin ignored Chen Feifin's sarcastic tone and asked cautiously, is the team leader and his family easy to get along with? Deshu had told him before that his younger sister was also in Xiaoxi village, and she was the daughter-in-law of the team leader. Deshu said their family was having a hard time now and advised him not to come to Xiaoxi village or to reconnect with his sister.
But he didn't agree.
Instead, he secretly came without telling anyone. He had already decided that if his sister blamed or resented their family, he would try to mediate, at least to prevent a big conflict between his sister and their parents. He hoped to improve the relationship between his sister's husband's family and them so they would take better care of his parents. As for his parents' work, he was willing to do more himself. Since he was a boy, it was only right for him to do more work. Chen Feifin looked at Zhao Zekin with suspicion. He felt something strange about this educated youth. Why was he asking if Lu's family was easy to get along with? While he was pondering this, the sound of an engine came from behind. It was Lao Wu, the driver from the furniture factory, arriving in a truck to deliver bamboo planks and sticks. Chen Feifin didn't care about Zhao Zekin's suspicious questions and hurried over to help unload the cargo. But Lao Wu seemed strange today. He hadn't opened the truck door to get out. A cold pistol was pointed at Lao Wu's waist, and a low voice said, "Find a way to make him call Lu Mingyuan's wife out." Old Wu suddenly became very nervous, sweating all over and trembling as he spoke. "Comrade Chen, could you please help by letting Comrade Lin come out for a moment? The factory director has something he wants me to personally give to her." Chen hesitated and found Old Wu a bit strange. But he wasn't sure if the factory director really had something to give to Lin Xueqing. He could only nod in agreement and turned to enter the bamboo shed. Next to them, Zhao Ziho overheard their conversation and felt confused. Could she be his biological sister? Uncle De said her foster parents were named Lin, and her brother was part of the Revolutionary Committee, naturally holding a grudge against people with black or red backgrounds. He wondered if she knew her real parents were capitalists, and if she also hated them. Meanwhile, inside the kitchen, Lin Xueqing was tidying up pots and bowls when she suddenly heard Chen Feifin shouting outside. She quickly went out. But just a few steps out the door, she received a system alert. Ding. Host is 50 meters away, at 12 o'clock direction, detected high attack skills, shooting level 6, fighting level 5. Lin Xueqing shivered, and immediately set down the silver needle she was holding. When she heard Chen Feifin say that Lu Qingfeng had something to give to the driver, she knew the system alert was about that driver. Instead of rushing out right away, she went to the reception room, pulled out her father Lu, and reminded him. "Dad, did you discuss anything about the furniture factory later?" Lu was surprised and quickly shook his head. "No, it's strange." Old Wu, who came to deliver the goods, said Director Lu has something to give me personally, and I should go out myself. Lu was puzzled. This was very suspicious. He instinctively reached for his waist, but found nothing. Lu felt annoyed. In such a dangerous situation in the village, he shouldn't care about rules. He should have someone older with him. He silently cursed himself and then turned to Chen Feifin beside him. "Feifin, hurry up. Run from the backyard of my house to the neighboring construction site. Say there's an emergency and ask for backup." Chen Feifin was surprised. Wasn't the neighbor Lu Mingyuan's teammate on leave? He finally realized what was happening and muttered, "Could it be such a big trouble?" Father Lu glanced at him and said, "It's this serious." "Hurry up." Chen quickly turned around and ran toward the backyard. He Jinhao, sitting in the car, watched Lin Xueqing standing by the bamboo shed without moving, feeling very anxious. But he thought she was just caught up in the crowd around the shed. While everyone's attention was on the bamboo shed, He Jinhao raised his hand to cover Lao Wu's mouth, then forcefully twisted his neck. With a cracking sound, he silently took care of the troublesome Lao Wu. He helped Lao Wu sit in the driver's seat, then quietly got out from the passenger side, holding a gun, waiting for Lin Xueqing to come over. Father Lu turned back into the house and said to Wang Tao, "Take the new young worker back to the youth station immediately." "Hurry." Wang Tao was stunned. "What's going on?" Father Lu coldly replied, "Don't ask questions. Just leave here as fast as you can. Wang Tao wanted to say more, but Father Lu's serious expression, combined with his commanding presence and battlefield-like aura, made Wang Tao's legs tremble. He had never seen such a strong and commanding leader Lu before, so he nervously said, I will arrange it right away. Then, he bravely told the people behind him, don't register first. Let's go back to the youth station. We need to start work, someone asked suspiciously. We haven't registered yet, how can we start work now? Yeah, I waited in line for so long. Why should I leave now? Father Lu sternly scolded. Do you think I have nothing to do? I have to go to work on time. After your shift, you can come back. If you want to be a young worker in our village, you must follow the arrangements. Although the noisy young workers were unhappy, they quickly quieted down. They couldn't force others not to work just to handle their own affairs, so they obeyed and left with Wang Tao. Zhao Zikan, standing by the truck, looked confused and muttered, Hey, I haven't registered yet. Why are we leaving? Behind the truck, He Jinhao hesitated for a moment, then suddenly realized that he had been exposed. He immediately looked very angry and didn't wait for Lin Xueqing. He quickly rushed out from behind the truck. He suddenly appeared from behind Zhao Zikan and grabbed his neck. Then, he pointed a gun at his temple and said in a deep voice, Don't move. Hands up. Zhao Zikan was caught off guard and was completely confused about what was happening. He tried to struggle, but He Jinhao squeezed his neck harder, making it hard for him to breathe and causing pain. The intense pain finally made Zhao Zikan realize what was happening. He quickly obeyed and raised both hands. This was the first time he regretted not listening to his parents and going to join the army with his older brother. At least then he would have the ability to fight back. He wondered if his sister was about to die before he even saw her. He had worked so hard to get here, but he hadn't seen his parents or sister yet. He felt so helpless. What should he do? While Zhao Zikan was lost in thought, He Jinhao pushed him toward the bamboo shed, shouting, Who is Lu Mingyuan's wife? Come out now. Next, he fired a shot into the sky. The loud bang startled everyone present. Wang Tao finally realized what was happening and why Lu's father looked so serious earlier. He quickly shouted, Run! The young workers also reacted and hurried to run away. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian and a few others at the construction site also came over with guns, surrounding He Jinhao. Inside the treatment tent, Zhou Fuxing immediately ordered the patients who could walk to evacuate quickly toward the mountain. The soldiers at the mountain guard post also moved quickly toward the bamboo shed. On the other side, inside the bamboo shed of the logistics team, alert soldiers immediately sent telegrams to the military district and Lu Mingyuan. When Lu Mingyuan received the telegram, he was arranging soldiers to check around the highway. Seeing the message, he couldn't help but tremble and muttered in shock, How could this happen? Next, Lu Mingyuan forcefully slapped himself. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought of this. He thought He Jinhao had already sent his family away and was only planning to escape. But he didn't expect that He Jinhao wouldn't run but would instead return to the village to threaten his family. If that is the case, Lin Xueqing would be in great danger. Lu Mingyuan was furious, his eyes turning red, but his strong mind kept his fear and anger under control. Now, he only hoped that Zhong Xiangnan's team could do their job to protect the village and keep his family safe. He quickly arranged for his team to rush to the village. Then, he and Cheng Haochuan and a few others drove a jeep swiftly towards Xiaxi village. The standoff in the village was still ongoing. Lu's father stepped forward and tried to calm He Jinhao, saying, Comrade, please stay calm. We can talk this over. Do you know what you want from my daughter-in-law? He Jinhao didn't take the bait. He held Zhao Zikan's hand tighter and smiled at Lu's father. Aren't you soldiers supposed to serve the people? If you want me to stop, I can do that. Just let Lu Mingyuan's wife take her place. I just want to escape. I don't want to kill anyone. Please don't force me. Lu's father looked cold and asked, How do I know you're telling the truth? He Jinhao waved the gun in his hand and said with a smile, The bullets in my gun will tell you. If you cooperate, what I say is true. If you don't, I can't escape anyway. We might as well all die together. As he spoke, he gently lifted his shirt and jacket, revealing at least 4 or 5 grenades neatly hanging inside. Lu's father clenched his fists, trying to calm him. Stay calm. We will definitely find a way. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the Lu family, Lu Mingche had already come out of the house. Seeing soldiers from Zhong Xiangnan's team running down the back mountain, he grabbed one of them and said, "Help me onto the bamboo shed." The soldier looked at Lu Mingche sitting in a wheelchair and hesitated, afraid to move. Just then, Zhong Xiangnan ran over and asked, "What's going on?" Lu Mingche recognized him and relaxed a little, saying, "There are kidnappers outside. Help me onto the bamboo shed and give me a gun. You know my skills." Everyone in the Lu family was a sharpshooter, so Zhong Xiangnan naturally knew about this. He didn't hesitate and followed Lu Mingche's instructions. He found a ladder, carried Lu Mingche, and climbed up to the bamboo shed. Outside the bamboo shed, He Zhenghao's patience was running out. He fired a shot into the sky again and threatened, "I don't need your help. Bring Lu Mingyuan's wife here immediately, or I will destroy everyone." Lin Xueqing shivered and clenched her hand holding the silver needle. After a moment of hesitation, she finally gritted her teeth, gathered her courage, and stepped out. She said to He Zhenghao, "I am Lu Mingyuan's wife. You can let him go." Ding, the host has broken self-limits. Courage 10, reward, 300,000 skill points. Seeing Lin Xueqing finally come out, He Zhenghao grinned and said, "You're finally willing to come out? As long as you come over, I will let him go." Almost at the same time, Zhao Zekin's eyes widened in shock. He was amazed. She looked just like his mother. The woman coming out of the bamboo shed was almost a mirror image of her. But Zhao Zekin quickly realized that the person holding him hostage was using him to threaten his sister. His initial joy was instantly replaced by worry. He instinctively didn't want his sister, whom he hadn't yet recognized, to be hurt. Suddenly, with unexpected courage, Zhao Zekin desperately tried to break free from He Zhenghao's grip, hitting his elbows and struggling fiercely. But as a weak, scholarly young man with no fighting skills, he was no match for the strong, experienced He Zhenghao. He Zhenghao was startled by Zhao Zekin's sudden move and instinctively tightened his grip around his neck. He quickly reacted, aiming his gun and shooting at Zhao Zekin's leg, threatening, "Move again and I will kill you." Zhao Zekin screamed in pain but then smirked and said, "Come on, if you have the guts, kill me. If you kill me, you can't threaten them anymore. You won't escape. Just as you said, let's all die together." He Zhenghao didn't expect that this brat, despite being held hostage, wasn't scared at all and actually had some courage. If this kid died, not only would he fail to use Lin Xueqing to threaten the Lu family, but he would probably be shot dead by the surrounding soldiers. He was confident only because he had a hostage. However, they couldn't kill this young man, but it didn't stop them from making him suffer a little. He Zhenghao snorted coldly, lifting Zhao Zekin with one hand and raising his knee to hit his stomach. "Shut up!" Zhao Zekin immediately cried out in pain, but he kept shouting, "Go ahead, shoot me if you dare." Lin Xueqing watched the young man being beaten badly. She felt a strange sense of sympathy and thought he looked somewhat familiar. At this moment, Lu Mingche, who was lying on the eaves, sighed quietly. He felt helpless. Why couldn't this kid just behave? He was jumping around so much that it was hard to aim and shoot. Lu's father's forehead started to throb. This kid was really brave. He was not afraid of death, and he respected him for being a brave man. But he also couldn't just watch this young man ruin himself and cause trouble for him. Lu's father stepped forward and shouted at He Zhenghao, "Let that kid go. We can talk." Lin Xueqing also reacted and slowly walked over, saying as she moved, "Let him go, and I will come out as you asked." He Zhenghao didn't expect Lin Xueqing to be so just and brave, actually daring to exchange her life for this young man. It was clear that officials' families often had strange ideas. Knowing the danger, she still risked her life for a stranger. He Zhenghao thought he had figured out that soldiers were all kind-hearted and self-sacrificing. Otherwise, how could he have a chance to escape? But he didn't expect that Lu Mingyuan's wife was so beautiful, just right to sell to Brother Yong to get some money to go to Monkey Country. He Zhenghao's mind suddenly became active. He held Zhao Zekin tightly with one hand and pointed his gun at Lin Xueqing, threatening, "Raise both hands and come over." Lin Xueqing carefully pinched a silver needle between her fingers, following He Zhenghao's instructions, raised her hands, and walked forward. Zhao Zekin was still struggling and shouting, "Don't come near. I don't need your help." But Lin Xueqing ignored him and walked forward steadily. Seeing her obediently walking over, He Zhenghao felt proud. Just then, Lu Mingyuan arrived in his car. From afar, he saw Lin Xueqing walking toward He Zhenghao. His heart clenched, and he quickly raised his gun and rushed forward. He Zhenghao saw Lu Mingyuan arrive, along with a jeep, and felt much more confident. He pushed Zhao Zekin aside with one hand, took a step forward, and aimed a cold gun at the right temple of Lin Xueqing. He threatened Lu Mingyuan, saying, "If you want to save your wife, drive your car over here and prepare a speedboat for me at the ferry." Lu Mingyuan frowned and stared at He Zhenghao for a few seconds. Then he turned to Cheng Haochuan, who was still in the car, and said, "Listen to him. Bring the car over." Hearing this, He Zhenghao felt even more proud. He kept his eyes fixed on the slowly approaching jeep, thinking about how to escape later. At that moment, as He Zhenghao's attention was distracted, Lin Xueqing slightly curled her finger, revealing a silver needle hidden between her fingers. She quickly and precisely stabbed the acupuncture point called Neiguan on He Zhenghao's inner arm. This point, located on the inside of the forearm, causes a strong tingling and numbness when pierced or pressed. With the anesthetic on the silver needle, He Zhenghao's tightly clenched gun suddenly lost strength and dropped. Quickly, Lin Xueqing caught the gun, pointed it at He Zhenghao, and stepped back swiftly, creating distance between them. In that instant, the situation reversed. Ding! The host has broken through self-limits. Courage 10, reward 300,000 skill points. He Zhenghao, holding his half-paralyzed hand, looked at Lin Xueqing in disbelief. But he quickly calmed down, took a grenade from his waist, and sneered at Lin Xueqing. "Woman, have you ever fired a gun? Do you know bullets need to be loaded?" He waved the grenade in his hand and said with a smile, "But I know how to use this grenade. If I pull the pin, you, I, and everyone around us will die." Before he finished, a cold shot suddenly came from above, directly hitting He Zhenghao in the forehead. He Zhenghao was caught off guard, his pupils dilated as he fell downward. Lu Mingche, on the bamboo shed roof, gently stroked his gun and chuckled. "Looks like you haven't improved." Headshots with one shot are pretty satisfying. Almost at the same time, Lu Mingyuan quickly rushed over, embraced Lin Xueqing in his arms, and pointed a gun at He Zhenghao. After confirming that He Zhenghao had no vital signs, Lu Mingyuan immediately ordered someone to confiscate all the grenades on He Zhenghao. Once the danger was completely gone, Lu Mingyuan held Lin Xueqing tightly and said, "Sorry for scaring you." At this moment, Lu's father and others hurried over, worriedly asking, "Xueqing, are you okay?" Lin Xueqing's frightened heart had already calmed down when Lu Mingyuan held her. Seeing everyone's concern, she quickly smiled and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Hearing Lin Xueqing's words, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhao Zekin, who had been thrown to the ground earlier by He Zhenghao, also took a deep breath, feeling relieved that he hadn't held his sister back. But as he relaxed, he suddenly felt very dizzy and shouted, "Help!" Hearing Zhao Zekin's cry, Lu's father remembered that there was still an injured person. He quickly arranged for someone to carry Zhao Zekin into the medical tent. Zhou Fuxing hadn't gone far. Seeing the commotion, he immediately pulled Hu Lao back to perform surgery on Zhao Zekin. Lin Xueqing wasn't injured, just a bit shaken, and soon recovered. She was also taken into a simple operating room by Hu Lao. Zhao Zekin didn't expect that the person helping him with the surgery was actually his sister. He wondered, wasn't she just a worker at a textile factory? How could she have medical skills? While he was confused, he heard the old man ask his sister, "Why did you hide a silver needle in your finger? The acupoint shouldn't cause paralysis. Did you put medicine on the needle?" Lin Xueqing was surprised. She thought she had hidden it well, but her little trick was discovered by her master. She quickly smiled and said, I used anesthesia.
Ulao nodded knowingly. No wonder.
I was wondering how you had so much strength, just pricking someone into numbness. Then he pointed to the wound on Zhao Zekin's leg and said, Come, you'll help with the hemostasis needle this time. I want to see what you've learned. Zhao Zekin was stunned. Was he really just a test subject for his sister's medical practice? For a moment, Zhao Zekin's mind was in chaos. He wanted to confess to Lin Xueqing that he was her brother, but felt that the moment was not right. The next moment, Zhao Zekin worried about Lin Xueqing's medical skills. Would she accidentally hurt him? But she was so young. She really needed more practice. Like his mother, who was a surgeon and learned her skills while working as a military doctor on the battlefield. He wanted to talk to Lin Xueqing to relax his nervous feelings, but didn't know what to say. Suddenly, he was filled with doubts. His sister's situation seemed very different from what Uncle De had told him. But Uncle De had always been his grandfather's trusted assistant, so there was no reason for him to lie. This was very strange, and Zhao Zekin really wanted to find his brother immediately to ask what was going on. While he was lost in these thoughts, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm and fainted. Zhou Fuxing pulled out the needle from Zhao Zekin's arm and said helplessly, Almost forgot to give him anesthesia. This kid didn't make a sound for so long, he's quite tough. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan's people had already found Lao Wu's body. Lu's father sighed and said to Chen Feifan, Go report to the police when you have time. Lao Wu's case needs our help. Chen Feifan quickly nodded and ran to the bamboo shed of the logistics team, asking the young soldier on duty there to send a telegram to the county police. An hour later, Zhao Ziho, who was helping with the sea patrol, also returned quickly and entered the medical tent. At this time, Zhao Zekin's surgery was finished. They successfully removed the bullet from his calf, and the wound on his neck was bandaged and stabilized. Zhao Zekin needed some time to rest and recover fully. However, the anesthesia from earlier had not worn off, and he was still unconscious. Seeing Zhao Ziho arrive, Lin Xueqing tentatively asked, Did you say that second brother secretly came to our village as a young worker? Is that him? Zhao Ziho nodded helplessly and said, Aiken is a bit stubborn. His family couldn't stop him from going to the countryside. I didn't expect him to encounter something like this right after arriving. Your second brother may not have the best temper, but he's quite simple. Thinking of how he had struggled desperately earlier to avoid being threatened or kidnapped, Lin Xueqing quickly smiled and said, I can see that. Zhao Ziho thought for a moment and asked worriedly, Do you want to acknowledge each other as family? Lin Xueqing's eyes showed a hint of confusion. She looked at Zhao Ziho and asked, What does Big Brother think? Maybe just privately acknowledge each other. Publicly, we should still keep our distance. Don't forget, besides yourself, you are still the wife of the Lu family. Because of our relationship, it would be bad if it caused trouble for the Lu family. After a moment of silence, Lin Xueqing said slowly, All right, I'll follow Big Brother's advice. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan frowned deeply. He searched the entire He family but found nothing unusual. Clearly, this was the biggest oddity. If Lin Xueqing hadn't accidentally discovered He Tao's suspicious behavior earlier, they wouldn't have suspected the He family at all. Everything in their home seemed too normal. There must be something he hadn't yet found. The He family risked smuggling weapons and stored a large amount of guns and ammunition. Why did everything else in the house look like that of ordinary villagers? In the tomb where they hid weapons, there was only guns and ammo. What about the money they earned from selling weapons? Lu Mingyuan was worried there might be another hidden place in the He family. If that place also stored weapons, it would be very difficult to handle. Because of the chaos in the morning and Lin Xueqing taking time to perform surgery on Zhao Zekin in the medical tent, Lu Mother and Lu Zhaoning prepared lunch today. The meal was simple: boiled potatoes, cured meat stir-fried with greens, and small stir-fried pork. After returning from the medical tent, Lin Xueqing used another empty stove to cook porridge for Tian Xing and Zhao Zekin. Both were sick and could only eat light food for now. Just as she was about to call people to eat, Lu Father came in from outside. Lu Mother looked at him and sensed something was wrong. She asked suspiciously, Did the police give you a hard time? Lu Father shook his head. Not the police, it's Lu Qingfeng. Is it about the compensation from Old Wu, the driver? Not exactly. The compensation is organized, so we don't need to worry about that. It's Lu Qingfeng taking the opportunity to refuse to deliver goods, saying no one dares to come to our Xiaoxi village to deliver anymore. From now on, we'll have to send people to the furniture factory to fetch the parts like bamboo boards and strips. Mother Lu frowned and asked, but we don't have a truck. How can we bring the goods back? I'll try to ask the commune for a truck to bring supplies to our village, said Lu Mingche. Mother Lu was less optimistic. They haven't even given us the relief supplies organized for our village. Why would they give us a truck? Lu Mingche overheard their conversation inside the house and pushed his wheelchair out, suggesting, we have engines. We can modify 2 tricycles into small trucks. Father Lu's eyes lit up. Would that be difficult? Lu Mingche smiled. Not difficult at all. If we have the materials, it's quite simple. Just then, Lu Mingyuan came in from outside, looking worried. Lin Xueqing put down her bowl and chopsticks. What's wrong? Father Lu also asked anxiously, are there still hidden enemies we haven't caught? Lu Mingyuan shook his head. No, it's just some doubts that haven't been cleared up, Mother Lu said. Then tell us so we can discuss it. Lu Mingyuan looked at the prepared meal on the table and said, no need. Let's let everyone eat first. They must be very hungry. Hearing this, Lin Xueqing remembered that Lu Mingyuan and his team hadn't slept all night. She quickly said, if you haven't eaten yet, rest for a while first. You can work later. Father Lu nodded quickly. Xueqing is right. There's no rush. Rest well, and don't overwork yourself. Lu Mingyuan nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Today, House Xiaoman and the others didn't go to the construction site. Instead, they went to a bamboo shed used by the logistics team and took over a room as a temporary base. When Lu Zhaoning arrived, they were sorting evidence found from villagers involved in smuggling weapons and harboring enemies. As they stepped out of the room where the evidence was stored, they saw Yiming looking around nervously. House Xiaoman frowned and ordered Zhong Xiongnan to assign a small team to guard the evidence here. Zhong Xiongnan hesitated and asked, this is the logistics team's territory. Are you sure? House Xiaoman shook his head. We've been working on this for over 2 weeks, day and night, to get these results. Now it's finally harvest time. Better to be cautious. Zhong Xiongnan thought for a moment and quickly followed House Xiaoman's instructions, surrounding the room carefully. Yiming watched House Xiaoman and the others act so carefully. He frowned, then finally went into their new plastic greenhouse to continue studying his crops. He divided the land inside the greenhouse into 2 parts. One part was for growing vegetables and fruits needed by his family, and the other part was for developing a new type of wheat. He chose to grow wheat instead of rice because wheat is a typical northern crop. In the south, wheat yields are unstable and the quality is not very good. He believed that if he could solve this problem, the food shortage in their country could be greatly improved. He also thought he would make history and be remembered for his achievements. Meanwhile, in the Southern Island Military District, Yang Qingping delivered the plastic film he found to the Nanyu base in the south of the island. At that time, agricultural experts at Nanyu base had already developed hybrid rice and were working hard to produce seeds on a large scale. When Yang Qingping arrived, Professor Long was carefully wrapping the rice ears with sheepskin paper bags to protect them from outside pollen and sunlight, which could harm the plants. Seeing Yang Qingping carrying a large roll of plastic film, Professor Long couldn't help but smile with surprise. Oh, Comrade Qingping, where did you find so much expensive plastic? Plastic was very costly. Researchers like them working in the south couldn't even apply for industrial-grade film. Yang Qingping quickly chuckled. This is an expensive plastic. Just take a look and see if it can be used. Professor Long hurriedly unrolled the plastic film, looking puzzled. It's a bit thin. It might not withstand wind and rain well, especially if a storm tears it apart. But it can still block pests and prevent pollen from other crops from affecting ours. Yang Qingping frowned and hesitated. Can it be used or not? Professor Long quickly smiled. Of course it can be used. With this film, I won't have to cover each seedling with paper bags anymore. This will also speed up seedling growth in winter. As soon as we find a way to produce seeds on a large scale, this high-yield hybrid rice can be promoted nationwide. This film is like a timely rain. Yang Qingping finally relaxed and smiled. That's great to hear. As he spoke, Professor Long couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Such expensive materials, how did they approve this for you? If I remember correctly, applying for this kind of plastic film for industrial use is quite difficult. Only the Agricultural Research Institute in Beijing has a few large plastic greenhouses like this, mainly to grow summer crops during winter. Yang Qingping burst out laughing again. This isn't for industrial use. If it's not industrial, how did you get hold of this stuff? You probably won't believe it, but I got it from a sugar factory. Professor Long was surprised, not expecting such an unconventional approach. After a moment, he patted Yang Qingping on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You're quite clever. I didn't think you'd come up with this idea. You're really skilled, Commissar. Haha, I can't take all the credit. I didn't think of this myself. It was my old friend's daughter-in-law who thought of it when buying candies. I saw she built a big greenhouse in her backyard, and out of curiosity, I found out there was a way to do this." Meanwhile, a military ship loaded with supplies sailed into the Xiaoxi village dock. After receiving the news, Lu Mingyuan immediately arranged for Zhong Xiangnan to send a small logistics team to bring the supplies into the village. It was just after lunch, and not yet time to start work in the afternoon. The villagers, resting at home, saw another military ship arriving with supplies and couldn't help but become curious. The supplies mainly went to the village, including abandoned medical sheds, fishing nets, and glass bottles used for making homemade bombs, which Lu's father had previously requested from Yang Qingping and others. Lu Mingyuan simply ordered the team to leave the supplies at their front yard, waiting for Lu's father to distribute them. He was also thinking about the recent information he had gathered and the fruitless interrogation of the He family. He needed to quickly uncover the details of the He family's dealings and smuggling routes with Monkey Country. His mind was a mess, so Lu Mingyuan decided to listen to advice, wash up, rest for a while, and come back in the afternoon to sort out his thoughts. Seeing the large batch of supplies delivered, Lu's father was overjoyed and smiled at Lu's mother. Sure enough, Uncle Qin and the others are reliable. Lu's mother, however, looked worried. This kind of thing is only good once. It's not easy for them to get supplies for you. Once we sort things out here, you should thank them properly. Father Lu nodded and said, "I understand." Hearing the noise, Lin Xueqing also came out. Seeing so many discarded waterproof tents, she smiled and said, "That's great. Yesterday, a villager told us they wanted to exchange 2 buckets of fish for a waterproof cloth. I was worried we wouldn't have enough waterproof cloth, but now it looks like we have plenty." At this moment, Aunt Zhang, who was delivering food to Li Dachao, also came over and asked, "Is this the waterproof cloth you mentioned yesterday, placed at the bottom of the pond?" Lin Xueqing nodded and smiled. "Yes, that's wonderful. While Gui Ping and I are resting, we can set up a fish pond at home." Father Lu was surprised and asked, "How are you and Gui Ping resting?" Aunt Zhang and Gui Ping are members of the fishing team, managed by the team leader. Usually, Father Lu doesn't pay much attention to the fishing team compared to the planting team. This is mainly because their daily fishing times are irregular depending on the tide, which relies on experience. The best time to go out is when the tide is rising or falling halfway, called flow tail. At this time, the tide is moderate, making sailing easier, and it's good for fish to gather and for setting nets. So, fishermen might go out at 3 or 4 a.m. today, and maybe at 1 or 2 p.m. tomorrow. The timing is unpredictable. Father Lu understands this principle, but has no experience himself. Therefore, he mostly leaves the fishing team affairs to the team leader, Li Zhenhao. Li Zhenhao is the son of the Li family head, and his family shrine is in Xiaoxi village. Father Lu isn't worried that Li Zhenhao will do anything bad. At worst, he might just seek small personal gains like Chen Feifan. What makes him more comfortable is that, compared to someone like Chen Feifan who is sneaky, Li Zhenhao is quite proud and pretends to be important. Even though the fishing team is short-staffed, he confidently claims he can handle it. No wonder that in Xiaoxi village, Chen's family could be the team leader, while the Li family always did the hard, thankless work. But this also caused unfair distribution among the villagers, leading to dissatisfaction among those responsible for fishing. Father Lu believes that the presence of so many enemies and spies within the fishing team is partly due to the actions of the Li family, who care about appearances but suffer internally. However, having a good reputation has its benefits, especially in convincing others. Just a few words can make someone eager to keep their pride and work hard to finish tasks. Unlike Chun Feifan, who needs to be persuaded with promises of benefits to be motivated. Because of this, Father Lu rarely manages the internal staff arrangements of the fishing team, only overseeing the main plans. Aunt Zhang sighed helplessly. Da Chao is sick, and Guiping is going out to sea alone, so my husband and I decided to take leave. Less work points are fine. Family is more important. Father Lu understood and then smiled, his eyes brightening. You don't need to rest. How about I assign you a new project? Aunt Zhang was surprised and asked, what does the team leader want us to do? Yesterday, Qin Feifan suggested building a collective fish pond in our village. You are more familiar with fish, so how about you and your husband manage the fish pond? Would that be okay? Aunt Zhang's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly agreed. Yes, of course, that sounds good. This is a good thing. No need to go out to sea, and there's work to do, so earning points isn't a problem. Managing the fish pond is a relaxed job. She saw that Lin Xueqing didn't need to take care of her small pond, as the fish were thriving. Seeing Aunt Zhang excited and happy, Lin Xueqing smiled and said, we'll set up some nets at the village entrance creek and build a few large fish ponds. Your work isn't easy either. You need to sort fish daily and feed them at specific times. I'll teach you how to feed the fish later. Aunt Zhang was surprised again and quickly smiled. No wonder your fish are so healthy. Turns out, feeding methods matter. Then she remembered Lin Xueqing's ducks and asked, does raising ducks also require special care? Lin Xueqing nodded and explained slowly. Duck droppings fertilize the water, and their swimming increases oxygen levels. Ducks also eat some aquatic pests and weeds, but if there are too many ducks, it can pollute the fish pond. However, our village's fish pond is built on the river, which has flowing water, so we don't need to use ducks for fertilizing. Father Lu shook his head and reminded, I think we should not raise ducks in the river area. Although the land next to the river belongs to our village, the river itself does not. I'm worried that if there are too many ducks, the downstream villagers will complain. Then Father Lu turned to Lin Xueqing and suggested, I thought of a better place besides the village entrance, suitable for building a fish pond. Lin Xueqing was surprised and asked, where? That reed field leading to the upstream river village. That reed field has been abandoned for a long time. During Ming Yuan's operation, they found many hidden enemies there. Why not cut down the reeds and turn that place into a fish pond? Zhang Andy also thought it made sense and smiled. As expected of the team leader, very clever. That reed field should have been cleared long ago. Back then, it was because there wasn't enough water for boats, so they planted reeds. Now, it seems better for raising fish. Lin Xueqing thought for a moment and agreed. Yes, the water flow there should be suitable, and with fewer boats passing, the fish will grow better. Father Lu clapped his thigh and laughed. Those young people who came today haven't been assigned work yet. I'll have them help clear the reeds now. Then, he suddenly remembered something and told Lin Xueqing, handle the waterproof cloth as you planned before and keep a record. Just as he finished, Old Hu hurried over and said to Lin Xueqing, Xueqing, come quickly. That fool has woken up. Lin Xueqing was stunned for a moment before realizing Old Hu was talking about her second brother. She turned to Annie Zhang and Father Lu and said, let's settle the fish pond matter like this. I'll discuss the fish feed with Auntie Zhang later. After speaking, she quickly headed toward the medical shed. At this moment, Zhao Zikan was also confused. Had the fool woken up? Was it him the fool was talking about?
Certainly not.
How could he be foolish? But the next moment, Old Hu brought Lin Xueqing over to him and asked, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere now? Zhao Zikan blinked his eyes, realizing that the fool was actually talking about him. Does his sister also think he's a fool? Thinking this, he couldn't help but glare at Old Hu angrily and said, I'm not a fool. My name is Zhao Zikan, and I came here as a young educated person. Then he looked at Lin Xueqing with a hint of hope. Could she be grateful that he stood up to the bad guys today? Does she think he's brave? But he was disappointed. Lin Xueqing didn't react much. She just nodded slightly and smiled. Hello, Comrade Zhao. I am the village doctor here, Lin Xueqing. This is the director of the traditional Chinese medicine department at the military hospital. Rest assured, you are here to recover, and we will do our best to heal you. Zhao Zekin's eyes lit up. He found that his sister was very gentle. As she moved closer to examine his pupils, Zhao Zekin instinctively stared at her familiar yet strange features. She really looks like their mother. He felt like he was back in childhood, being cared for by his mother. But Lin Xueqing is clearly his sister. For a moment, Zhao Zekin felt a bit overwhelmed. Would his sister think poorly of him? That he's foolish, needs care, and has a background as a black category person. What should he do? He's a little afraid to acknowledge his sister. But he really wants to recognize her and be close to her. Unaware of Zhao Zekin's complicated feelings, Lin Xueqing confirmed that his reactions were normal, then raised her hand to check his pulse at his wrist. At this moment, Zhao Ziho, hearing the noise, hurried over and asked anxiously, "Xueqing, how is Zekin?" Lin Xueqing looked up and smiled at Zhao Ziho. "He's recovering well. Besides being a bit weak from blood loss, everything else is fine." Old Hu chuckled and added, "This fool is lucky." Even after such a beating, he wasn't hurt in vital areas, mostly just surface injuries. Zhao Zekin was stunned for a long time before shouting in surprise, "Brother, brother? How are you here?" Zhao Ziho couldn't help but sigh and said helplessly, "If you're here, why can't I be here too? Aren't you supposed to be in Nandao? Then aren't you supposed to be in Jingshi?" Zhao Zekin was suddenly choked and pouted, saying, "Did Uncle Da tell you that?" When mentioning Uncle Da, Zhao Ziho frowned. He thought for a moment and asked Lin Xueqing, "Xueqing, do we still have the wheelchair? We'll talk for a bit." Lin Xueqing nodded. There was indeed a spare wheelchair inside the medical tent. She quickly found the wheelchair, and Zhao Ziho helped Zhao Zekin sit in it. He pushed him through the backyard of the medical tent, heading toward the cow shed. As they walked, Zhao Ziho explained their parents' plans, how Zhao Xuan had bought a weapon, and what they intended to do after being sent away. Zhao Zekin was completely shocked. So much information flooded his mind, making him feel dizzy. Then he looked at Zhao Ziho in disbelief and asked, "How could Xuan do that?" Zhao Ziho was also surprised at first, just like Zhao Zekin. He sighed and said, "People's hearts can change, I guess. Hard times reveal true feelings." Then he reminded him, "Uncle Da might have already betrayed us. So, if he contacts you, be careful. It's best to tell me in advance. If I'm not around, have Xueqing send me a telegram." Zhao Zekin was even more confused and asked, "Why doesn't Uncle Da want me to go to the countryside? And why doesn't he want me to meet my sister?" Zhao Ziho shook his head and said, "I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want us to contact Uncle Da. As long as you don't go to the countryside, you won't know about our parents' situation and you can live peacefully. I'm in the army, so I can't do much. The only way to contact our parents is through the messages he provides. He might use false information to mislead us and Uncle Da to pursue some goals we don't know about." Lin Xueqing understood this well. In the original story, Uncle Da later exploited Zhao's resources, moving between different regions, and was involved in many black market deals with gangs in Hong Kong. However, in the original story, the Zhao family didn't mind. They thought Uncle Da was reliable and even actively provided him with resources to help. After the Zhao family got out of trouble, Uncle Da repaid their trust by taking Zhao Zekin on business trips. However, Zhao Zekin was acting secretly. When he saw the situation was not good, he completely cut ties with Uncle Da. In the end, Uncle Da was killed in a betrayal related to drug trafficking in the Golden Triangle. Lin Xueqing sighed and said, "There are no absolute right or wrong. It's just about choosing the best course based on the situation. For Zhao Xuan, I am a stumbling block. She doesn't want me to acknowledge you all and stops me at all costs because she thinks it's the best choice for her. Uncle Da, whom you mentioned, might be in a similar situation, seeking his own benefit without harming others." Zhao Ziho nodded and said, "Xueqing, you're right, but that doesn't mean Xuan can hurt others for her own gain." Zhao Zekin quickly agreed. "Brother is right. I don't support Xuan this time. Our parents did the right thing. If she made a mistake, she should face the proper punishment." Then, Zhao Zekin hesitated and said, "Little sister, your second brother isn't stupid. I can tell right from wrong. Lin Xueqing didn't notice Zhao Zekin's inner conflict and nervousness. She just smiled and said, I never said I would forgive her. After she came to the village, she must accept the necessary reform. I support you, brother. After she arrives in Xiaoxi village, I will persuade her to accept the reform actively. Zhao Zekin quickly agreed. Big brother is right. I will try to make her see her mistakes. Lin Xueqing's smile remained, but she clearly understood that Zhao Xuan was no longer the same person they thought she was. Based on the personality of the original story's female protagonist who time-traveled, she couldn't change easily. Her selfishness was deeply ingrained. She would only blame her parents for not helping her and unfair treatment. It's best if she doesn't make big mistakes after coming to Xiaoxi village. Otherwise, she wouldn't mind using her resources and connections to solve her problems. After the siblings finished talking, Lin Xueqing saw that it was getting late and was about to send Zhao Zekin back to the medical shed. In the busy biogas shed ahead, Lu Mingche heard the noise and pushed his wheelchair out, calling to Lin Xueqing, Sister-in-law, when you're done, come over. There's something I need your help with. Zhao Ziho quickly said, You go ahead. I'll just push Zekin back. Lin Xueqing nodded and headed toward the biogas shed. Since the shed was just built, Lin Xueqing had never been inside before. Recently, she had been busy researching engines, so inside the shed, only the fermentation tank for composting had been set up and no raw materials had been added yet. Because of that, there was no foul smell from fermentation. Instead, the air was filled with the smell of machine oil. Lin Xueqing was a bit confused and wondered why Lu Mingche wanted her to come. At this moment, Lu Mingche was deep in his own dilemma. He asked Lin Xueqing, I've dismantled the engine made by Eagle, fully understood how it was built, and reassembled it. The problem now is, even if we know how this engine is made and can improve it, our domestic factories simply can't produce such precise parts. Wu Kun didn't quite understand why Lu Mingche brought Lin Xueqing here or why he shared his problem, but he followed Lu Mingche's lead and added, Right now, there are two solutions. One is to help domestic machine factories improve their molds and enhance their precision manufacturing. The other is to give up on developing advanced engines and find ways to improve our engine's efficiency. But based on the physical parameters of the old-style engine used by fishermen, making some modifications could boost power, but the increase in efficiency would be very limited. Compared to the Eagle-made engine, it's not even close. If Lu Mingche hadn't obtained the Eagle engine from Lao Lin, he might have continued modifying the original engine based on his previous research. But now that he had the chance to dismantle the Eagle engine and understood how it was made, he was torn. Lu Mingche looked sincerely at Lin Xueqing and asked earnestly, Sister-in-law, if it were you, which option would you choose? Lin Xueqing felt a shiver down her spine. Such a professional question you're asking me? Wu Kun also looked confused. Yeah, Mingche, aren't you just making things difficult for Lin? He clearly remembered that his disciple said he was helping Lin Xueqing review middle and high school knowledge, and that old Sue was making study guides for her. How could he expect to find a solution from her? Someone who just started learning physics and doesn't even know what dynamics is, that's just desperate for help. Lu Mingche's expression remained serious as he asked, Older sister-in-law, don't worry about whether it's professional or not. Just tell me, if it were you, what would you think? Lin Xueqing had no choice but to accept her fate and think about Lu Mingche's question. She asked back, Why are you trying to improve the engine? Wu Kun sighed, clearly an outsider, and replied naturally, To make the fishing boats faster. You know, people from Monkey Country have been provoking us in our waters. The higher-ups asked Mingche to find a way to improve the speed of the fishing boats to deal with Monkey Country's harassment. Lin Xueqing understood. When Qin Jingming and others came to her house that day to talk, she was also there, just wanting to confirm if they were talking about the same thing. If that's the case, can I understand that our main goal isn't just speed? It's to improve the attack and self-defense capabilities of the fishermen and their boats, right? Lu Mingche nodded. That's right. Wu Kun pursed his lips and emphasized, Only by increasing speed can we avoid enemy attacks and keep the fishermen safe. To make the boats faster, we need to improve the engines. That's essentially the same thing. Lin Xueqing didn't argue with Wu Kun. Instead, She followed her thoughts from that night and sorted things out step by step. For better defense and response, we have the soldiers and civilians work together, and we also made homemade bombs to fight enemy ships. We use a crowd tactic strategy, relying on numbers. For defense, we need the fishing boats to accelerate to dodge enemy attacks. Is there any other way, when enemy fire comes, to instantly speed up and escape? Lu Mingche thought along her lines and then clapped his thigh. Older sister-in-law, you're right. What we urgently need now isn't to make the engines on the ships surpass Eagle's shipbuilding. What we need is just to have a sudden acceleration when enemy shells are about to hit, so we can dodge the enemy warship's attacks. Wu Kun finally understood and patted his forehead. Yes, we need to avoid the enemy shells. Moving faster or slower makes it harder for them to aim and hit our fishing boats. Lu Mingche turned around with a smile and said, as for their speedboats being faster than ours, we are using a crowd tactic. Our boats are more numerous and less afraid of collisions. When they come close, we block them and throw dirt bombs at them. Wu Kun quickly thought of a new question. How do we add temporary acceleration to the boat? Lu Mingche had an idea and smiled. We can add a small extra engine on the boat. This engine doesn't need to run all the time, so it won't waste fuel or resources. During a fight, one person steers and another controls this engine to speed up whenever needed. Lin Xueqing's eyes lit up and she smiled. Is it like driving a car? Press the gas pedal to speed up, release it to slow down. Lu Mingche nodded and said, exactly, that's the idea. Then he asked Lin Xueqing, sister-in-law, besides the engine, do you think there's anything else on the boat that needs fixing? This time, Wu Kun didn't share his opinion. He understood why Lu Mingche asked Lin Xueqing. Lin Xueqing thinks differently. She might not be an expert or even understand how engines work, but she can find the core problem and solutions easily. This made Wu Kun see her in a new light. At this moment, Lin Xueqing also felt confused. She remembered the information about engines she found in the library. It was like reading an ancient book. She felt overwhelmed. Even after reading carefully, she realized the materials mentioned weren't available in their country. The part sizes described were very tiny and delicate, even more so than the Eagle-made engine they had now. This made Lin Xueqing doubt her again. She vaguely felt that the information in the library was too advanced, not something that could be produced with current technology. Suppressing her doubts, Lin Xueqing recalled the boat's power system and said, Mingche, you mentioned before that the boat moves forward because the engine provides power, making the propeller spin quickly, and the shape of the hull reduces water resistance when it runs. Wu Kun pursed his lips and followed her train of thought, replying, the hull is already built, so changing it now is difficult. But we can think about how to improve the propeller to make it more powerful. When Lin Xueqing returned home from the biogas shed, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The bamboo weaving group and the furniture group were busy working on bamboo crafts and furniture in front of the bamboo shed. Lu Xiufeng saw Lin Xueqing come back and hurried over, asking, Xueqing, I heard your family got waterproof cloth from the military area. Can I trade some vegetables from our field for it? Or maybe see if there's anything your family needs help with. I can work for resources. This surprised Lin Xueqing. If she had to do something, it would probably be cooking. But she remembered Lu Xiufeng's tendency to be greedy for small gains and the meat she often took from her space, so she really couldn't let Lu Xiufeng help. She thought for a moment and said, I can't decide. I'll ask my dad later. Lu Xiufeng quickly nodded. All right. You ask first. I work hard, I promise you won't suffer. After promising, Lin Xueqing went back to her room. As soon as she stepped inside, Lu Mingyuan woke up. He sat up sleepily and she couldn't help but ask, Did I wake you up? No, I was already having trouble sleeping. Lin Xueqing remembered how Lu Mingyuan looked with furrowed brows during lunch, so she hurried over, sat by the bed, and asked, What's wrong? Lu Mingyuan rubbed his still sleepy face, pulled Lin Xueqing into his arms, and said, It's nothing. Just a bit shaken up from this morning, and I still can't figure out where his family hid the things. I'm worried they might still be hiding guns and ammunition. If something like today happens again, it could be a big problem. Lin Xueqing asked curiously, How do you know they still have hidden stuff? They keep their house very clean, and they've sold so many weapons, but they don't have any money. That seems strange. Suddenly, Lu Mingyuan remembered Lin Xueqing's sharp insight from before and asked, "Later, I plan to question those people on the Coast Guard ship. Can you come help?" Lin Xueqing thought about the last time she helped question Zhang Yongshun. Without hesitation, she nodded. "Yes, I can." Lu Mingyuan quickly got up, washed up, and then told Lu Minglang that they probably wouldn't be back for mealtime. He asked Lu Minglang to find Zhong Xiangnan and arrange for a team member from the logistics team to help. After taking care of things at home, Lu Mingyuan drove a jeep with Lin Xueqing to the nearby port by the coast. Knowing that the smuggling was controlled by the Monkey Country's forces, Lu Mingyuan was worried their accomplices might retaliate. So, he didn't let the Coast Guard ships dock near the village. This place is close to the mouth of the river, not far from Xiaoxi village, and very close to the Dajiang port, with plenty of support. There are also more than 10 Coast Guard ships patrolling the harbor area nearby. Even if their accomplices wanted to rescue them, they wouldn't have a chance. First, Lu Mingyuan told Lin Xueqing about the situation with the He family. Then, he took her to question 2 children and Li Huilan, the wife of He Tao. Li Huilan kept quiet and refused to say anything, claiming she didn't know anything. The 2 children did speak, but only said that their parents told them never to forget their ancestors and to visit them every Qingming festival. According to their description of the visiting route and location, it was almost the same as where He Sen built his grave. Southerners value family ties, and Qingming is a traditional time to honor ancestors. Plus, the He family hid guns in the grave, and their children went to visit the ancestors to find the hidden weapons. This plan was very clever and reasonable. But for Lu Mingyuan, this information was useless. They already knew the guns were in the grave without questioning, and they had already taken the weapons and ammunition out. What they wanted to find now was where the He family kept their money. That is the real hiding place that Lu Mingyuan is trying to find. According to normal logic, the most important things are usually hidden where money is stored. Clearly, the tomb where guns and ammunition are hidden is not the most important hiding spot for the He family. Lin Xueqing felt a bit confused and said, "I remember Aunt Zhang said that the He family came to Xiaoxi village from their grandfather's generation. They have had 3 generations, so the ancestors they can worship are only He San and his wife." Lu Mingyuan nodded and said, "That's why He San dug his own grave and sometimes worships himself." At this point, Lu Mingyuan still found it a bit funny and amusing. Lin Xueqing shook her head and said, "Ask those 2 children whether they are going to worship their ancestors or their grandfather." She paused suddenly and hesitated. "Actually, there's no need to ask. It might be better to let the children take you to the place where they worship their ancestors. Our village has many hills behind it, and the surroundings look very similar. Who knows if the place they mention for worship is the same as the one you saw? Maybe not. And perhaps, when they go mountain worshipping besides their grandparents, they also worship other places." Lu Mingyuan was also surprised. That could very well be true. He excitedly hugged Lin Xueqing and kissed her on the forehead. "Xueqing, you are truly my lucky star. You're right, this is a mistake we made. Instead of asking questions that won't give us answers, it's better to let them take us there. I'll arrange it now, and tomorrow, those 2 children will take us." Lin Xueqing tugged at his sleeve and reminded him, "It's best to have them take you separately. Some children are quite clever. If they go separately, it won't be so easy for them to give false answers." Lu Mingyuan nodded and smiled. "Got it." After continuous questioning, it was now dinner time. Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xueqing went to the Navy ship's dining hall to get their food. While serving, Lin Xueqing couldn't help but worry and said, "I'm not sure if Mom and Zhaoning can handle tonight. There are quite a few people in our family eating tonight. I'm just worried that their first time cooking alone might make them nervous and clumsy." Lu Mingyuan was not worried at all and smiled, saying, "You're just overthinking. They can handle it. Besides, when it comes to cooking, as long as it's cooked and edible, that's enough. Skipping a good meal now, and then won't really matter." Lin Xueqing thought about it and agreed. Mrs. Lu's cooking skills had probably gone beyond just being edible. She was now at a level where the food was both tasty and well-made. As for Lu Zhaoning, he probably was just happy if the food was cooked enough to eat. As expected, at the dinner table in the Lu family, Everyone looked worried. Father Lu still kindly served dishes cooked by his wife and daughter. His wife's dish was okay. A stir-fried greens with cured meat was quite good. But his daughter's cooked potatoes looked a bit terrible. Looking at the burnt yellow and black potatoes in his hand, Father Lu hesitated and took a bite. The next moment, his brows furrowed deeply. The bitter and salty taste made him want to spit it out instinctively. But he remembered it was his daughter's cooking and he shouldn't waste food, so he forced himself to swallow the potatoes. Immediately after, he grabbed a ceramic cup and drank a big gulp of water to wash away the taste. Seeing Father Lu's reaction, Old Hu skillfully avoided the chopsticks and instead picked up the stir-fried greens made by Mrs. Lu, sighing softly. "I miss my apprentice." Lu Xiaoning didn't understand and casually took a piece of his own cooked potatoes, saying, "Although it looks bad, it's still edible." Mrs. Lu quickly nodded to comfort him. "Yes, as long as it's edible, that's good. We can't always rely on Qixing." Then she turned to Lu Xiaoning and said, "I think you should help more in the kitchen sometimes. Getting better at cooking would be good for you in the future." Lu Xiaoning was stunned. Could he not improve? Was that even possible? But then, he immediately showed a pained expression and quickly spat out the potatoes in his mouth. "Wow, this is way too salty." He said this and couldn't help but turn to look at Father Lu. "Dad, how can you eat this?" Father Lu was speechless. "Isn't that to give you face?" Lu Xiaoning had a good attitude and didn't get upset about it. He sighed and said, "I also miss my sister-in-law. Cooking is just not my thing." Mother Lu couldn't help but gently tap her daughter's head and said coldly, "Which girl doesn't know how to cook?" Lu Xiaoning thought it was obvious. "I'll find a guy who can cook. That's enough." Then she cheerfully added, "Or maybe he can marry into our family, then we can eat at home every day." Old Hu burst out laughing and patted Lu Fu on the shoulder, saying, "Zhengue, your daughter is so ambitious. I think highly of you." Zhang Xian, standing nearby, couldn't help but add, "If he marries into the family, Tian Xing would be happy to do so. He always wants to eat his sister-in-law's cooking." This made Old Hu and the others laugh again. Lu Xiaoning was carefree and didn't see herself as involved. Instead, she cheered them on. That fool would be happy just for a bite to eat. He wouldn't mind marrying in or even being my brother if it means good food. Only Lu Mingche rubbed his forehead and seriously considered the possibility of Tian Xing becoming his brother-in-law. However, when it came to Tian Xing, Mother Lu couldn't help but ask Old Hu, "How is Tian Xing doing now? Will he be able to eat normally soon?" Old Hu thought carefully and replied, "Probably tomorrow. We'll give him something light, no sudden big meals, just a gentle transition." Lu Xiaoning's eyes lit up, then she sighed. "Oh, so we won't be able to tease Tian Xing with delicious food anymore." Mother Lu tapped her daughter's head again and scolded, "You know Tian Xing loves to eat, yet you still tease him. Do you have friends like you?" Lu Xiaoning pouted, feeling wronged. "It's because he kept showing off after hunting." Everyone around chuckled again. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xueqing rarely enjoyed a quiet moment after dinner. Lu Mingyuan took Lin Xueqing to the deck of the Coast Guard ship. In the night, with the breeze blowing, they stood shoulder to shoulder at the bow, watching the busy cargo ships coming and going at the harbor. For a moment, they felt unusually relaxed and happy. Lin Xueqing turned to Lu Mingyuan and asked, "So, will you always be on ships when you go on missions?" Lu Mingyuan shook his head. "Not necessarily. I have free time and military experience. Plus, since I was demoted in the Navy this time, I should gain more practical combat experience in the future. As long as I accumulate some achievements in defending against enemies in the Navy, I will also have frontline combat experience in land, sea, and air forces. According to the plan, I will probably be assigned to a role involving coordination and management." This was the first time Lu Mingyuan had explained his work plan to her in such detail. Lin Xueqing finally understood why, in the original story, Lu Mingyuan was able to become a leader at the end. His work plan clearly pointed toward a leadership role. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Was this transfer your idea or your dad's?" Lu Mingyuan shook his head and smiled. "Neither. It was my grandfather's suggestion. Our family's achievements are quite obvious, so he wanted to hold back a bit." I think he also wanted me and my dad to gain some experience. Once this period passes, my dad will fill the gap of lacking grassroots officers, and my training in the military will be more well-rounded. But why didn't Dad seem very willing at first? As she spoke, Lin Xueqing realized she had asked a silly question and quickly smiled. I really thought our family had offended some powerful group, and that's why he was sent away. I was quite worried. Lu Mingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He reached up and gently rubbed her little head, smiling. You're not wrong to think that. You know my dad's personality. He's quite capable of offending people, and he probably has made quite a few enemies. My grandfather just wanted to send him away to temper him. But you're right, he wasn't very willing at first. He doesn't really have much ambition. He just wants to stay at home and live peacefully with Mom. However, given our family situation and his background, he can't just stay at home doing nothing. Even if he takes a simple position, there will always be people looking for trouble. Lin Xueqing looked into Lu Mingyuan's eyes and felt a twinge of sympathy. Her big eyes blinked, and she tightened her grip on his hand. You must have had a tough childhood too, right? Lu Mingyuan's body stiffened slightly. This was the first time someone showed concern about whether he had suffered. He sighed and smiled. When I was young, my dad went to the battlefield, and we could only stay at my grandfather's house. However, Grandpa and Mom still have to go to work. Although we hired a nanny, there are many children at home, so I have to take care of my younger brother and sister. Later, Dad came back and we grew up. It seems he still hasn't figured out how to be a good father. So I have been the one taking care of Ming Che and Zhaoning at home. It's not too hard, just a bit tiring and frustrating. Compared to the hardships Lin Xueqing faced as a child, this is really nothing. Moreover, it is part of his duty as an older brother. Thinking about the frustrations, Lin Xueqing couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, that is truly frustrating. Your kind of frustration is probably quite different. Thinking of Lu Mingche's brilliant mind and Lu Zhaoning's love for causing trouble, no wonder Lu Mingyuan, at such a young age, is so calm and composed. Recalling the chaos of childhood, Lu Mingyuan also sighed, then smiled and said, Now that I have you, I don't feel so frustrated. Lin Xueqing gently rubbed her belly and said with a smile, That might not be true. After the baby is born, I bet you'll be the one causing trouble. Meanwhile, at the Lu family in Jing City, Grandpa Lu was on the phone, listening to Qin Jingming talk about his son's recent situation. When he heard that his grandson had achieved another great success, his previously gloomy mood instantly turned joyful, and he burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, Mingyuan is impressive. My son is quite the troublemaker, causing you some trouble. Qin Jingming didn't know about the situation in Jing City. He only explained the circumstances of Xiaoxi village and the Lu family to Grandpa Lu. After hearing this, Grandpa Lu frowned, sensing something was off. He had heard that his son in Xiaoxi village wasn't doing proper work, just taking shortcuts to solve problems. He was worried that his son's reckless behavior might negatively influence Qin Jingming, so he made this call. He had initially thought he would have to step in and clean up his son's mess, but unexpectedly, the situation was quite the opposite. Grandpa Lu couldn't help but ask, Did my son trouble you and ask for resources for their village? Qin Jingming was stunned, realizing something was wrong, and slowly asked, That is true, but there are underlying reasons. First, tell me about your situation. He frowned and spoke slowly. Someone told me that someone reported to the county that Zhengguo didn't follow organizational rules and secretly formed factions, causing the military district to allocate resources to Xiaoxi village. However, Xiaoxi village looked down on the supplies provided by the organization, leading to waste. Also, they used personal power to threaten the factories in the county to prioritize giving resources to the village. Qin Jingming was stunned and said helplessly, You don't believe that, do you? Grandpa Lu also felt helpless. I'm not asking you to verify the situation. You know how Zhengguo is doing. They say he did these things and that scoundrel is capable of it. But I think Zhengguo still has his bottom line. He wouldn't completely ignore discipline like they say. Qin Jingming remembered how Zhengguo joked around at the Lu family that day to get resources, and it did seem somewhat believable. It just shows that Zhengguo's way of handling things is too easy to find faults with. But how could these things in such a small village spread to Beijing? How do you know this news? Grandpa Lu sighed. It's not that I wanted to know, but someone reported it to the Revolutionary Committee. The committee members think Xiaoxi village is a key disaster area, and since so many resources were allocated for aid, it must be taken seriously. So, the people below reported it. Someone told me about it, worried it might affect the Liu family, and asked if I wanted to suppress the matter. Qin Jingming's brow furrowed deeply, and he immediately said, "This is suspicious. You haven't taken any action yet, right? If you have, withdraw immediately." Grandpa Liu was startled. "Not yet. I just wanted to ask you first before deciding whether to act." Qin Jingming realized the seriousness of the situation and explained slowly, "The other side doesn't know about the Star Plan, nor do they know about smuggling weapons or the joint theft of our country's secrets by the three kingdoms outside the village. Also, I haven't yet returned to the team because Mingyuan hasn't come back, so I haven't reported his achievements. The other side simply doesn't understand the real reasons behind Xiaoxi village's actions. They only see the surface and think they've caught our handle. Everything they say might be true, but the accusations are false. I indeed arranged resources for Xiaoxi village. First, I lent military supplies, and later, I provided materials. Not only that, but I also sent a battalion to stay in Xiaoxi village. This matter has caught the attention of our opponents targeting us two old guys." Grandpa Liu was suddenly alarmed and quickly understood the situation. Although Xiaoxi village was hit hard by the flood, it was unlikely that the village chief's misuse of power would be reported all the way to Beijing. Their goal was just to lure him into making a move. Once he acted, it wouldn't be just a small village matter. It would become a case of the Liu family abusing power, possibly even accusations of corruption. This implied that the Liu family had bribed the Southern Island Military District, because how could a small village official control military resources otherwise? Thinking this way, Grandpa Liu felt the wave of fear. Luckily, he asked Qin Jingming again. "All right, I won't get involved for now. You tell Zhenguo about this and have him investigate thoroughly." He felt this matter couldn't be delayed anymore, or it might cause trouble. He paused for a moment and said, "If I remember correctly, Mingyuan should return to the team the day after tomorrow, right? Once he returns, report this matter immediately. No more delays." Qin Jingming agreed. "Of course, but this isn't something to discuss over the phone. Xiaoxi village still doesn't have a secure line. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to visit Xiaoxi village personally and tell Zhenguo about this. Honestly, this isn't just Mingyuan's issue. Zhenguo's big turnaround in Xiaoxi village is quite impressive too. You might not know, besides the military supplies I supported earlier, the later shipments of materials have been very useful. Either they helped innovate production, or they supported military logistics." Grandpa Liu's eyes lit up. "Tell me more?" Qin Jingming slowly recounted the big plan Grandpa Liu's son drew for him that night, explaining it again over the phone. Finally, he sighed and said, "Old Liu, your grandson married a good wife." Lin Xueqing's change was something Grandpa Liu already knew before she went to the countryside. He was a bit surprised. Her transformation seemed a bit too quick. If it weren't for Lu Mingche being there earlier, he might have suspected that Lin Xueqing had undergone some sudden change. Thinking of this, Grandpa Liu couldn't help but feel proud. "Hee hee, old Qin, are you jealous?" Qin Jingming's lips twitched slightly. He finally understood who Lu Zhenguo's scoundrel was following. Old Liu was just as bad as Lu Zhenguo inside. He didn't want to listen to old Lu's bragging, so he hung up the phone without saying a word. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xueqing were chatting casually on the deck. After a while, Lu Mingyuan took Lin Xueqing and drove back to the village. As soon as they entered the house, Lu Mingling ran out excitedly and shouted at Lin Xueqing, "Sister-in-law, I miss you so much." Lu Mingyuan's lips twitched again. He easily lifted Lu Mingling with one hand, trying to hug Lin Xueqing. "Mingling, you're not little anymore. You can't rush at your sister-in-law like that." Lu Mingling pouted, unhappy. "Why not? I haven't started school yet. I'm just a kid. I can hug sister-in-law." Lu Mingyuan lifted Mingling a bit higher and sneered. "Mingling, are you still not in school? According to your age, you're already in 2nd grade. You're a big boy now. Is it proper to stick so close to your sister-in-law every day?" Lu Mingling struggled to get down and cried out to Lin Xueqing, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, big brother is bullying me." Lin Xueqing patted Lu Mingyuan's hand and smiled. All right. Let him down first. Lu Mingyuan released him but didn't let go immediately. Instead, he grabbed Minglang's collar and led him toward the back mountain. Come on. Brother will teach you how to be a real man today. Minglang wanted to cry. He knew his brother taking him to the back mountain meant trouble. He quickly looked at Lin Xueqing and shouted, Sister-in-law, save me. Before he finished, Lu Mingyuan covered his mouth and pulled him up the mountain. Lu's mother watched the brothers causing trouble and shook her head helplessly. Those who don't know better might think Mingyuan is kidnapping the kid. Lu Zhaoning also felt chills and quickly turned back to her room, praying, Brother, please don't see me, please don't see me. But in the next moment, Lu Mingyuan's voice came from nearby. Zhaoning, come too, join us. Zhaoning wanted to cry. She knew she wouldn't escape this either. She had no choice but to walk out with a gloomy face and catch up with Lu Mingyuan and Lu Minglang. Lu Mingyuan did not deliberately make things difficult for his sister. Instead, he slowly explained. Today's events, you saw them too. Your sister-in-law is pregnant and defenseless. Our parents are busy and can't take care of everything at home. Although Mingche hurt his leg, you saw his shooting skills. If it were you in today's situation, could you shoot the enemy accurately? Zhaoning drooped her head and shook it. No, I couldn't. Minglang also shook his head. Lu Mingyuan patted Minglang's head and said, You're already a young man. You need to be independent, learn to improve your skills, and protect your family. He sighed and said slowly, My brother and I will return to the army the day after tomorrow. The family will have to rely on you too. Zhaoning nodded. I will protect the family. Minglang pounded his chest confidently. Don't worry, brother. I can protect sister-in-law. Lu Mingyuan smiled and said, Then let's start today's training. That night, as expected, Minglang and Zhao Ning were once again defeated by the others. Afterward, Lu Mingyuan glanced at the two lying on the ground and said, Let's continue tomorrow. Zhao Ning wanted to cry. She really didn't want to keep going. Minglang, however, was proud and snorted. I will stand up tomorrow. Lu Mingyuan nodded happily and said, Good. That's the kind of brave young man from our Lu family. Zhao Ning couldn't help but reply, Brother, I'm a girl. Then be a brave woman too, just as good, he said. Zhao Ning rolled her eyes at her brother, unable to argue. The next day, Lin Xueqing woke up early as usual. She still did her morning exercises and looked through library materials while doing them. But what surprised her a little was that Zhao Ning and Minglang also woke up early today. She didn't want to get up so early. But her brothers said they trained last night, and today they would go hunting and practice shooting. Thinking of Tian Xing's proud look after catching prey, she clenched her teeth and got up early. She had to learn how to hunt. Next time she and Tian Xing had a hunting contest, she was sure she could win. A strong will to win suppressed the frustration, and instead, a sense of excitement gradually grew. He eagerly looked forward to today's hunting activity. When Lin Xueqing got up, Lu Mingyuan also got up, but he went up the mountain to gather firewood. When he returned, he saw Lu Zhaoning and Lu Minglang already ready to go. He turned to Lin Xueqing and said, I'll take them hunting in the mountains. Lin Xueqing nodded and said, Don't go for too long. I'll make breakfast for you. Okay, I'll keep an eye on the time. Don't worry. The group quickly headed up the back mountain. After they left, Lin Xueqing didn't start cooking breakfast immediately. Instead, she went to fertilize and water the vegetables in her greenhouse. In just a few days, the vegetables had grown taller, and climbing plants on the bamboo frames had already wrapped around them. Clearly, the vegetables and fruits she planted were growing well. Watching the plants grow under her care, she felt a strange happiness and a sense of achievement. Lin Xueqing couldn't help but sigh. People who love flowers and plants really have a natural love for farming. After watering the vegetables and feeding the fish in the pond, she returned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. By then, Lu's mother and father had also woken up. Lu's mother helped her in the kitchen. Lu's father took this chance to tell her that the furniture team needed someone from their village to bring back parts using a homemade tricycle. Lin Xueqing thought for a moment and said, Actually, we have a delivery truck in the village, which might be more convenient. Later, when we deliver goods to the supply and marketing cooperative or go to the county to buy supplies, we can use that truck instead of borrowing the army's vehicle every time. Hearing this, Lu's father couldn't help but ask, do we need to buy meat and vegetables? Let's see if Mingyuan is free tomorrow. I'll ask him to go with me. Lu's mother frowned and said, food is always a big problem. When you go to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow, ask about how our goods are selling in the department store. Then, Lu's father remembered the problem he hadn't solved the day before and asked suspiciously, Ziji, do you have any ideas? While the house was quiet in the morning, Lu's mother slowly said, I used to work in publicity and have a good way with words. I want to take this opportunity to use the publicity from the supply and marketing cooperative to promote Xiaoxi Village. Since he said he would submit a report to the newspaper, why don't we also write a piece and ask him to help us submit it? Lin Xueqing frowned slightly. She remembered that when Lu Jipeng suggested to Father Lu before, he refused because the village's craftsmanship was not yet skilled. Father Lu also recalled this matter. At that time, he was worried about their production capacity, and he still has that concern. However, with the furniture factory providing parts, the pressure has eased a lot. At worst, after the publicity is done well, depending on the orders, he can mobilize more villagers to help make furniture. But he couldn't help but wonder, how exactly do we promote Xiaoxi Village? Mother Lu is careful and has learned many tricks of publicity over the years. She slowly said, we've been in this village for so long, and the county's commune has never offered support. That seems a bit strange, doesn't it? Although we have a personal grudge with Li Jianzhong, they have been withholding rebuilding materials for various reasons, which is a problem. Now that we've established ourselves in the village and found ways to solve the material issues, the county still hasn't shown any sign of help, ignoring us completely. Don't you think that's strange? Father Lu scratched his head. I also think it's odd, but why is that? Lin Xueqing also frowned and said uncertainly, could it be that they think we can handle resources ourselves so they just don't bother? Mother Lu sighed and said, I'm afraid it's not that they don't care, but that they want to turn the tables on us. Our resources were obtained through our connections and effort, boldly asking the military district for help. If we don't clarify this, who knows? Maybe they'll say the food is borrowed from the military district. Father Lu's brow furrowed tightly. I already told them that before, even showed them the IOU we signed with the military district. They just refuse to give us the materials. They're deliberately making things difficult for our village. So, you think as a small county party secretary, knowing you have military resources and that you have contacts in Beijing, they would dare to withhold our supplies just because of some private misunderstandings? Are they not afraid we might make a fuss? Father Lu took a long time to finally realize what was happening. His body trembled, and his voice shook as he said, so, they are just waiting for us to cause trouble. Mother Lu nodded and said, as long as we make a fuss, they will have a reason to trouble us. For example, they might threaten us to double the amount of grain we need to pay next year, making it impossible for us to meet the quota and continue to suppress us. Or they might use this to force us to agree to let their people settle in the village. Probably, Li Jianzhong didn't expect us to stay quiet for so long and to find our own way to solve the material shortages. But since we haven't caused trouble and they haven't taken any action or even given a hint, it shows they have plans to deal with us if we stay silent. She glanced at Father Lu again and sighed. The IOU you showed to Li Jianzhong and the others might actually become their excuse to suppress us. Father Lu was stunned. Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something. His eyes widened in anger as he slammed the table. They are planning to frame us and use us to catch Uncle Qin's mistakes. Thinking about this possibility, Father Lu couldn't help but curse loudly and foully. Mother Lu quickly patted his shoulder and said, it's not settled yet. Luckily, Director Lu's idea has given us a way out. Since he suggested involving the newspaper for a report, it shows he has connections with the press. We can suggest that reporters come to our village for an on-site interview and take the opportunity to have our story published. Lin Xueqing hadn't yet understood how this would help and asked nervously, will this make them stop bothering us? Mother Lu shook her head. This is a defensive measure to prevent problems before they happen. When reporters come to interview us, they will see the real situation in our village. Our village has no pigs, cattle, or sheep. Only a third of the rice fields are saved. Some villagers can only live on fishing boats. We need to clearly explain our efforts. For example, we actively develop side businesses to pay for military supplies. The collective didn't provide pig breeds, so we raise fish. Our grain is short, so we plant fast-maturing sweet potatoes and ask sugar factories for packaging film to preserve our food. Now Lin Xueqing fully understood and smiled. Mom, your idea is really good. We're not complaining or accusing. We're simply explaining how we're actively dealing with our difficulties. This also indirectly shows everyone that our grain is borrowed from the military district, our poultry supplies are gone, and our food is running low. Plus, these are the real situations that reporters have seen, not something we made up. Mom, this is a proper way to complain and others can't argue back. Mother Lu waved her hand and smiled. Who asked them to be so stubborn, always refusing to give us rebuilding resources? They didn't give us the pigs, chicks, ducklings, rapeseed, or grain we applied for. I don't believe that as a heavily affected area, Xiangxi village, there's no support being sent. Even the director of the supply and marketing cooperative knows that helping Xiangxi village at this time would get a lot of attention and be a good political move. Li Jianzhong, however, is completely indifferent. If there's nothing wrong, who would believe it? Father Lu thought his wife's words made sense and awkwardly said, Gigi, you think things through more completely. I was just focused on solving the village's problems and didn't think about this. Then he thought of another question. If they ask why the military district is helping us, what should I say? Lin Xueqing tried to answer. Just say that when the troops came to help with disaster relief, they found the villagers' grain was insufficient, so they specially requested support for us. Wouldn't that also indirectly show that the county cooperative was inefficient? Father Lu immediately chuckled. That's a good idea. Li Jianzhong and the others want to use us to take down old Qin, but they didn't expect to end up hurting themselves. Thinking this, Father Lu quickly patted his forehead and said, No, this can't wait until tomorrow. We must settle this before Li Jianzhong and the others make a move. Fortunately, we're quite experienced in making furniture. Yesterday, Chen Feifan and his team made 200 tables in a day. The production capacity isn't huge, but it's enough. Lin Xueqing nodded in approval. This efficiency is quite good. Although we might not catch up with the furniture factory and the supply and marketing cooperative's orders, at least we can match their daily sales of 100 sets of furniture. Regarding the furniture factory, they were always here to cause trouble. It's hard to say how many orders they can bring us. After Lin Xueqing said this, Father Lu felt even more that the plan to find a reporter was effective. He smiled and said, Once this report comes out, Lu Qingfeng probably won't dare to trouble us anymore. He'll have to cooperate fully with us to make furniture. Thinking about Lu Qingfeng's annoying face, Father Lu felt secretly pleased. All right, Gigi, you go write the article. I've had breakfast. I'll go find Lu Jiping now. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Father Lu quickly went to open it. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see that the visitor was Qin Jingming's security guard. This is what the commander personally asked me to give you. It's for you to investigate the situation first. When Commander Lu returns tomorrow, he will report everything to the commander. Father Lu took the letter handed over by the guard, feeling a bit surprised, not sure what new problem had arisen. After the guard left, Father Lu went back inside and opened the letter to read. After reading it, his face suddenly turned grim. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. Li Jianzhong, Mother Lu and Lin Xueqing were also stunned. Mother Lu quickly asked, What's wrong? Father Lu slowly explained the contents of Qin Jingming's letter. Gigi, you guessed right earlier. Someone secretly reported us, trying to set up a trap for the old man and Qin Shi. Mother Lu and Lin Xueqing were both shocked. No wonder Father Lu was so angry just now. Just as they were about to say something, outside, Lu Zhaoning's excited voice was heard. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. We caught 2 wild chickens today. We can have a feast. Lin Xueqing immediately snapped out of her thoughts and smiled at Lu Zhaoning and the others. Great. You did a wonderful job. Lu Mingyuan frowned, noticing that Lin Xueqing looked upset. His parents also seemed to carry a subtle worry. He quickly went over and asked, What's going on? Father Lu handed him the letter and said, Take a look. This matter is not yet confirmed. Mother Lu does not want the children to worry, so she said to Lu Zhaoning and Lu Mingling, Zhaoning, Mingling, go check the medical tent next door. Tian Xing, and Zhao Zekan are there. See if they need any help. Lu Xiaoning quickly put the wild chicken into the family's chicken cage. When her parents weren't paying attention, she carried the whole cage outside. This was a rare chance to show off, and she didn't want to miss it. Lu Mingling hurried to catch up and called, "Sister, wait for me." After they left, Lu Mingyuan also finished reading the letter. Although he was angry too, his feelings were calmer than Lu's father's, and he was more rational. Soon, he found some unclear points that the letter didn't mention directly. This definitely needs a careful investigation. Besides enemies and spies, there are probably many informants from that side hiding in our village. Otherwise, how would they know so much about us? Especially about supplies. The day we sent supplies, we specifically delivered them during the big meeting. Even if some children at home saw it, the supplies were sent by soldiers from Zhong Xiangnan's unit. How would they know these supplies weren't meant for the sentry camp, but for us? Lin Xueqing added slowly, following Lu Mingyuan's thoughts. So, based on the report, we can guess that the person who reported us is paying close attention to our daily activities. But they can't get close enough to us to get the most accurate information. Lu Mingyuan nodded in agreement. This person is probably one of the villagers or patients who work outside our home, or maybe from Yiming's family. From this analysis, it's clear who is most likely to have passed on this information. Villagers and patients are unlikely to have contact with forces from Beijing. Just thinking about how they had helped their family many times before, Lin Xueqing couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Mother Lu nodded and said, "That person might not even want to report us. Most likely, when they came to our village, they were on a mission. They were just doing their job with a different stance." Lu Mingyuan nodded and said, "That's generally the idea." Then he turned to Mr. Lu and continued, "However, we can't rule out the possibility that among the educated youths coming this time, there might be cases similar to Yiming's family." Mr. Lu thought for a moment and replied, "They're not worried. I told them to clear the reeds so they won't be wandering around near us for a while. Even if there are new plans later, they'll be sent to farm so they won't come close to us." However, Lin Xueqing remembered another issue. Should we speed up the progress of the biogas digester? The other side hasn't mentioned the biogas project. Maybe they've already found a problem but haven't had time to share the news. Mr. Lu suddenly clapped his forehead and said, "That could be a big trouble." Without waiting for breakfast, he dropped his utensils and quickly headed toward the cattle shed. Lu Mingyuan watched Mr. Lu rush off in a flurry, sighed, and picked up a bun to put on Lin Xueqing's bowl.
Eat more.
"Luckily, we found this early, so we can handle it." At this point, Mrs. Lu quickly explained their plan to Lu Mingyuan. Lu Mingyuan nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "I think this plan is very feasible, but we do need to speed up. Unfortunately, I have to go on a mission later, or I could go with Dad." Mrs. Lu shook her head quickly. "Your dad may be a bit eccentric, but he's never careless about big matters. Just let him handle this. Don't worry too much. By the way, you're leaving for South Island tomorrow. Do you need to prepare anything? Xueqing and I will help you get ready today." Lu Mingyuan didn't refuse and turned to Lin Xueqing.
Make me some more dry food.
"I want to take some to the army as gifts, practical stuff." "No problem, Mom, and I will make more today." Today, villagers will exchange fish for waterproof cloth. The fish we have for making dried food should be enough, and I can also make some dried fish snacks. Mrs. Lu thought for a moment and added, "Since your dad is going to the supply and marketing cooperative later, just ask him to buy some meat and vegetables on the way back. Besides making some meat jerky for Lu Mingyuan to take to the army, we're running low on ingredients at home because there are many people. We need to restock." Lu Mingyuan quickly smiled and said, "All right, then today will be you all." At this moment, Lu's father hurried back in a rush. He ran in sweatily, drank half a glass of water in the backyard, then said to Lu's mother, "I've arranged work for them. Today they will gather manure and feed the livestock. Also, I found a hand cart for them at the medical shed. It was used to carry patients before." He then turned to Lu Mingyuan and said, "Later, find someone to make a new hand cart for the medical shed. The old one was used by Old Sue and others, so it can't be used there anymore." Lu Mingyuan nodded and said, "Okay." Lu's mother took the opportunity to say, "When you go to the supply and marketing cooperative later, buy some meat and vegetables. We'll make dry food and snacks for Mingyuan." Lu's father nodded and said, "All right, I plan to buy some too." With so many people at home, meat and vegetables go quickly. Lin Xueqing hurried back to her room, took out a stack of meat coupons from her space, and handed them to Lu's father, saying, "These are the meat coupons you left with me earlier." Lu's father quickly waved his hand and said, "I still have some on me. I don't know if I can still use them." Lu's father hurried back to his room, rummaged around for a while, and finally found the coupons. Lin Xueqing helped him organize them, setting aside the coupons for Jing City and separating the general coupons for the whole country, then said, "Coupons for Jing City can only be used there. Just use the general coupons." Lu's mother also looked puzzled and asked, "Why do you still have so many coupons for Jing City?" Lu's father scratched his head and said helplessly, "My dad and brother gave me a big stack. I exchanged some in Jing City at the time. Later, I ended up with a lot of these coupons, all mixed up. I didn't know that in the end, our family of 7 would come here. When I exchanged the coupons, I only exchanged what we and Mingche needed. These were originally meant to be shared with Xueqing and Jiaoning, but plans changed. I just brought everyone here directly." Everyone then understood, recalling their plans at the time. Lu's mother sighed. Then she couldn't help but smile and said, "It's pretty good for everyone to come to the village together. If those troublemakers weren't around and we didn't have to worry about grain quotas, this place would be like a paradise." Lu's father also laughed heartily and said, "I think so too. Before building the fish pond in front of the Snow Sunshine House, I felt like I was living a simple, peaceful life." Lu Mingyuan took the stack of tickets from Beijing that Lin Xueqing had sorted and smiled. "These tickets, I will take back to the army tomorrow. If any of my colleagues going to Beijing for missions can exchange them, good. If not, I will send them to my uncle to help us exchange and send back." Lu's father nodded and said, "Just follow your plan." Then he took the stack of national tickets and said, "I'm going to the supply and marketing cooperative now. It would be best if Lu Jiping could arrange for someone to come and interview our village today." Thinking of this, his eyes twinkled with a mischievous smile. Yiming's wife said she would exchange waterproof cloth with us, so arrange for her to help at the furniture factory to pick up parts. Give her 2 male colleagues to watch over her. As for Yiming, Gigi, see if you can find him a job that takes a bit longer. Make sure they are not around our bamboo shed in the afternoons these days. If there are no spies and the reporters come for interviews, they won't know. Once the newspaper is published, those behind-the-scenes troublemakers, haha. Lu's mother couldn't help but rub her forehead. Her husband was quite mischievous when he's excited. If the people behind the scenes didn't know their actions and kept causing trouble, they might suffer a big setback. That would be quite entertaining. Then she couldn't help but smile and said, "All right, just do as you say. If they keep causing trouble and your dad catches them, they deserve it." Lu's father was very confident and said, "Haha, no if about it. It's definitely going to happen. They won't let us go easily. If I don't teach them a lesson, they might think I'm easy to bully." Lu's mother couldn't stand him showing off before the matter was settled, so she waved her hand and said, "All right, go quickly." Her husband then remembered the main task and hurried out, driving his jeep to the county. Lu Mingyuan had also finished packing and said, "I'm going to work now. Be careful at home." Lin Xueqing nodded and replied, "Go ahead. I'll prepare something delicious for you tonight." After Lu Mingyuan left, Lin Xueqing suddenly remembered that Lu Zhaoning and Lu Mingling had gone to the nearby medical tent and still hadn't come back. These 2 children haven't eaten breakfast yet, let alone Lu Zhaoning going to work soon. She quickly went over to call them. Before stepping into the shed, she heard Lu Zhaoning's proud voice. "Tian Xing, do you think it's better to cook the wild chicken as a mushroom stew, or as plain boiled chicken, or soy sauce chicken? We have 2 wild chickens, so we can make 2 different dishes. I say, one should be a stew, and the other soy sauce chicken." Tian Xing swallowed hard, thinking of Lin Xueqing's cooking. "This wild chicken must taste really good. If my sister-in-law cooks it, it will definitely be very fragrant and delicious. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. But it seems you can't eat both the stew and the soy sauce chicken. What a pity." Tian Xing wanted to cry but held back, shouting at Lu Zhaoning. "Lu Zhaoning, you're so mean." Lu Zhaoning grinned proudly, chuckling to himself. Lin Xueqing covered her face, unable to watch Lu Zhaoning's childish behavior. And she was so openly showing off in the medical shed, where many villagers were present. How would the villagers see this? Lin Xueqing quickly walked over and smiled. Zhaoning, stop teasing Tian Xing. Running into a mountain chicken this morning was just luck, a coincidence. Then she turned to the patients watching the show inside the bamboo shed and said with a smile, "We'll make plain boiled chicken for lunch, something light, so everyone can eat. When it's ready, I'll bring some over for everyone to try." Qin Tuxiang had been staying in the shed almost to the point of mold, but yesterday old who finally gave him the go-ahead, so he could pack his things and go home today. Now hearing that there would be chicken to eat, he hadn't had meat in a long time. He immediately decided to eat first and then leave, raising his hand to cheer. Big sister-in-law Lu is so generous. Thank you, sister-in-law Lu. Others quickly clapped and expressed their thanks. Lin Xueqing waved her hand and smiled. It's just that there are only 2 chickens, so dividing them won't be much. Don't mind, just consider it a taste of my cooking. Qin Tuxiang hurriedly smiled. It's enough to eat. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhao Zekin's eyes flickered as he also smiled. Yes, just having food is good. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lu Zhaoning paused with her hand holding the chicken cage. They worked so hard catching these wild chickens, and now they were going to be divided? Finally, she realized that she might have done something wrong again. She looked at Tian Xing and comforted him, saying, Tian Xing, once you're better, your sister-in-law will cook something tasty for you. Don't mind what Zhaoning says. Zhao Zekin quickly added, Sister-in-law, I also want to eat something delicious. Qin Tuoqiang didn't know the relationship between Zhao Zekin and Lin Xueqing. He only thought Zhao Zekin wanted to take advantage of her, so he interrupted. How can you be like this? You lagged behind yesterday, and now you want sister-in-law to cook for you. Don't be too greedy. Zhao Zekin was stunned for a moment, then realized that others in the village saw him as just a newcomer. He could only bitterly smile and say, Yes, I was too greedy. Lin Xueqing saw Zhao Zekin feeling down, but she could only sigh and pretend not to notice. After all, she couldn't openly admit her relationship with Zhao Zekin. She could only let him get used to it gradually. In the future, they shouldn't do anything inappropriate in public, as it wouldn't be good for either of them. After returning to the house with Lin Xueqing, Lu Zhaoning hung her head and nervously asked, Sister-in-law, did I make a mistake again? This time, Lin Xueqing didn't come for her. Instead, she directly told Lu Mu in front of her, You really made a mistake today. I understand that you're happy after catching prey, but the resources on the mountain belong to the village collective. In the past, catching small animals was not a big deal, and everyone turned a blind eye. However, you shouldn't openly tell everyone about the prey you caught. If someone with bad intentions sees us secretly taking public property, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Our father is still the team leader. If they accuse us of openly breaking the rules, it will be a serious crime. Lu Mu's face immediately furrowed in worry, and she said seriously, Zhaoning, you didn't think this through. You're not young anymore. Why do you still think so straightforwardly? Can't you think more carefully before acting? Lu Zhaoning pouted and said sadly, I was just thinking of showing off to Tian Xing, and I forgot there were other villagers inside the bamboo shed. Lin Xueqing didn't have much to say, only muttering. Anyway, people must learn from experience and grow wiser. In the future, I will think carefully before acting. This is a lesson. You won't get to enjoy those 2 chickens anymore. After sharing with the neighbors, our family probably won't have much left. Sister-in-law, I forbid you from eating chicken now. At this, Lu Zhaoning was stunned. She had just been bragging to Tian Xing, and now she was openly embarrassed. Lu's mother didn't let her off either, adding, Since it was her mistake, Zhaoning, you should take the chicken to the neighbors at noon and share it with everyone. Lu Zhaoning wanted to cry. Her mother was making her not only face embarrassment, but also take the initiative to give the chicken to Tian Xing. Thinking of this, she felt even worse. Seeing her look like she was about to cry, Lu's mother patiently advised, It's okay to feel upset. Just remember this feeling of discomfort, and see if you'll still act so childish and reckless in the future. Lu Zhaoning had nothing to say anymore and stayed silent for a long time. Lu's mother sighed, Hurry up and eat breakfast, then go to work. Just as she finished speaking, they heard the sound of bamboo planks being dragged outside. indicating that Chen Feifan and the others had arrived. Lu Mingche heard the noise outside and pushed his wheelchair out, dark circles under his eyes. At this moment, Lu's mother remembered she had forgotten to call her second son for breakfast. Since arriving in Xiaoxi village, her second son didn't need her to worry about him. Plus, with the discussion about Lu Fu being reported, she had temporarily forgotten about him. She looked at Lu Mingche, who seemed exhausted, and quickly asked with concern, "Mingche, what's wrong? Didn't sleep well last night?" Lu Mingche rubbed his face and said, I was thinking about something and lost track of time." He paused and then replied, "Father asked me to help with the truck that Chen Feifan and the others are using to transport goods. I asked Zhong Xiangnan and the others in the team to help yesterday, and it's all ready. Mom, you can send someone to the biogas shed to get those 2 trucks for Chen Feifan and the others." Lu's mother nodded and said, "Your father arranged for Lu Xiufeng to help with the loading. This isn't urgent. We can go in the afternoon. Once your father comes back at noon, we can discuss it then." Seeing that her parents had a plan, Lu Mingche didn't ask further and turned back to his room. Mother Lu thought Lu Mingche still wanted to continue his research, so she quickly took the remaining steamed buns from the table and said, "Eat something first. Don't overexert yourself." Lu Mingche waved his hand and said, "I won't eat anymore. I've finished my work, so I'll rest for a while." Hearing this, Mother Lu felt relieved. "All right, go rest first. I'll call you for lunch later." Seeing that it was getting late, Mother Lu took Lu Xiaoning to work. The house suddenly became quiet. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Xueqing went to the fish pond outside to catch some fish, planning to make dried fish snacks and food for Lu Mingyuan. Since cleaning and preparing fish is detailed work, Lin Xueqing decided to spend the whole morning doing it. Today, Chen Feifan also brought 2 buckets of fish. When he saw Lin Xueqing at the pond, he quickly handed her the buckets. Lin Xueqing kept her promise and gave him a waterproof cloth, also sharing tips on how to raise fish. Chen Feifan quickly nodded and thanked her. After work today, he planned to make a similar fish pond at home. With elderly people, children, and her sick brother, having fresh fish at home meant they could enjoy some meat every day. She also thought about buying small ducks, raising them until they grew, and then having duck eggs and meat. When the village receives chicken and piglets from the commune and they start dividing the meat, it might take a long time. Having a fish pond at home means they can eat whenever they want. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan and Hao Xiaomin were walking along the mountain path, searching for graves with a child from the He family. As Lin Xueqing guessed, the He family was truly filial, bringing their ancestors' remains to the small creek village. So when they talked about the ancestral grave, they really meant the ancestors' tombs. Whether they contained ashes or other remains, only time would tell. Soon, guided by the child, they took many detours and finally found 2 graves on another hill. The environment here was very similar to Hesan's grave site. No wonder there was nothing unusual when asked. The tombstones looked ordinary. The only sure sign they hadn't made a mistake was that the inscription read, He family ancestors' collective grave. Lu Mingyuan, who didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, was straightforward and ordered the soldiers to start digging. Sure enough, when they dug open the grave, they found a large cave inside. Lu Mingyuan began to doubt the origins of the He family. Both graves were very neatly built. He San, who was about the same age as his grandfather, arrived in Xiaoxi village when the country of Rabbit was in the midst of a civil war. If they were just fleeing with some belongings, there was no need to build graves. Also, normal refugees wouldn't have smuggling routes for weapons. This matter will need to be investigated later. Lu Mingyuan led a small team carefully into the grave. As soon as they entered the lower part of the grave, they saw many guns, ammunition, and grenades placed on the ground. This made Lu Mingyuan's heart skip a beat. Luckily, he was cautious and guessed that the He family might have hidden other things somewhere else. Otherwise, these dangerous weapons staying in the village would be a big risk. Besides weapons, there were many coins, cash from their country of Rabbit, and gold jewelry. Through the hole above, they could vaguely see a dark tunnel inside the grave. Lu Mingyuan and his team moved forward and found the tunnel was pitch black and seemed to have a rotten smell. Lu Mingyuan immediately covered his nose and mouth and ordered everyone to retreat along the way. After leaving the grave, they all took deep breaths. The air inside was too thin, and the rotten smell was probably from decomposing bodies. Wait, Lu Mingyuan paused. He quickly asked his teammates who had come with him to call Old Hu and Zhou Fuxing back to the village. Old Hu received the news in the medical tent at around 11 in the morning. Thinking they might have chicken for lunch, he couldn't help but mutter, "Lu's kid did this on purpose, right?" In the middle of the day, he didn't even let the old folks eat, though he said that he knew they couldn't eat anything now. From his experience, if they ate now, they might just it all out later. Zhou Fuxing quickly packed all the medical supplies into the medical kit he carried and asked, "Should we call Xueqing?" Old, who couldn't help but glare at Zhou Fuxing and said helplessly, "Don't you think about what my disciple is going through right now? Carrying a 4-month pregnancy to help you dig the grave? Aren't you afraid she might lose her life too?" He quickly spat and said, "My disciple will surely live a long life." Old, who went to the Lu family to inform Lin Xueqing, asking her to prepare some snacks to watch over the nearby medical tent. Lin Xueqing nodded quickly and smiled. "Master, you can go out now. I'll watch over the patients. I'll save a big chicken leg for you at noon." Old, whose eyes lit up immediately. Indeed, his disciple is thoughtful. His previously gloomy mood eased considerably, and he happily carried his medical box and left. After Old, who left, Lin Xueqing began preparing lunch for the day. When the lunch was almost ready, the sound of a car engine came from outside. Lu's father had returned. Because of the recent reports, Lu's father was now very cautious. He first placed the meat inside the car trunk, planning to carry it in after Chen Feifan and others finished work. He didn't go straight into the house but looked for Chen Feifan instead. When they entered the reception room, Lu's father couldn't help but start bragging. "Feifan, I have good news. Our village is really going to prosper now, huh?" Chen Feifan's eyes brightened and he asked, "Captain, is there some good news? Our set of tables and chairs is selling very well at the city's department store. Just after a trial sale, we already have an order for 300 sets. Plus, the department store sells more than the supply and marketing cooperative. Not only are the prices higher, but they also sell the tables and chairs as a set, 1 table and 2 chairs. Director Lu is worried we can't supply enough, so he only promised to finish in a month." Chen Feifan was very surprised and quickly said, "Wow, just a few days and we've already got 300 sets. Wait, that's 300 tables and 600 chairs. He then chuckled and added, "The stickers you made also helped a lot. Our village's disaster was widely reported in the newspapers before, and many customers placed orders out of a desire to help." Director Lu also said we should seize the opportunity. Once this period passes and people forget, our sales might not be so high anymore. Chen Feifan understood this logic. The longer they waited, the worse it would be for them. Not only would the disaster's publicity fade, but others might imitate their work. Chen Feifan secretly decided that he must take this chance to make a big profit for their village. The supply and marketing cooperative has been slow to send them supplies, and the team leader keeps looking for resources from the military district to help the village. Chen Feifan also secretly realizes that this is their team leader fighting against the people in the commune. He knows very well how unpleasant the officials in charge of grain are. His father also faced many difficulties in the past. Captain Lu doesn't seem like someone who takes insults easily, so there might be some back and forth over this issue. But since Captain Lu is now the leader of their village, he naturally supports his own people. Moreover, Captain Lu has his own connections and ways to solve village problems, which is better than relying on others for help. Thinking of this, Chen Feifan confidently said, "Team leader, don't worry, I will take the order. Now that we have the large parts like bamboo boards and bamboo tubes from the furniture factory, we mainly do the small parts and assembly. It's much faster than at the beginning. In the past few days, everyone has become more skilled, and our speed has improved. I believe we can handle the orders from the supply and marketing cooperative." Captain Lu nodded happily and then slowly arranged. "Later, find your uncle and organize some people to make the small parts, so the experienced can teach the new ones. Gradually increase the workforce. Later, we won't just have orders from the supply and marketing cooperative. Once people see the content of the stickers, they might come to us for cooperation. We can't just make tables and chairs all the time. Once these two products sell steadily, I will ask Qixing to design new styles. Captain Lu's plan was big and promising, and Chen Feifan immediately felt energized, excitedly saying, "More cooperation and new styles." Captain Lu nodded affirmatively and said confidently, "Exactly as Qixing said. As for cooperation, don't you think our table and chair design is quite clever? Once our reputation spreads, more partners will come naturally." Chen Feifan couldn't help but feel grateful and said, "Wow, this is great news. Our village really needs to thank you and Comrade Lin. If it weren't for you, our village might have remained poor for a lifetime. Now with these furniture and bamboo crafts, our days finally look hopeful." Captain Lu also comforted him. "Everyone, work harder. There are only 3 months left until the end of the year. Let's work hard over these next few months to ensure everyone has a prosperous new year." When talking about this, Chen Feifan couldn't help but remind him, "We're about to start the autumn harvest. Will the people from the commune cause trouble?" Lu's father didn't hide anything from Chen Feifan. He's not the kind of person who only does good deeds without seeking recognition. He sighed and replied, "You probably understand some of the village management matters. It's inevitable that the commune people might cause trouble, but I already have a solution in mind. Don't worry about it." Chen Feifan really wanted to ask what the solution was, but he held back and simply nodded. "It's good that the team leader has a plan. That makes me feel at ease." Lu's father shifted the topic back to furniture and continued, "This afternoon, reporters will come to our village for an interview. They will definitely ask about your group. Just tell the truth about the situation. But be careful not to boast too much. If there are difficulties, everyone should see them clearly. As the saying goes, a crying child gets milk." Chen Feifan's eyes flickered, and he immediately understood Lu's father's plan. So this was Lu's father's solution. But then, he also thought this method was brilliant. Once the story is out, he doesn't believe the commune will dare to refuse to send supplies. He quickly smiled and said, "Team leader, don't worry. I know what to do." Then he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Should I also talk to my uncle about this later? Is there anything the villagers need us to cooperate with?" Lu's father shook his head with a smile. "Just tell the truth. We don't need to exaggerate the difficulties, but we shouldn't boast either. Just be honest." Chen Feifan understood what Lu's father meant and sighed helplessly. "That's true. We don't need to exaggerate, but it is indeed quite difficult. Apart from their bamboo weaving and furniture groups, which have some hope, all the other traditional planting and fishing groups are struggling." After talking with Lu's father, Chen Feifan hurriedly took people back to discuss with his uncle. For Lu's father, this was just part of his achievements. For Chen Feifan and his family, this was a very important event that would benefit their village and their family group in the future. So, Chen Feifan was more anxious and nervous than Father Lu. He was eager to tell the clan leader the good news right away. After Chen Feifan and the others left, Father Lu asked Lu Mingling to bring the meat and vegetables from the car back home. Lin Xueqing saw the meat and vegetables Father Lu bought and couldn't help but be surprised. "Dad, you bought so much?" Father Lu shook his head and said, "Not too much. I need to prepare dry food for Mingyuan. These dried foods are very useful for soldiers. Please make more for Ziji and you. Mingyuan just joined the new unit, and these will be perfect as gifts. They're inexpensive, practical, and homemade with sincerity." Suddenly, Father Lu smelled a very fragrant aroma and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He asked, "Xueqing, what are you cooking? It smells so good." "I'm making grilled fish. I thought after Mingyuan returns to the army, he should bring some souvenirs for his new colleagues. I want to make some new snacks, dried grilled fish." Father Lu's eyes lit up immediately. "That smells delicious. We should keep some of this fish at home. Don't let that ungrateful kid take everything." Lin Xueqing laughed and said, "Okay, I've prepared some seasonings. Dad, try it later. If it's good, I'll make more for the family tomorrow. Do we have enough fish? If not, I can go buy some now." "Enough, enough. The villagers exchange waterproof cloth for fish, so I don't think we'll run out of fish anytime soon." Just then, Mother Lu and Lu Zhaoning came back from work. Lu Zhaoning also smelled the aroma and was instantly tempted, exclaiming happily, Sister-in-law, I knew you liked me best. I think not eating chicken at noon is okay. I'll just have grilled fish. Father Lu, unaware of what happened in the morning at the medical shed, asked curiously, why can't we eat chicken at noon? Mother Lu quickly pinched Lu Xiaoning's forehead and said helplessly, this fish isn't for you. It's for your brother's dry food. Lu Xiaoning immediately looked disappointed, like a deflated balloon, and then begged Lin Xueqing, sister-in-law, can I try one? Just one? Lin Xueqing also couldn't help but feel playful and gently shook her head, saying, no, not a single one left. Lu Xiaoning was suddenly struck with disappointment and said sadly, really? Sister-in-law, how can you treat me like this? Lu's mother glanced at her calmly and asked, why can't I treat you like this? What have you done for your sister-in-law? Mingling still waters the vegetables, feeds the fish, and chops firewood. What about you? Lu Xiaoning looked upset and said, I'm going to work today, and I even went hunting. Seeing Lu Xiaoning about to cry, Lin Xueqing couldn't bear to tease her anymore and quickly smiled. There are no whole fish left, but you can try the dried fish snacks. They taste pretty good. Today, I'll take some back to Mingyuan at the army, and tomorrow we'll make more for our family. Once they're ready, you can take some to work and eat when you're hungry. Lu Xiaoning's mood instantly brightened, and her grievances disappeared. She happily hugged Lin Xueqing and said, I knew my sister-in-law is the best. You don't treat me badly like my brother does. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan, who was being scolded, was wearing a mask and gloves, fully armed, and entered the tomb again. The tomb had already been opened in several places and ventilated, so it wasn't as uncomfortable inside. This time, besides their team, Old Hu and Zhou Fuxing also came along. The tunnel inside the tomb wasn't very deep. After walking about 100 meters, they entered a larger cave. As soon as they stepped into this cave, everyone was stunned. They were amazed by the entire cave being filled with shining gold. Old Hu looked shocked and muttered, I've lived this long, but I've never seen so much money. The Lu family kid is lucky. This is like finding a small treasure. He couldn't help but purse his lips and sighed. If I had known earlier, we should have brought fewer people and shared it. Hearing Old Hu's reckless words, Lu Mingyuan quickly said, these things are divided now, but we can't use them. Instead of being nervous every day, it's better to turn them over to the state and let the organization handle it. Old Hu was speechless. Why is the Lu family kid so stubborn? All this shiny treasure just slipped right past him. He looked at Zhou Fuxing with concern, trying to find some reassurance from him, but saw that Zhou Fuxing had already crouched inside the cave, doing something unknown. Old Hu sighed deeply. It seemed Zhou Fuxing was not short of money. Could it be that only he was poor? Old Hu sighed again, resigned, and walked toward Zhou Fuxing. He asked, what's going on here? Suddenly, Old Hu was shocked again. Behind the jewelry, there were dozens of bodies hidden, many of which had completely turned into skeletons. No wonder the cave smelled so bad. Zhou Fuxing pointed at the pile of skeletons on the ground and said, these people were shot dead by random gunfire, probably over 30 years ago. From the bullet marks on the walls, it looks like the shooting came from the passage we entered and swept inward. He then pointed at a few other bodies, still partly decayed and emitting a foul smell, and continued, these bodies haven't fully decayed yet. They died anywhere from a few months to 10 years ago. Lu Mingyuan was stunned. Can we still find out who these people were? Zhou Fuxing shook his head. Almost no physical features remain. We can only try to identify them through the items on their bodies. Lu Mingyuan understood and nodded. Thanks to Old Hu and Dr. Zhou. I'll handle the rest. They all left the passage together. After exiting the cave, Lu Mingyuan immediately arranged for people to bring some boxes to carry out the items inside in batches. Old Hu and Zhou Fuxing no longer felt like going back to the village for a meal. They still had work to do in the afternoon. One reason was that not all the bodies had been examined yet, and the other was to prevent soldiers moving treasure from accidentally touching something dangerous, so they could respond quickly. Old Hu had no choice but to nibble on the dry food Lu Mingyuan handed him. But as he chewed, he couldn't help but sigh. This dried food is pretty good, quite tasty. Lu Mingyuan couldn't help but feel proud. My wife made it for me. old who was stunned, realizing only after a moment that Lu Mingyuan had forcefully handed him a piece of dog food. Everyone knew that the dried food in his hand was made by his apprentice. Was it really necessary to remind him? Lu Mingyuan was eating dry food for lunch. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoning at the Lu family looked at the tender, juicy boiled chicken but couldn't eat it. She felt very upset. Finally, under her mother's pressure, she had to carry a big basket to the nearby medical shelter. When Lu Xiaoning entered with the basket, the strong smell of scallion sauce immediately filled the entire shelter. Without needing Lu Xiaoning to speak, Tian Xing excitedly said, "Isn't this the boiled chicken your sister-in-law made? It smells so good." Although Lu Xiaoning was a bit annoyed by the criticism, she still kept a smile on her face and said to the people inside, "This is my sister-in-law's boiled chicken. Would you like to try some?" Chen Tuoqiang didn't hold back either. He quickly came over, opened the bamboo basket, and exclaimed, "Wow, your sister-in-law is such a good cook. It smells amazing." Inside the bamboo basket, there were about 10 small bamboo plates, each with 2 pieces of boiled chicken and a spoonful of scallion sauce. The aroma came from the sauce. Chen Tuoqiang thought the small bamboo plates looked delicate and pretty and asked, "Can I have one of these small bamboo plates?" Lu Xiaoning paused for a moment, thought, and then smiled. "Of course. I made these to make things easier for everyone." These small bamboo pieces were decided on by Lin Xueqing just now during cooking, mainly for their appearance and to avoid washing dishes. Making them was simple, just design where to cut the bamboo. The natural knot in the bamboo served as a divider, with the longer side holding the chicken and the shorter side holding the sauce. Lu Xiaoning looked at Lin Xueqing cutting the bamboo and thought it didn't seem too difficult, so she decided to give the bamboo plates to Chen Tuoqiang. Chen Tuoqiang quickly smiled and said, "I want to take this back to show my brother. I never thought bamboo could be used like this. In the future, when we eat and dip sauces, we can make something like this too." As he spoke, Chen Tuoqiang helped distribute the bamboo plates to patients with limited mobility. Lu Xiaoning was handing out bamboo chopsticks to everyone. Zhao Zekin looked at the boiled chicken in his hand and was surprised at how delicate it was. On the small bamboo plate, besides the chicken pieces, there was a tiny carved radish flower for decoration. Zhao Zekin thought this presentation was even more beautiful than at state-run restaurants. While watching, I suddenly heard someone shout, "Wow, this is so delicious. So tasty." Lu Xiaoning quietly handed a plate with 2 pieces of chicken leg to Tian Xing and muttered, "This is for you. Don't say I always bully you." Tian Xing swallowed hard, looking at the chicken leg in his hand, feeling almost too happy for words. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, he saw Lu Xiaoning watching him eagerly. He couldn't help but ask, "Since you're bringing us food, have you eaten yet?" This time, Lu Xiaoning was smarter. With so many people around, she had to pretend, "I've already eaten." Hearing her tone and expression, Tian Xing immediately knew she was not telling the truth. He handed his chopsticks to Lu Xiaoning and said, "Then you definitely haven't tried this piece of my plate. Want to taste it?" Lu Xiaoning hesitated for a moment, wanting to eat. In the end, she couldn't resist. She took the chopsticks from Tian Xing, dipped a piece of chicken leg in scallion sauce, and put it in her mouth. The tender, juicy chicken with the fragrant scallion sauce exploded in her mouth. Unlike the rich flavor of soy sauce chicken, plain boiled chicken has a unique freshness and sweetness, with a crispy skin and tender meat. This taste was simply the best. Lu Xiaoning's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly handed the chopsticks back to Tian Xing. "It's so good. Really delicious." Tian Xing had already been drooling with hunger. He hurriedly took the chopsticks from Lu Xiaoning, dipped the remaining chicken leg in sauce, and ate it. The moment the chicken leg entered his mouth, Tian Xing's eyes brightened. Lu Xiaoning hadn't lied. It was truly delicious. He couldn't help but lick the remaining scallion sauce clean and said to Lu Xiaoning, "I think I need to get better quickly and then go hunting on the mountain." Lu Xiaoning's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't thought of that. She quickly patted Tian Xing's shoulder and smiled. "Hey, since you shared a piece of chicken with me today, I'll go up the mountain tomorrow. Didn't I tell you I'm not your older sister? I'm older than you, Before she finished speaking, she suddenly leaned close to Tian Xing's ear and whispered, "Next time, we can do it secretly." Unexpectedly, a sweet fragrance entered Tian Xing's nose, making him feel a little stunned. Suddenly, his heart was pounding so hard that he couldn't hear what Lu Xiaoning was saying behind him. After a while, Lu Xiaoning noticed Tian Xing was staring blankly and couldn't help but give him another tap, asking, "What's wrong? Are you sick or just acting silly?" Tian Xing also felt like something was wrong. He mumbled, "I think I'm sick. My heart is beating very fast." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoning was immediately frightened and quickly ran home. At this moment, the others in the Lu family were still having lunch. She pulled Lin Xueqing aside, worried, and said, "Sister-in-law, come quickly and see. Tian Xing seems to be having a problem." Lin Xueqing was confused. Tian Xing had been feeling better these days. Why did he suddenly have a problem now? She quickly put down her chopsticks and hurried toward the medical tent. As soon as she entered the tent, the people inside hurriedly thanked Lin Xueqing. She was anxious to examine Tian Xing and nodded, saying, "No need to thank me. I'll get to work first." Then she quickly moved toward Tian Xing's spot. Lu Xiaoning arrived at Tian Xing's side even faster than Lin Xueqing, anxiously asking, "Sister-in-law is here. Quickly tell her what's going on." Lin Xueqing hurriedly checked Tian Xing's pulse, her brow furrowing tightly. Tian Xing's pulse was strong, not like a typical illness, but it was indeed beating very fast. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Tian Xing was also confused. He thought that after Lu Xiaoning left, he seemed to feel better for a while. But as Lu Xiaoning approached, that feeling of rapid heartbeat returned. He hesitated for a moment and said, "It's just that when Xiaoning came closer earlier, my heart started beating faster. It was steady for a moment, but now it's racing again." Lin Xueqing looked at Tian Xing suspiciously, then turned to Lu Xiaoning. Seeing Lu Xiaoning's nervous expression, she pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and said, "Xiaoning, help pack up the basket and bamboo dishes first." "I want to examine Tian Xing," Lu Xiaoning asked worriedly. "Is Tian Xing okay?" Lin Xueqing noticed that Tian Xing's pulse was pounding even more strongly now. She looked at his face, which still appeared confused and unaware, but her ears subtly turned red. Lin Xueqing withdrew her hand, feeling she hadn't eaten enough for lunch, but was forced to feed her a small piece of dog food instead. Lin Xueqing helplessly said to Lu Xiaoning, "He's fine, don't worry, you can go back." After Lu Xiaoning left, Tian Xing asked nervously again, "Sister-in-law, am I okay?" Lin Xueqing paused, couldn't help but cover her face, thinking this fool was really silly. She helplessly said, "Didn't I just say that your body is fine? Then why is my heartbeat so fast?" Seeing Tian Xing's innocent and naive expression, Lin Xueqing felt truly speechless. She could only remind him, "Could there be a situation where your body is normal but your heartbeat speeds up?" Tian Xing looked confused. What kind of situation would that be? Lin Xueqing couldn't help but glance at him and said, "Think about it yourself. Anyway, your body is in good shape now. If you're worried, when Old Hu comes back later, you can ask him to check your pulse." Hearing this, Tian Xing finally felt at ease. After comforting Tian Xing, Lin Xueqing left the medical tent. She didn't dare to casually reveal their secret feelings, deciding to discuss privately with Lu Mingyuan tonight. After lunch, Father Lu went to Yiming's house to arrange for Lu Xiufeng to help with loading goods at the furniture factory. Yiming didn't realize that Father Lu wanted to distract Lu Xiufeng and only worried Xiufeng is a woman. Will helping with loading be inappropriate? Father Lu quickly smiled. "We'll arrange for 2 strong young men to help. He knows Lu is careful and meticulous, mainly responsible for counting the accounts, making sure the goods are correct, and ensuring nothing gets lost on the way. As for the physical work of moving goods, just let the other 2 men handle it." Yiming understood and nodded, no longer asking questions, remaining silent as usual. Lu Xiufeng didn't say anything but immediately asked, "Last time I told Comrade Lin that I was helping with waterproof cloth. Is that the work the squad leader mentioned?" Father Lu was stunned, took a moment to recover, and decided to clarify to avoid future disputes. "This loading work can be counted as extra work points. If you want to exchange waterproof cloth, I will count that as work for Xueqing." If you want work credits, then discuss the waterproof cloth with Qixing separately. Lu Xiufeng looked a bit unhappy and said helplessly, "We are neighbors. Can't you give me some work credits and waterproof cloth? Our family is not doing well either." Little Bao can only rely on the logistics team to help watch over him. "That's why I have time to do bamboo weaving." Father Lu felt a pounding headache and said, "I can't decide this. Waterproof cloth isn't our collective property. I don't have the authority to make that decision." Father Lu's words made Lu Xiufeng look impatient. She clearly saw that the military district sent so much waterproof cloth, and how could they only give one piece to their family? Thinking about their family situation, she couldn't help but keep asking, "I see you have so much waterproof cloth, and you probably won't use it all. As neighbors, can't you lend us one piece?" They have extra waterproof cloth, even planning to distribute it to villagers under various pretexts. But why should they give it to you? Whenever she thought of Yiming possibly being the one who reported him, Father Lu was even less willing to help Lu Xiufeng. Yiming was working in the fields, and their family's movements would definitely be reported by Lu Xiufeng. Even if he knew Lu Xiufeng's nature, he probably couldn't act as an undercover agent. Still, Father Lu was angry and didn't want to pay attention to Lu Xiufeng anymore. Then he remembered helping Yiming find plastic film before and decided not to listen to Lu Xiufeng. Instead, he turned to Yiming and asked, "Comrade Yi, how is your research on increasing grain yield going?" Lu Xiufeng's eyes lit up. She quickly followed Father Lu's lead and subtly hinted to Yiming, "Yes, Yiming, if you have any new progress, you must tell us right away. If you make progress, our work credits will increase too. Changing waterproof cloth won't be a problem." She even deliberately looked at Father Lu and asked, "Captain Lu, am I right?" Father Lu naturally understood what Lu Xiufeng meant. If Yiming really found a way to increase grain production, he would tolerate the previous frustration. But if not, and he was just using research as an excuse to cause trouble in their village, he wouldn't let him off easily. Father Lu was thinking quietly, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, "Of course. Comrade Yi previously made a tool to remove mud, and we also rewarded him with work points." Yiming originally didn't want to get involved in building the fish pond. Lu Xiufeng could build it if she wanted, but he didn't expect the topic to turn to himself. He couldn't help but glare at Lu Xiufeng. Again, he was annoyed. How could he have a wife who was so slow to help? If it weren't for her causing trouble, Father Lu wouldn't have thought of asking him. He looked serious and said, "This research can't be done in just a few days or half a month. The season isn't right now. Let's wait a bit longer." He didn't really doubt Yiming's expertise. When working in the fields, Yiming's planting methods sounded very knowledgeable. But now, with his excuses, Father Lu instinctively felt something was wrong. He asked, "What is Comrade Yi researching?" "The villagers are asking, and as the team leader, I need to give an explanation." Lu Xiufeng felt her husband was hiding his true abilities. She thought he should show some effort. She was even more disappointed. She quickly pointed to the backyard behind their bamboo shed and said, "Yiming has planted many vegetables in our shed. Team leader, you can go see." Yiming tried to refuse. "It's just a few seedlings. There's nothing special to see." Father Lu's eyes moved, and he became more suspicious. He quickly went into the backyard. "I'll go take a look. After all, Comrade Yi is an agricultural expert supporting our village." "Yiming, don't hide your skills." Lu Xiufeng also hurriedly smiled. "Yes, he's just a quiet person. He likes to hide his talents." While speaking, Lu Xiufeng took big steps to catch up with Father Lu, planning to show him their planting results. But Yiming's eyes widened with anger. He glared at Lu Xiufeng and whispered coldly, "If you can't speak properly, don't speak. Do you think it's okay to hold us back like this?" Lu Xiufeng was suddenly shocked, then felt a wave of unfairness in her heart. She wondered, where did she hold him back? Clearly, Yiming was the one holding them back. Without her, they wouldn't even have rice to eat. Father Lu, ahead, didn't know about the conflict between the couple. He just entered Yiming's greenhouse and saw that Yiming's vegetables were growing quite well. Most of the plants were sprouting green shoots, and harvest should be soon. However, Yiming's work wasn't as detailed as Lin Xueqing's. Besides planting vegetables, she also built a few small shelters on the ground to grow fruits and gourds. The fruits were on top and vegetables below, making good use of space. Father Lu walked further inside and saw a section of land divided into many small plots, with seedlings growing from low to high. But the seedlings in the higher area looked weak, with yellowing leaves. Was this a failed experiment? Actually, Father Lu didn't understand it well either. He turned to ask Yiming, who was following, "What are you growing in this field?" Yiming paused for a moment, then honestly replied, "Wheat. No wonder those seedlings looked like they were about to die." Father Lu hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously, "But isn't wheat a winter crop? Why are you planting wheat now?" Yiming pressed his lips and said, "If we have a shelter to block the sun, and if we plant in shady mountain streams like here, could we also get a winter-like effect? Although wheat is a winter crop, it still needs temperatures above freezing to grow. If we could grow large amounts of wheat in the south, it would be easier and simpler than rice planting. Wouldn't that solve both labor and grain production problems at the same time?" Father Lu was stunned. At first glance, it seemed reasonable. But then he quickly regained his rationality and thought Yiming's idea was idealistic and unrealistic. This research was almost fighting against nature, so he wasn't optimistic. But on the other hand, research is about thinking beyond ordinary limits. However, research is research, and he couldn't be the fool to invest blindly. Father Lu didn't oppose Yiming's ideas. He just smiled and said, "If Yiming can find a way for our villagers to increase grain yield, I will fully support it. But without clear research results, it will be hard to convince others. The work points are based on final results, so Yiming needs to consider the balance between input and output during his research." Yiming did not expect Father Lu to give him any resources. Finding this film was already a great achievement for him. However, Father Lu's words deeply pleased Lu Xiaofang, who quickly agreed, "Listen to me. We should learn from Comrade Lin and build a frame here, planting melons and fruits on top and vegetables below." Yiming couldn't help but rub his forehead and said again, "I've already said that method won't work. When the leaves of the fruits grow big enough to block the sunlight, the vegetables underneath won't survive well." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered that Father Lu was still nearby, and he had to awkwardly add, "I suggest Comrade Lin transplant the vegetables below as soon as possible, or it will be a waste of time and effort. I already mentioned that your family only has the shed, and it would be better if you let me use it for research." Comrade Lin's reckless actions are just wasting resources. Father Lu was stunned again. Was he still thinking about their shed? How is that different from Lu Xiaofang? He suddenly felt a bit angry. "Our vegetables are growing well, at least. Your family still has some that are yellowing and not ready to harvest. Who is wasting resources here?" Yiming was also surprised and a bit annoyed. He hadn't expected Father Lu to speak so harshly. His face reddened as he retorted, "That can't be the same. My research involves crops that feed thousands of families. Yours is just a capitalist style, only to satisfy personal greed." Father Lu chuckled bitterly. So this was Yiming's true thought, and he finally understood where the complaint came from. He guessed that the grudge started when their family didn't give Yiming the greenhouse last time. His wife was right. Yiming's ideas were problematic. Lu Xiaofang was also shocked by Yiming's words, feeling they were a bit too much. How could he say that the team leader's family was acting like capitalists? Although she also wanted waterproof fabric to build a fish pond, she understood that it was Comrade Lin's resource and not part of the collective. You can't just accuse others of being capitalists because they have something you don't. That's why she was shamelessly trying to ask Captain Lu to share some with her. Father Lu felt that his previous good intentions to help Yiming find plastic film had all been wasted. He was so angry he felt a lump in his throat, stuck and unable to speak. After a long moment, he finally found his voice and angrily said, "Yiming, don't take everyone's help for granted, and not everyone is like Comrade Lu, who unconditionally helps you. If our family were capitalists, the shed you're using now should belong to everyone, and the vegetables you grow should also belong to the collective." However, Yiming was not convinced and coldly retorted, "I'm doing this for the collective, unlike you, who are only thinking of your own interests." Father Lu could no longer bear it. "Don't pretend you're so great. To put it nicely, you're doing research. To be honest, you're just using my family's resources for personal gain. Since you came to the village, besides designing a bamboo rake, what other contributions have you made? Oh, and that bamboo rake you mentioned was actually made by someone who is selfish and self-interested. Yiming was instantly furious, trembling all over, and pointed at Father Lu angrily. You're looking down on people. Father Lu was equally blunt. So, what if I look down on people? Who is unjustly accusing me? My daughter-in-law earned that shed herself. How does that make her a capitalist? You, who can't even see a single research achievement, are just bragging about contributing to the common people? Who gave you that face? He then glanced at Lu Xiaofang, who dared not speak a word. If it weren't for Qixing feeling sorry for little treasure and making Comrade Lu the team leader, your family situation might be even worse now. Not only are you ungrateful, but you're also blaming others. With your attitude of not earning enough work points every day, you're probably just pretending to do research while actually slacking off. Lu Xiaofang didn't know about Yiming's report and only felt confused. This was the first time she realized that not everything could be argued, or that one could always try to get small benefits. If she had known it would cause such a big argument, she wouldn't have been so greedy for work points and waterproof cloth. Yiming's eyes turned red from Father Lu's words. He clenched his fists, full of hatred, as if he was about to punch him. Just as Mr. Lu was about to roll up his sleeves and have a fight with him, Yiming turned around and left at the next moment. Mr. Lu was stunned. Was he really not going to fight? Lu Xiaofang was very used to Yiming's reaction. Every time he got angry and lost his temper, he would respond with cold silence and walk away without a word. When she argued with him, she only felt that his reaction made her feel frustrated. Now, seeing him argue with the team leader, she thought it was better that he ran away. She felt a big relief in her heart. She was worried that Yiming's actions today would completely offend the Lu family, making life even harder for her and Little Treasure in the future. Lu Xiaofang didn't care about Yiming's thoughts and quickly tried to explain. Team leader Lu, you don't need to worry about him. He's just being stubborn and didn't mean it. He still cares a lot about the village's development. Every day, he asks about the progress of the bamboo weaving and furniture groups. He really hopes our village will develop. Mr. Lu finally understood the whole story. He thought that with Lu Xiaofang's personality and way of thinking, she couldn't handle undercover work at all. Seeing her quick temper, stubbornness, and tendency to be petty, he knew she was actually the easiest to be taken advantage of. Because of her personality, everyone focused on Lu Xiaofang and didn't notice Yiming's unusual behavior. Mr. Lu sighed silently, but didn't make things difficult for Lu Xiaofang. He replied, please take care of the cargo in the afternoon. As for the waterproof cloth, discuss and decide with us once you've made a decision. After saying that, Mr. Lu left the Yi family. In the afternoon, after work started, Yiming worked especially hard because Mr. Lu had given him a sharp look. Even when assigned to a remote and time-consuming task, he didn't complain. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaofang sat in a small truck driven by Chen Dongrui, the younger brother of Chen Feifan, and slowly drove out of the village. At the fork in the road outside the village, she passed by a strange jeep. Lu Xiaofang didn't think much of it, just assumed it was some military personnel coming to the village again. Because Mr. Lu had said reporters would arrive in the afternoon, Lin Xueqing was worried that the reporters might see them making dried food, which could cause trouble. So, she simply took over organizing the villagers from Lu Xiaofang. Suddenly, she remembered that she hadn't taught the villagers how to weave bamboo for several days. She picked up her tools and began teaching them a new style of bamboo weaving. When two reporters from the Southern City Daily arrived at Xiaoxi village, they happened to see Lin Xueqing sitting beside a bamboo shed, teaching villagers how to make a square bamboo basket. They wanted to get an honest report, so they didn't disturb Lin Xueqing and just listened nearby. Lin Xueqing didn't notice their arrival. She was demonstrating how to fit two identical-sized bamboo baskets into a bamboo frame to make a small cabinet. Li Guizhi, standing below, frowned and said, "This cabinet is too short. Why not make it taller? With only 2 compartments, what can you put inside? Also, this kind of cabinet isn't special. Not to mention department stores, even supply cooperatives might not want it." Lin Xueqing didn't argue. Instead, she smiled and said, "Aunt Lee, you're right. It does look quite simple, but don't worry, it will be different soon." Everyone immediately became curious. Over at the reed field, the reeds hadn't been fully cleared yet, so Li Guiping was watching over them. Therefore, Aunt Zhang still came in the afternoon to do bamboo weaving. Aunt Zhang looked at the round bamboo tubes on the table, which hadn't been sealed, and asked suspiciously, "Xueqing, is there some trick with this table?" Lin Xueqing nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll make one for you to see and you'll understand." As she spoke, she stood up. When she reached to take the bamboo basket made by the villagers below, she noticed two young people standing near the bamboo shed, a man and a woman. She paused, guessing they might be the reporters her father mentioned. She politely asked, "Who are you?" At this moment, Su Shulan, also curious because of Lin Xueqing, didn't answer her but asked instead, "Is there some trick with this small cabinet? Can it also fold?" Lin Xueqing understood immediately, confirming that the two were indeed the reporters her father mentioned. Wang Qihua quickly introduced himself. "Comrade, we are reporters from the Southern City Daily. We saw that your village has a new folding table and chair set." He continued, "Out of curiosity, we came here without warning. We hope we haven't disturbed you." At this moment, Su Shulan also realized their intentions and quickly said, "Yes, I am Su Shulan, a reporter from Nancheng Daily. This is my colleague Wang Qihua. We came to Xiaoxi village to do an interview." The villagers were surprised and exclaimed, "Oh my, our village's furniture is so impressive. We even have reporters visiting us. These reporters are from the provincial capital. Is our Xiaoxi village about to become famous?" The last time a reporter came, it was during our village's disaster. Lin Xueqing quickly understood and smiled. "Are you here to find our team leader?"
He's out working now.
Su Shulan hurriedly interrupted. No need. It's not urgent to find the team leader. You can continue with your work." Nearby, Chen Feifan heard the commotion and quickly came over, saying, "Maybe you should wait. I'll send someone to find the team leader." Wang Qihua felt a bit sorry and asked, "Will this disturb your work?" Chen Feifan smiled. "It's okay. It's just a quick visit. It won't affect much." However, Su Shulan thought this was the best idea and saw an opportunity to observe villagers making bamboo crafts. She was also curious about the magic of Lin Xueqing's cabinet and urged, "Why don't you finish making this bamboo cabinet first?" Lin Xueqing also wanted the reporters to cover their bamboo crafts and furniture to help sell more in the village. She nodded and smiled. "Please wait a moment. I'll finish assembling this cabinet first, then I'll entertain you." Su Shulan quickly waved her hand. "No need to entertain us. You just focus on your work." Lin Xueqing nodded and continued to pick up the bamboo baskets made by Aunt Zhang and another villager, returning to the top of the bamboo shed. She inserted the two bamboo baskets into another empty bamboo frame, creating a small cabinet again. Su Shulan was very curious and walked over to watch beside Lin Xueqing. She looked at the two bamboo cabinets and asked doubtfully, "These two cabinets look exactly the same. Why do they look identical?" Lin Xueqing turned around, took 4 small parts, and smiled. "They are exactly the same." She placed the 4 parts on top of the cylindrical column of one small cabinet, then stacked another small cabinet on top. This cabinet can be stacked infinitely according to the customer's needs. Everyone understood now, and Aunt Zhang exclaimed happily, "Wow, that's a good idea. It's like customizing your home. Buy more cabinets if you want taller ones, fewer if you want shorter." Lin Xueqing disassembled the cabinets again, smiling. "It's not just that." Lin Xueqing brought the 2 cabinets together, placed the parts into the cylinder on the side of the cabinet again, then laid a bamboo board flat on top of both cabinets. The combined size of the 2 cabinets matched exactly the size of a foldable table surface. She pressed down along the edges of the table's 4 corners, forming a small tea table with 4 cabinets. Su Shulan was momentarily stunned, then quickly filled with surprise. She thought Lin Xueqing was like performing magic, using just 2 small cabinets to create different new cabinets, and couldn't help but praise. "Ma'am, how did you come up with this? These cabinets look very interesting. How else can these cabinets be combined?" Lin Xueqing smiled. "Whatever way you want to combine them, If you want it taller, just stack 2 more tables under this cabinet, making it as high as a dining table. If you lay 6 of them flat in 2 layers, it can become a bed. In short, by combining square cabinets of different quantities, you can create the furniture you want. Su Shulan's eyes sparkled, and she said excitedly, I want to buy a bunch of these boxes too. I can assemble them myself. Turn them into tables, cabinets, or even beds. Li Guizhi was thoroughly impressed by Lin Xueqing's clever idea. She was good at weaving bamboo baskets quickly and well, but she could never have thought of such small cabinet designs. Aunt Zhang also felt very surprised and quickly smiled. I want to make 3 single-sided ones for the boat. Can sit on as chairs and store things, saving a lot of space. Thinking of Aunt Zhang's boat cabin design, Lin Xueqing suggested, why not make 6? When you need to sleep, fold them together to make a bed. When guests arrive, separate them to use as chairs. In the future, once the house is built, they can move them back home to make cabinets. Aunt Zhang clapped her thigh happily and said, Xueqing, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? As she spoke, she suddenly paused and looked puzzled. You didn't just think of this when you came to my house last time, did you? Otherwise, how could Lin Xueqing have thought of such detailed ideas, even considering whether the furniture was for sleeping or sitting? However, Wang Qihua's attention wasn't on the furniture but on something else, and asked with confusion, why do you want to sleep on the boat? Isn't Xianqi village already fully rebuilding? Aunt Zhang looked worried at Lin Xueqing, unsure whether to tell the truth. Nearby, Chen Feifan was prepared and quickly said, we need materials to rebuild, but the commune hasn't sent us cement or bricks. Our village makes bricks ourselves, but it's slow. Everyone has to wait in line. Villagers whose houses collapsed can only stay on boats or in bamboo sheds for now. He sighed and pointed to Lu's bamboo shed, saying, our team leader has nowhere to live either, so he stays in a bamboo shed. Wang Qihua was surprised. He thought the bamboo shed was a public place for villagers to gather, but didn't realize it was their team leader's home. This also showed that the village leader wasn't abusing his power, which was quite down to earth. Then, Lin Xueqing addressed the villagers below. Everyone, please continue. I'll go see the guests. After speaking, Lin Xueqing led Wang Qihua and Su Shulan into the reception room. Inside, there were foldable tables and chairs, along with various bamboo crafts they had made, just as Su Shulan had seen in the department store before. Su Shulan looked around with surprise and asked, are these all products made by your village? Lin Xueqing nodded and smiled, yes. Su Shulan became curious about Lin Xueqing and immediately wanted to interview her, asking, can I interview you? Worried she might refuse, she quickly explained, I'm just curious how you came up with so many creative ideas. You might not know, but your foldable tables and chairs are already popular in Nanqing too. Lin Xueqing had not returned yet, when Chen Feifan excitedly said, really? Our village's folding tables and chairs are popular? Su Shulan nodded and smiled. You don't know how bad the South City department store is. They put your tables and chairs in the main hall for people to try, but you can't buy them. You have to wait in line, and it takes a month for the goods to arrive. I even wanted to buy a set as a wedding gift for Wang Qihua's sister, but now I have to wait so long that their wedding has already turned into a long-term marriage. Hearing this, Lin Xueqing felt both surprised and a bit amused. She quickly made a decision and said, since you came all this way for an interview today, we should give you a set. Su Shulan hurriedly shook her head. No, that's not right. This is a luxury item that others want to buy, but can't get. Lin Xueqing waved her hand and explained slowly, it's because our production capacity couldn't keep up before. Plus, we just made these tables and chairs, and we don't know how many we can sell. We didn't dare let all the villagers make them, so Director Liu from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative set a 1-month deadline for delivery. That way, the pressure on our village won't be so heavy. Wang Qihua quickly asked, have you solved the production capacity problem now? Lin Xueqing nodded. It's somewhat solved. The furniture factory cooperates with us by providing bamboo boards and bamboo tubes. With these big parts, it's much easier for us to make the smaller components. Wang Qihua understood immediately and then asked, why don't you just have the furniture factory do the manufacturing for you? Chen Feifan quickly shook his head. That won't work. If we outsource, we can't control the quality ourselves. Our village's reputation would be damaged. Another point is, if the furniture factory learns their furniture designs, they won't need us anymore. Lin Xueqing was straightforward and said, "Our side business is just to help villagers get through tough times." After the flood, 2/3 of our crops were destroyed, and all our poultry was gone. Honestly, when we first came to the village, we didn't have proper housing or enough food. We had to borrow supplies from the relief troops who came to help. Hearing this, Wang Qihua and Su Shulan understood better. If all the furniture is made by the furniture factory, the village's income will decrease a lot, making it harder to get through tough times. Wang Qihua remembered the main purpose of this visit and quickly shifted the topic back to furniture, asking, "How did you come up with the idea to make these pieces of furniture?" Lin Xueqing didn't hide anything and replied slowly, "This foldable table was made by our family of 7 when we first arrived in the village because we had no furniture and many people at home. It was a makeshift, locally made foldable table. At that time, the design wasn't as nice as now. We just thought that when we needed to eat, we could open the table and everyone could sit comfortably." Hearing this, Qin Feifan also looked a bit ashamed. He hadn't thought about the difficulties the Liu family faced when they arrived in the village. If the situation hadn't been inappropriate now, he would definitely have apologized properly to the Liu family. Su Shulan was surprised. She didn't expect that just because there were many family members and not enough tables, they came up with a foldable table. Lin Xueqing is really talented. She couldn't help but ask, "And how did you come up with the idea for the cabinet you made today?" Lin Xueqing smiled and said, "Aunt Zhang just mentioned it earlier. When I went to their boat, I saw that they lived inside the cabin. The space in the cabin is very small. When we entered, there was nowhere to sit. So, I thought of making some furniture to make their living space more comfortable." Hearing this, Su Shulan's eyes welled up with emotion. She didn't expect that behind these clever pieces of furniture were the various difficulties faced in daily life. When she drove to the village earlier, she only saw a thriving scene. She didn't realize that behind this prosperity was the effort and wisdom of the local people trying to solve their problems. Wang Qihua was very perceptive. Having heard Lin Xueqing mention difficulties several times, he followed up and asked, "Apart from these, what other problems did you encounter?" Lin Xueqing's eyes lit up. Wang Qihua was quite good at making conversation. Since the tables and chairs were given to them, she quickly replied, "There are many. After all, the village just experienced a major flood, and our family just moved here from Beijing, so the challenges are even greater." Su Shulan also felt a bit confused. She had already noticed Lin Xueqing's Beijing accent and couldn't help asking, "After you came to Xiaoxi village, how did you rebuild it into what it is now?" Hearing this, Wang Qihua also remembered that Lin Xueqing and her family were from Beijing. When officials from Beijing came to this small southern village, they would likely have trouble adjusting to the local environment and language. But along the way, although the rice fields weren't fully restored, the fields were still green, and the villagers looked positive and energetic. It was clear they had already moved past the shadow of the flood disaster. This made Wang Qihua curious about how their family managed to turn Xiaoxi village from a heavily damaged area needing help into its current thriving state in such a short time. Lin Xueqing was happy they asked and smiled as she replied, "Since we are here, we can only face the challenges head-on, find solutions from difficulties. No matter what problems we encounter, we don't complain but try to find ways to solve them. For example, food was the hardest part when we first arrived. Besides housing, food was a big challenge. Right after the flood, the well water and river water couldn't be used. Luckily, there was a stream on the mountain, so we diverted water from the back mountain to solve the drinking water problem. As for food, only Comrade Chen's family shared a bag of rice with us. The rice fields and villagers' stored grains were all destroyed by the flood. It wasn't just us. Many villagers had little to eat. Later, my father bravely asked the military officers for some military supplies to get through that tough time. While talking, she led the two around her home, showing them the fish ponds, the vegetable sheds, and the nearby medical shelter. Su Shulan and her companion were amazed. They originally just wanted to interview about the new folding table, but they were moved by Lin Xueqing and her family's positive attitude and determination to face difficulties. However, they didn't fully believe everything Lin Xueqing said. They decided to change their plans immediately. Instead of waiting for Mr. Liu to return, they politely took their leave and went to interview the fields. Before leaving, they took a group photo with Lin Xueqing and the villagers and also captured some details of the daily work of the furniture and bamboo weaving groups. With Lin Xueqing's permission, Su Shulan also took photos of the newly made bamboo cabinets and foldable tables and chairs. Su Shulan was quite concerned about the issue Lin Xueqing mentioned, where villagers currently have no place to live and fishermen have to move back onto their boats. Wang Qihua was worried about the village's food supply problem that Lin Xueqing talked about. So, both of them went to interview villagers separately.
Su Shulan spoke with Aunt Zhang.
She first took her to see the fishing boats, took pictures of the boat layouts, and then showed her the reed fields and the planned collective fish ponds. Because Lin Xueqing's fish pond was very successful, the village decided to adopt a similar half-farming, half-storage model. It doesn't produce meat, but at least villagers can enjoy fresh fish. Wang Qihua randomly interviewed people in the farmland. Most farmers expressed worries about the grain supply. However, most villagers were grateful that Mr. Liu had thought of borrowing grain from the military district to help everyone through the tough times. Everyone admired the team leader from Beijing City. Later, Wang Qihua saw Lu's mother and Lu Zhaoning helping to open the fields in the farmland. From their accents, Wang Qihua guessed they were family members of Lin Xueqing. Both Lu's mother and Lu Zhaoning had Beijing accents. Since they are mother and daughter, and Lu's mother is not young enough to be a young educated youth, she must be part of the team leader's family sent from Beijing. Wang Qihua had just a few words with Lu's mother about the difficulties of coming from Beijing to the countryside when she was called away to help in the neighboring field. In the field, Lu Zhaoning was still working, moving powerfully and efficiently. She was tall, slender, and focused, with a unique beauty. At that moment, Wang Qihua suddenly thought, the hardest workers are the most beautiful. He couldn't help but raise his camera and take a quick photo of Lu Zhaoning, then walked over to continue the interview and asked, "You're also a girl. Do you feel upset about moving to the countryside with your parents?" Lu Zhaoning didn't expect such a question from a stranger. She was straightforward and honest. "It's quite upsetting, but if I don't go to the countryside, my parents are getting older and my sister-in-law is pregnant. I'm the only young worker at home, so I can only work hard. There's no other way." Wang Qihua was immediately attracted by Lu Zhaoning's honest and straightforward personality. He couldn't help but smile and said, "I thought you would tell me something positive and uplifting, like how hard work is honorable and not fearing hardship or tiredness, all for the collective." Wang Qihua was surprised again, but in the end he nodded. "Yes, although it might not be a slogan, what everyone mainly means is this." Lu Zhaoning sighed and stubbornly grabbed her, digging a deep hole in the ground. After a moment, she ruffled the soil, turning it over. After a while, she muttered, "I don't know either. This is my true feeling. Whether it's work or not, it doesn't matter. As long as my family is here, I am here. I just want to stay with my family." Just as she was speaking, Lu's mother, who had been called to help, quickly came back. Lu's mother understood propaganda work well. Without saying a word, she took Wang Qihua and continued walking through the fields, explaining the village's situation to him. After finishing an interview with Su Shulan and Wang Qihua in the fields, Lu's mother took them back to the bamboo shed's reception room to interview Lu's father. Lu's father was very polite. He shared the village's plans with them, and after warmly hosting them, they said goodbye and left. After they left, it was almost quitting time. As they drove away, a bicycle left the village along the small country path. On the way back along the village road, Chen Dongrui was slowly driving a tricycle into the village. Chen Xiufang was full of complaints, blaming everyone for dawdling. She thought she would get the supplies quickly and not delay the afternoon work, but instead, the whole afternoon was wasted. Just as she was complaining with her head down, she didn't notice Yiming riding a bicycle along the neighboring field path. Yiming saw Lu Xiufang but was momentarily stunned. He pedaled his bicycle faster. Since the Lu family was unkind to him, he wouldn't blame himself for being unfaithful. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan's work was also completely finished. Old Hu and Zhou Fuxing found some useful information from the bodies they retrieved from the grave. Based on the skeletal features of the recently deceased, it is clear that they all had bones shaped by years of fishing work. The earliest dead person, however, did not have these features. This suggests that the first group of people who died might have been those who came to Qixing village with treasure, along with Qixing, to seek refuge. As for the recent deaths of the fishermen, they could have been those who went out fishing with Qixing. They might have discovered Qixing's smuggling activities and were killed here. The jewelry found in the tomb was packed into boxes, almost 30 boxes in total. This was a significant amount of wealth. Most of the valuables were gold bars that could be traded internationally, along with many precious jewelry pieces and antiques. It is likely that a wealthy family from inland, fleeing with their jewelry, was betrayed and wiped out here by Qixing. Old Hu also sighed as he spoke to Zhou Fuxing. Look at our current situation. Even the rich have to live like ordinary people. They can't show their wealth at home. From this point of view, everyone lives the same, which is actually quite good. Zhou Fuxing sighed. Based on what happened with Qixing, it seems true. He hid so much treasure and wealth, but he could only live like an ordinary fisherman every day. After working hard all his life, he didn't enjoy any happiness. He was even afraid to keep any valuables at home. That must have been frustrating. Lu Mingyuan didn't know about Old Hu and Zhou Fuxing's feelings. He just saw it as work and wasn't tempted by the treasures at all. Thinking that he would return to the team tomorrow and that everything would be settled, he was eager to go home. After a quick wash on the Coast Guard ship, he was ready to drive his jeep home. Old Hu remembered the big chicken leg his apprentice left for him. He became anxious and pulled Zhou Fuxing to quickly get into Lu Mingyuan's car, moving swiftly, without the usual hesitation of a 70-year-old. Seeing them get in, Lu Mingyuan started the car and headed home. At this moment, Lin Xueqing was at home cutting meat, preparing to make dried meat for the evening. Fortunately, she had already dried the fish in the morning, and there were 3 stoves at home. With so much food, she might not have had enough time otherwise. As for dinner, knowing that Lu Mingyuan would return to the team tomorrow, Lin Xueqing wanted to prepare a more lavish meal. This morning, I prepared baked fish, leftover half a boiled chicken for lunch, and also made some small stir-fry dishes that Lu Mingyuan likes, along with Dongbo's favorite meat dish. I also needed to prepare a water egg and steamed fish for 2 patients, Tian Xing and Zhao Zikan. For vegetables, I cooked a loofah soup, stir-fried choy sum, and sliced cucumber. The baked fish and chicken were ready-made. The steamed fish and water eggs could be cooked on the same stove, while another stove was used for Dongbo's meat, and the last stove for stir-frying vegetables. Lu's mother and Lu Zhaoning had already come back from work to help. Although there were many dishes, cooking didn't take much time. When Lu Mingyuan returned, it was almost mealtime. At that moment, the Lu family's bamboo shed was filled with cooking smoke. As soon as Lu Mingyuan entered the backyard, he saw his wife busy wearing an apron. For some reason, at that moment, a warm feeling of happiness flashed in Lu Mingyuan's heart. No matter how hard or tiring, coming home to his wife waiting for him, washing his hands, and cooking soup made him feel very happy. Lin Xueqing heard the noise and turned around to see Lu Mingyuan standing nearby. Without saying a word, she directed Lu Mingyuan to help prepare bowls and chopsticks for dinner, then asked Lu Mingling to call people back to eat. During dinner, Lin Xueqing and Lu's mother both mentioned the 2 journalists at the same time. Lin Xueqing didn't know that Wang Qihua also went to see Lu's mother and told her the address where she received the manuscript from Su Shulan. Lu's mother quickly smiled and said, "What a coincidence." I also asked another comrade Wang. Old Hu, listening to the journalist's story while eating a big chicken leg, hurriedly asked, "Isn't my apprentice about to become a famous person soon? When will our Xiaoxi village's story be published in the newspaper?" Lin Xueqing remained calm. "The fame belongs to Xiaoxi village, not me. This furniture wasn't made by just me. It's the result of everyone's effort in the village. I gave Su Shulan and others a set of furniture and asked them to help promote our village more. They said they would write the article as soon as they return. If the draft is good, it can be published tomorrow, or at the latest, within 3 days." Lu's mother couldn't help but sigh. Qixing is improving quickly. She can now handle things on her own. That's a good gift. If it had been the old Lin Qixing, she would be obedient and sensible but wouldn't have such strong opinions. Without her and her husband's permission, Lin Qixing wouldn't dare to give gifts. She was surprised to realize how much she had changed without noticing before. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to handle interviews with reporters alone. She would have just tried to quickly bring her father back. She wouldn't have known how to guide others or how to give gifts to build relationships. But she quickly understood the reason for her change. One reason was that she learned a lot by being around her parents, understanding how to handle social situations. In the past, in Beijing, Chen Xiulan never taught her these things. She only told her to listen to her family. Another reason was that she gained more knowledge and skills, which made her more confident. She designed and made furniture, and she was the leader of the furniture and bamboo weaving team. So she instinctively thought she could make her own decisions about these matters. Even if she made mistakes, she could handle the consequences. In the end, it was her knowledge and skills that changed her and gave her confidence. Thinking about this, Lin Qixing modestly said, "I learned all this from my parents. You taught me well." Of course, the most important thing was that she was lucky to get help from the system, which allowed her to quickly learn many skills and knowledge, changing her life. Watching Lin Qixing and her mother talk back and forth, Old Hu felt even more anxious. He quickly looked at Zhou Fuxing and saw that he hadn't expected anything to happen afterward. Old Hu couldn't help but kick Zhou Fuxing and said, "Tomorrow Mingyuan will return to the army, and Xueqing's medical studies need to keep up." Only then did Zhou Fuxing realize they wanted to bring Lin Qixing into the military hospital. Finding someone to pass down traditional Chinese medicine was very difficult. Moreover, Lin Qixing was now exploring a combination of Western and Chinese medicine, which gave her more options in the future. She would definitely inherit her mother's skills someday. They couldn't let her be led astray just because she was doing side work for the village. Zhou Fuxing quickly said, "Old Hu is right. We need to return to the military hospital too. You must learn our skills as soon as possible." Lin Qixing didn't know about Old Hu and Zhou Fuxing's arrangements. She had already collected the skills they possessed and would naturally learn them when the time came. She obediently nodded and said, "Yes, I will learn well." Lu Mingche frowned and thought for a moment before speaking. Besides traditional Chinese medicine, sister-in-law and Minglang have also fallen behind in their studies recently. Now that things are gradually settling down, they need to catch up on their basic learning. For some reason, Lu Mingyuan felt a little uncomfortable inside. He had a strange feeling that Old Hu and Mingche were eager to share his wife's time once they learned he was returning to the team. Lu Minglang was suddenly struck by a shocking realization. He turned to his father and suggested, "Dad, September is coming tomorrow. When will our village primary school reopen? I want to go back to school." Zhou Fuxing didn't know much about the Lu family situation. He just thought Minglang was eager to learn and couldn't help praising his father. "Zhengua, your child is well taught." Zhao Ziho, who had been quietly eating, also couldn't help but feel that his sister had married into a good family. Not only was the family harmonious, but the learning environment was also very strong. However, Lu Mingche immediately saw through Minglang's little plan. A sly glint appeared in his eyes as he smiled. "It's okay. When you go to school, you still need to do your homework." Minglang was instantly annoyed. He took the opportunity to change the subject and asked Lu Zhaoning, "Sister, are we going hunting again tomorrow?" Lu Zhaoning remembered not being able to eat chicken today and nodded decisively. "Yes." Meanwhile, Wang Dui, the director of the Beijing Municipal Revolutionary Committee, took people to the Lu family and took away Grandpa Lu and Uncle Lu. Grandpa Lu sat in the interrogation room of the committee, looking serious as he glared at Wang Dui and snorted, "Where is your evidence?" Wang Dui, feeling proud, smiled and said, "You used your authority, manipulated Lu Mingyuan to connect with others, bribed officers from Nandao, and privatized military supplies. That's the evidence." Grandpa Lu remained calm and said, "All of this is just your malicious suspicion. Without solid evidence, you are slandering us." He continued, "I will complain about your committee for forging evidence, abusing power, and using political means to oppress us old revolutionaries. Wang Dui remembered the telegram he received today and felt even more confident, thinking this matter was almost certain. He snorted coldly and said, "This is not something our revolutionary committee made up. Your son used his authority to have military supplies sent directly to the village, which everyone in the village saw. Seeing the troops transporting supplies into the village was not just one or two villagers. Most of the villagers saw it. Also, you actually used your power to station an entire battalion of soldiers in your son's village to help him manage it. Moreover, your son even had the soldiers help him build houses. This is completely illegal and privatizes the military. If you didn't give your approval, how could your son have such power? Don't you think that just because the troops are sent to the southern region, our revolutionary committee wouldn't notice? We can't just be passive and let you become a local tyrant." Grandpa Liu remained cold and calm, replying, "There must be some misunderstanding here that you haven't clarified. My son is just a village team leader. He doesn't have the abilities you're talking about." At this moment, Song Qin, wife of Uncle Liu, was anxiously pacing like an ant on a hot pan. The key people in the family had been taken away, and she didn't know what to do. After thinking carefully, she decided to call Lu Mingyuan. However, when she called the Southern Military District, she learned that Lu Mingyuan wouldn't return until tomorrow, and the phone in Cici Village was unreachable. Her anxiety grew even more, and in the end, she left a message for the operator, saying she had an important matter to discuss with Lu Mingyuan and asked him to call her back tomorrow. Because Lu Mingyuan was on an urgent mission, the operator was worried about missing important information, so she forwarded the message to Tian Xing. Tian Xing didn't call Song Qin but guessed that something must be wrong with the Lu family in Beijing. Otherwise, Song Qin wouldn't be seeking out Lu Mingyuan. He immediately realized that the matter couldn't be delayed any longer. If not only would the Lu family be in trouble, but he would also be implicated. If he got involved, the Star Initiative would also be affected. Thinking this through, he stayed up all night writing a report, submitting it through internal channels to the top leaders and applying for commendation for Lu Mingyuan. Meanwhile, the Lu family in Cici Village was unaware of the turmoil in Beijing. After dinner, the family was still busy with their daily routines. Mother Liu and Lu Zhaoning took over Lin Xueqing's work, preparing food supplies for Lu Mingyuan. Father Liu went to the youth camp to handle conflicts between new and old young workers. Old Hu and Zhou Fuxing returned to the medical station and asked Hao Xiaomin and a few others to help prepare a first aid kit. Lu Mingche tutored Lu Minglang, and from time to time, he heard Lu Minglang's distressed voice about wanting to cry or not, along with Lu Mingche's suppressed thoughts about whether to scold or not. Lu Mingyuan and his wife, Lin Xueqing, enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation as they walked side by side along the village path. Lu Mingyuan thought about returning to the team tomorrow and felt a strange sense of reluctance. He asked, "After I go back tomorrow, you need to be careful at home and not overwork yourself. If Hu Lao and the others ask too much, you should know how to refuse. Don't tire yourself out." He also expressed concern. And if villagers ask for help, don't always agree easily. Being too accommodating can make you a target. Don't rush to help in emergencies right away. First protect yourself, then ask Zhou Fuxing or Hu Lao for assistance, and just stand by to help a little. Lin Xueqing nodded. "I understand. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself." However, Lu Mingyuan felt Lin Xueqing was too obedient and easy to be taken advantage of. Thinking about her possibly being bullied again when he wasn't around, he couldn't help but keep reminding her of things to watch out for. Lin Xueqing nodded at each point, but eventually, she couldn't take his constant nagging anymore and interrupted. "Mingyuan, I'm not a child. I can take care of myself." Lu Mingyuan naturally knew she wasn't a child. He was just feeling very reluctant. He lowered his head, looked into Lin Xueqing's eyes, and after a long pause, replied, "I'm a bit regretful now, Xueqing. Why don't you come with the army? Would that be okay? Since you helped the village start a side business and built a fish pond, I think the village is gradually getting on the right track. If that reporter keeps their promise, our village's story will be published in the newspaper tomorrow. Then, the village's development will be assured, and my parents can handle the rest themselves." Lin Xueqing thought about it and agreed, but She quickly shook her head. What if I leave? What will happen to the village doctor? Old Hu and Zhou Fusheng will soon return to the military district. Also, my real parents will come to the village soon, though I don't know how they will feel about it. But since I know, I should meet them and get to know them. Lu Mingyuan couldn't argue anymore. He pouted and said helplessly, "All right, after you handle these things, come join the army." He was worried she might refuse, so he added slowly, "Don't worry, during this time I've been catching spies and smuggling rings in the village. It's a big case, and I've earned a lot of military merit. Plus, with Qin Shi's help, applying for a better family residence is no problem." Ling Squeaking wasn't worried at all. She smiled and said, "Yes, I knew you, my husband, are very capable. You got it done so quickly." Lu Mingyuan felt very happy and almost wagged his tail with pride. He suddenly realized that his wife was really good at praising people. Who wouldn't like to be appreciated and admired by their wife? It made his big manly pride feel very satisfied. If the environment were better, he'd want to hug Ling Squeaking right now and kiss her passionately. Thinking of that, Lu Mingyuan felt even more frustrated. He sighed, "Our house isn't finished yet. I wanted to have it ready before I rejoined the team, but so many things happened suddenly." Hearing this, Ling Squeaking's attention shifted and she asked, "What about our house?" "We can only ask Zhong Xiangnan to help find soldiers on leave to assist. When they come, we can give them some tickets or food. You don't need to worry about this. My parents will arrange it with Zhong Xiangnan." Ling Squeaking nodded and said, "Maybe next time you come back, you'll have a new house to live in." Lu Mingyuan nodded and suddenly whispered in her ear, "Let's choose a room farther away from others with better soundproofing." Lin Xueqing was a bit confused. "Why?" "Because when we're close, it can be more comfortable and relaxed." Realizing what Lu Mingyuan meant, Lin Xueqing's face turned red quickly. Lu Mingyuan found her shy look very cute. For a moment, he felt distracted and couldn't help but gently kiss her on the forehead. Lin Xueqing was surprised again and froze in place. Although no one was nearby, this was a public place. How could they be so bold? Before she could think further, Lu Mingyuan held her hand, and they headed home. The next morning, Lu Mingyuan woke up early, holding Lin Xueqing close, reluctant to get out of bed. His wife was soft and fragrant, and he didn't want to let go. Lin Xueqing was awakened by the heat. These past few days, Lu Mingyuan had been very clingy. The hot weather in the south hadn't fully gone away, and being held so tightly made Lin Xueqing sweat a lot. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and pushed Lu Mingyuan away. Lu Mingyuan sighed helplessly, regained his composure, and got up to wash up. The Lu family also started to wake up one after another. Today's breakfast was prepared by Lu's mother, while Lin Xueqing was inside packing Lu Mingyuan's belongings. Lu Mingyuan didn't have many things, but because he had plenty of dry food and a first aid kit, she packed 2 large bags for him to take back to the military area. Lu Zhaoning and Lu Minglang went hunting in the mountains today. Unfortunately, they weren't as lucky as yesterday and only caught a few small birds. Lu Minglang asked Lin Xueqing, sister-in-law, "Can we eat these small birds?" Lin Xueqing nodded and smiled. "Of course, we can roast them to eat." Hearing this, Lu Zhaoning felt a bit regretful. "Today, when we went up the mountain, we saw that many villagers also came up. They probably heard we caught a mountain chicken yesterday and came to try their luck." Lu's mother took the opportunity to teach her daughter. "So, do you think you should think twice before doing things in the future?" Then she turned to Lu's father and said, "If villagers keep coming to the back mountain, it might not be good, right? I'm worried that if more villagers come, they might discover the secrets of the camp and Old Man Su and the others." Father Lu thought for a moment and said, "Let Zhong Xiangnan and the others practice more in the back mountain. Then I will warn the villagers that there might be live fire drills there. Tell them to go hunting on other mountains." While speaking, Father Lu turned to Lu Zhaoning and said, "In the future, don't go hunting in the back mountain either. Go to other mountains." Just then, there was a very rude knocking at the door. Father Lu immediately frowned.
Who is so impolite?
He quickly went to the door and opened it. When he saw the visitor, he was momentarily stunned. It was Li Jianzhong with a group of people wearing red armbands. Seeing Father Lu open the door, Li Jianzhong straightforwardly said. Captain Liu, we received a report from the villagers. They accused you of misusing village resources for personal gain, despite being the village's team leader. This is typical of capitalist behavior. The committee received the report and is here to investigate. Please cooperate. Father Lu's face turned pale with anger. The words sounded so familiar. He immediately knew this was a report from Yi Ming. But Father Lu stood firm and snorted coldly. I don't accept this accusation. Do you have an investigation order? What evidence do you have? The people with red armbands were momentarily stunned. Coming from Beijing, they were different. They dared to resist the committee. Before Li Jianzhong arrived, he knew Lu Zhenguo wouldn't act lightly. He was prepared and produced a letter of complaint, saying, This is a report from a villager. Don't say we are falsely accusing you. Father Lu was not intimidated. He took the letter and examined it carefully. Then he smiled and said, So, you are really accusing me falsely. And it's just one villager's random report. You're taking it at face value. Then can I also report you, Li Jianzhong, for abusing your power due to personal grudges? Li Jianzhong, who had come prepared, quickly said, It's not just one person. Our private investigation shows you might indeed be acting like a capitalist. He paused and looked at Father Lu with a meaningful gaze. Is it because you're guilty that you don't dare to accept the organization's investigation? Father Lu sneered at the tricks of the Revolutionary Committee. He had seen similar tactics in Beijing before, so he wasn't afraid of someone like Li Jianzhong causing trouble. He chuckled and said, Of course, an investigation is possible. He waved the complaint letter in his hand and took control, saying, Let's start with this letter and look into each accusation. First, you say I misused village resources for personal use. Which village resources did I misuse? Li Jianzhong was not angry. He seemed to be waiting for Father Lu to trap himself. He snorted and said, We have investigated. The materials donated by the military district to Xiaoxi village were used by your family as personal resources to benefit yourselves. Is that true? At this moment, the Lu family members who had heard the noise came out one after another. Lin Xueqing frowned and quietly whispered to Lu Mingling, Go out the back door and find Shen Feifan and Aunt Zhang. Lu Mingling was sensible. This wasn't the first time someone wearing a red armband came to trouble their family. In Beijing, he went to find his eldest uncle's family. Here, he could only ask the villagers for help. Facing Li Jianzhong's accusations, Father Lu was not at all scared. He asked back, I don't know that the military district donated supplies to Xiaoxi village. Which supplies are those? He then turned to Lu Mingyuan and said, Go find the captain of the guard here to confront him. Lu Mingyuan immediately ran up the mountain to find Zhong Xiangnan. Li Jianzhong was not convinced and snorted. You protect each other. You use your son's military connections to get resources but keep them for yourselves. Father Lu looked at Li Jianzhong as if he were an idiot and said helplessly, My son is just a small battalion commander. He can't decide whether the military district gives supplies to our Xiaoxi village, can he? We don't have that much power. You may not, but your father does. If you want something, just ask your father to speak to the military district. Mother Lu was also amused and speechless at Li Jianzhong's words. If we had that ability, why would we come suffer here in Xiaoxi village? Look at where you are standing now. Our family doesn't even have a roof over our heads. Li Jianzhong was not easy to fool. He snorted coldly and retorted, That's because your house hasn't been built yet. Our commune didn't approve the red bricks and cement for you. How could you get these supplies? Isn't this just your family's way of taking advantage of resources? As he spoke, Li Jianzhong stopped arguing with the Lu family. He waved his arm and ordered the men with red armbands to search inside the Lu house. During the search, Li Jianzhong's men found many items. Li Jianzhong felt proud and quickly moved past the Lu family members to the backyard, planning to give them a direct. At the same time, Lu Mingyuan hurried down from the back mountain with Zhong Xiangnan during the search. Zhong Xiangnan showed his ID and handed it to Li Jianzhong, saying, I can confirm that after the Lu Zhenguo family arrived, the military district did not donate any supplies to Xiaoxi village, only borrowed grain.
Li Jianzhong frowned.
This didn't match his investigation. He took Zhong Xiangnan's ID and asked suspiciously, Then how did the villagers see your military district bringing supplies to the Lu family? Zhong Xiangnan pointed to the path leading to the back mountain and said, "It's a shorter way." Li Jianzhong's brow furrowed, but he didn't believe Zhong Xiangnan's words. He pointed to the waterproof cloth found on the ground and asked, "Aren't these your military district supplies?" "From what I know, these are waterproof covers for medical tents." "How could the Lu family have them?" Hearing the commotion, Zhou Fuxing and Old, who had already come out from the corridor in the backyard. Facing Li Jianzhong's accusations, Old, who snorted coldly, "Our military district supplies, I decide who to give them to." "It's none of your business." Li Jianzhong's eyes flickered as he finally found a possible charge. He immediately shouted, "Lu Zhengguo, you still say your Lu family hasn't secretly colluded with the military district for personal gain? This old man has already admitted that he gave military supplies to your family. These supplies are collective assets. You have no right to handle them privately." Zhou Fuxing quickly reacted, took out his ID, and said, "I am the director of the military hospital and the person in charge of disaster relief. I believe Director Li also knows this, right? If Director Li raises issues because of his personal disputes with Comrade Li Wan and me, then I will have to seek help from the organization." Li Jianzhong glared at Zhou Fuxing, recalling how his niece lost her job because of this man and had to go to the countryside. This made him even more eager to bring down the Lu family and Zhou Fuxing's group. "Don't change the subject. Just tell us, is this a resource from the military district?" Zhou Fuxing helplessly replied, "No, this waterproof cloth was bought from the military district by Comrade Lin for 100 yuan. It belongs to Comrade Lin as private property. Are you joking? Can military supplies be bought and sold privately? Why not? These are discarded, unusable medical tents that should have been retired anyway. The logistics department of our military district regularly handles such supplies, and buying and selling is allowed. If you don't believe it, you can check with the department in charge at the logistics office." Zhao Zekin also came over from the logistics shed and said, "I am the battalion commander of the military district logistics department. I can testify to this. These rules have long been clearly stated within the military district. Comrade, please do not falsely accuse others." Zhao Zekin's explanation left Li Jianzhong speechless, unsure how to argue back. Adding to his discomfort, he was suddenly surrounded by many officers in military uniforms, each with official titles and a fierce, murderous aura. This increased his pressure and made him start to feel faintly afraid. After a long moment, he had to compose himself and say, "Since Comrade Lin's property is private, why don't you explain this clearly to the villagers?" Lu's father was speechless. "We've already told everyone. If you don't believe it, ask others." He then snorted coldly and scolded, "That's why your work is inefficient. You haven't investigated the matter thoroughly before making accusations. If everyone acted like you, wouldn't everyone be scared and hesitant? Who would want to help the villagers then? If helping others means facing scrutiny and trouble, we might as well not replace the waterproof cloth at all." Chen Feifan hurried over after receiving news from Lu Minglang and heard Lu's father's words as soon as he entered the backyard. Chen Feifan was truly worried that the Lu family might be disappointed, so he quickly said, "I can testify about this. We are actually very grateful to Comrade Lin for helping with the waterproof cloth. Thanks to Comrade Lin's experiments, we learned that even in our severely eroded land, we can build fish ponds. Because of this, we can enjoy fresh fish. If you keep acting recklessly, your careless actions will harm our village." Talking about Li Jianzhong, Chen Feifan already felt disgusted. When his father was alive, Li Jianzhong often made things difficult for them, always asking for favors, but he never helped with village tasks. When floods or big problems hit the village, he just muddled through and did nothing. This is very different from Captain Liu, who always helps. It's not that Li Jianzhong is wrong, but his way of doing nothing is very frustrating. Now, not only does he refuse to help, but he also plans to trap and drive away the Lu family. What will happen to Xiaoxi village then? Their furniture business has just started, and without Lin Xueqing's help, they wouldn't have come up with these clever furniture designs. Without Dad Lu's help, they wouldn't have access to the supply and marketing cooperatives or department stores. So, even though he knew the Red Sleeve Badge group disliked him, he still bravely came to support the Lu family. Li Jianzhong was surprised. He didn't expect that in just over a month, Lu Jinghua had already gained so much support. Since villagers are willing to testify, the Lu family can't be blamed for this. He had no choice but to change the subject and pointed to the bamboo shed in the backyard. That bamboo shed, you guys probably wasted collective resources on it, right? Dad Lu couldn't help but rub his forehead. It was the bamboo shed again. He sighed, certain that Yi Ming was behind this. Only Yi Ming was so obsessed with that bamboo shed. With a helpless sigh, Dad Lu said to Lu Mingyuan, "Go next door and find Yi Ming. Let him explain everything in front of everyone." Li Jianzhong was surprised. Did Lu Jinghua already guess who reported him? The person director Wang Sen doesn't seem very reliable either. If this was discovered so quickly, Yi Ming's line of work might be over. The Yi Ming family was having breakfast at home when they heard the noise outside. Lu Xiaofang felt anxious, but didn't dare get too close. When she saw Lu Mingyuan about to call her husband away, she quickly picked up little Bao and rushed to the Lu family's yard. When Yi Ming arrived at the backyard, he saw a group of people with red armbands standing outside the bamboo shed. He felt a bit proud. This was the price for the Lu family underestimating him. Yi Ming. Lu Xiaofang saw so many people with red armbands and instinctively held little Bao tightly, worried about the Lu family. When the main troublemaker arrived, Mr. Lu pointed at the bamboo shed and asked, "Comrade Yi, tell me, how is this bamboo shed wasting collective resources?" Yi Ming didn't doubt him and thought it was Wang Dui being untrustworthy, exposing him. He blurted out, "I said yesterday if this bamboo shed is used for research, we can quickly find ways to increase grain production. But you insisted on using it privately, wasting not only resources but also food." Everyone was surprised by his words. Most of them realized that Yi Ming was the one who reported the issue today. Lu Mingyuan clenched his fists tightly, really wanting to hit someone at this moment. They had been kind to Yi Ming's family, at least not deliberately making things difficult for them. Now, they were being so ungrateful. Chun Feifan felt relieved. Luckily, it wasn't their clan who did this, or they would have a hard time facing Captain Lu's help to their village. Li Jianzhong wanted to cover his face in frustration. What kind of teammate was this? Now, not only Lu Zhenghua knew Yi Ming was the one who reported, but everyone else also knew. Yi Ming's role, as it was completely ruined. Lu Xiaofang was stunned and looked at Yi Ming in disbelief. "Did you bring these people?" she asked. "You? How could you do such a thing?" Yi Ming glared at Lu Xiaofang fiercely and scolded, "If you can't speak properly, just shut up." Little Bao, frightened by Yi Ming's fierce look, shrank into Lu Xiaofang's arms, clutching her neck tightly and whispering, "Mom, Dad is bad." Li Jianzhong suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Comrade, Yi Ming has already testified that you privatized the collective resources. Comrade Lu, do you have anything to say in your defense?" Lin Xueqing also understood the full story behind this matter and immediately stepped forward, saying, "This is my greenhouse. How did it become collective property? As I know, to support Comrade Yi Ming's research, my father begged the factory director of the sugar factory to send us some plastic film. Is the greenhouse that Yi Ming told his family to plant in also a privatized collective asset?" Talking about the sugar factory, Li Jianzhong suddenly felt he had a chance to turn the situation around and said, "I have already checked with the factory director, Duan Feiyang. They indeed gave your village, Xiaoxi, some plastic film. That should be considered the collective property of Xiaoxi village, right? Comrade Lin, you wouldn't say that this bamboo shed is your personal property, would you?" Yi Ming immediately felt very pleased, thinking he was on the side of justice, and agreed. If it was a gift from the sugar factory, it belongs to the collective. Using it privately is wrong. Lu Xiaofang quickly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him not to look so proud. Yi Ming thought Lu Xiaofang was just holding him back and ignored her hint, simply shaking her hand off. However, Lin Xueqing had a plan ready. She turned to ask Father Lu, "Dad, when did the sugar factory give us the plastic film?" Father Lu immediately understood. Usually, when a collective gives a gift, both parties keep a record in writing. But when Lin Xueqing first visited the sugar factory, she was just acting on impulse and didn't sign anything. Duan Feiyong saw that she was just acting spontaneously. There was no signed gift record between them. Moreover, even if there was a record, it was just a personal note between Lin Xueqing and the sugar factory. She is not a village official and cannot represent the collective. Therefore, even if Duan Feiyong's side had a private record, it only shows that the gift was made to Lin Xueqing personally. Father Lu quickly went back inside, took out the gift agreement he signed with the sugar factory, and handed it to Li Jianzhong, saying, "This is the gift contract I signed with the sugar factory. Please check the date and the details of the gift." Li Jianzhong frowned and glanced at the time above, but he didn't see anything wrong. Only Yiming was momentarily stunned. Then he understood what was happening. So, the plastic film he was using was from the village collective, but Lin Xueqing's wasn't? He usually kept silent when facing conflicts, and now he chose to remain quiet again. Seeing Yiming silent and confused, Li Jianzhong didn't understand and, after a while, had to ask boldly, "Is there something wrong with this document? It clearly shows that your film was a gift from the sugar factory." Mr. Lu pointed to their bamboo shed and said, "Look carefully at the size. Our film's dimensions are completely different from what's in the note. This film was given to my daughter-in-law by the factory director. Naturally, it belongs to our family." Yiming saw that we built a big greenhouse with the film and asked to use such film for research. That's why I asked the factory director for more. So, the film that Yiming's family has is the one the sugar factory gave to our village. He then deliberately asked Yiming, "Do you know if Yiming has used our village's collective resources for any research results? Has he contributed anything to our village?" Li Jianzhong was completely stunned and a bit annoyed that Duan Feiyong hadn't told him privately about giving Lin Xueqing the film. He could only continue forcefully. "The plastic film is a collective resource of the sugar factory. How could Duan Feiyong give it to you privately? There must be some misunderstanding." Mr. Lu wouldn't be fooled and stubbornly replied, "I don't know the exact reason, but in the note I signed with him, there's no mention of our family's film. This plastic film isn't registered as part of our village's assets, so it naturally doesn't belong to the village collective." At this point, Yiming finally recovered from a shock. Still feeling justified, he quickly argued, "I'm doing this for the good of the village. Since Lin has this film resource, he should contribute it to the village for research. Greenhouses like this are rare. You guys don't understand farming at all. It's just a waste of resources." Li Jianzhong knew that blaming the privatization of collective resources on Lu's father was pointless, so he tried to smooth things over. "Comrade, he is right. He's thinking about the collective interest. Professional tools should be used by professionals." Yiming was immediately happy to hear this, feeling understood, and he agreed again. "Director Wang is right. Tools should be used by those who know how." However, Chen Feifan felt a bit speechless. They worked in the fields all year, and honestly, this kind of work isn't very technical. There's no such thing as professional or unprofessional in this context, only diligent or lazy. Before he joined the furniture team, Chen Feifan also observed Yiming's work in the fields. He thought Yiming was lazy and couldn't see any professionalism in him. Thinking this, Chen Feifan couldn't hold back and said, "I don't think Comrade Lin is unprofessional at all." Yiming remembered what Lu's father and Lu Xiufang said yesterday, and he pointed directly at the rack inside the plastic shed. "Comrade Lin doesn't even understand basic planting principles. His way of planting is just wasting food. The fruits on top don't have enough space to grow, and the vegetables below are blocked by the leaves of the fruit trees. Without enough sunlight, neither the vegetables nor the fruits can survive." Although Li Jianzhong no longer farms, he still understood some farming principles. He thought Yiming's words made sense. Wasting food might be a small fault, but it's better than having no harvest today. He immediately turned to Lin Xueqing and said, "Comrade Lin, your method is definitely wasting food. You need to be criticized and educated." This sounded like a normal warning. But those familiar with these people's ways knew that when the red armband people said criticism and education, it wasn't just a few words. It meant publicly reflecting on oneself. As long as Lin Xueqing accepted this, Li Jianzhong would keep pushing her on it, even making simple things complicated. Using this as an example, he could make Lin Xueqing do self-criticism every day. Lu's father quickly realized there was something suspicious and immediately joined in. "Where's the waste?" This is our own land, and I think it's well planted. Chen Feifan looked at the lush green inside the shed and agreed, saying, "This vegetable looks very well grown. Is there any problem?" At this moment, Lu Xiaofang no longer cared about Yiming. She just felt she couldn't let Lin Xueqing get into trouble. If Lin Xueqing had an accident, she would definitely lose her job as the team leader of the furniture group. Yiming was just someone who contributed nothing, and now her family had lost her job. How could she and Xiao Bao survive? Thinking this, Lu Xiaofang immediately stepped forward to support Lin Xueqing. "I think Comrade Lin's vegetables in this big shed are also grown quite well. It's not a waste of food." Xiao Bao, confused, also randomly agreed. "Aunt Lin's vegetables are delicious." Yiming suddenly felt like she was slapped in the face, especially by her own wife and child. It felt like a blatant betrayal. He couldn't help but glare fiercely at Lu Xiaofang and said harshly, "I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear me?" Lu Xiaofang had never seen Yiming with such a gloomy face before. That fierce look seemed like he wanted to hurt her right then. She couldn't help but tremble, but finally she insisted, "I was just speaking the truth." Lin Xueqing looked at Lu Xiaofang with suspicion. She was surprised that she would stand up and speak for her. But she didn't dwell on it for long. Instead, she pointed to her own shed and said, "There's no point arguing here. It's better to see for ourselves." As she spoke, she lifted a piece of plastic film from inside the shed and went in first. Everyone followed her inside. After more than 2 weeks of planting, the vegetables inside the shed had mostly grown. The greens on the ground were lush, and in a few days, they should be ready for harvest. As for the racks Yiming mentioned, they were also covered with climbing plants. Small melons were hanging from above, looking very beautiful. Chen Feifan saw how well the fruits and vegetables were growing and was stunned. "Comrade Lin, how did you manage to grow vegetables and fruits so well?" He had been farming for many years and had never seen anyone grow such neat, healthy vegetables without a single yellow leaf or hole from bugs. Besides, although the shed was small, it was packed with many plants. Visible to the eye are loofah, tomatoes, and cucumbers. Below, there are spinach, cilantro, celery, romaine lettuce, and bok choy, among others. Clearly, they have used the space very efficiently. Actually, this method of planting vegetables above and fruits below is not unique to Lin Xueqing. Some older villagers also do it, but not as well as her. If the vegetables below are not planted properly, as Yiming said, the plants may not survive, and the fruits above could be scorched by the sun or lack nutrients, causing them to rot. Yiming looked at the greenhouse and was surprised. He felt deeply discouraged. As a professional agricultural scientist, he couldn't believe that the vegetables grown by someone like Lin Xueqing, who came from the city to the countryside, were better than his own. This made him worry about how he would stand in the village and how the villagers would see him. If his colleagues at the Agricultural Institute found out, they would probably laugh at him. However, maybe Lin Xueqing was just lucky. The protective film might be the reason her vegetables grew so well. Unaware of others' surprise, Lin Xueqing explained slowly, "I was planning to improve these vegetables further before sharing them with the villagers. If I don't handle it carefully, the problems Yiming mentioned could happen. Especially without the protective film, pollen might spread randomly, and pests could multiply. Even if the vegetables grow, they might not be healthy, and the benefits of separate planting would be lost." Father Lu, who didn't know much about farming, had never seen anyone grow vegetables as well as Lin Xueqing. He asked curiously, "Is it because we have the protective film?" Although Yiming was secretly jealous, he was still a professional in planting. It's because of the choice of plants. Fruits and vegetables like sunlight, while spinach and bok choy prefer shade. That's why you were lucky to grow these vegetables successfully. If you had chosen different plants, the ones below would have died. Even now, you might be lucky with the right varieties, but as they grow bigger, they could still be wasted due to poor soil nutrients. Lin Xueqing glanced at Yiming calmly and replied, "How do you know this isn't my careful design? And how can you be sure they won't grow further?" Yiming sneered and said, "Because I am an expert in this area, and you're just a city person who has never grown vegetables. You, coming from Beijing, know nothing about farming. You're just lucky to catch a mouse now and then. Father Lu snorted coldly. Comrade Yiming, your thinking is wrong. Just because you're an expert, does that make you better than others? Are you always right? You're creating class divisions in our village. You look down on others' hard work. Li Jianzhong's heart skipped a beat. Lu Zhangguo's words seemed a bit too serious. It looked like he was trying to turn the situation against them. He quickly shifted the focus. Comrade Lin's success doesn't mean future success. Lin also said earlier that if not handled properly, problems like those Yi Ming mentioned could still happen. Lin Xueqing was speechless. Could it be that I know how to take care of the plants so I can grow them so well? Yi Ming listened and thought Lin Xueqing was bragging. He sneered and said, then tell me, if these gourds grow for a while longer and fill up the frames around them, with no light coming in from all sides, how will your vegetables grow? The gourds aren't fully grown yet, and the vegetables underneath can't survive. Wouldn't that be a waste? Lin Xueqing glanced at the lonely planting skill level indicator above Yi Ming's head and suddenly realized that having multiple skills is helpful. No wonder Yi Ming, who has leveled up his planting skills to level 9, hasn't achieved much. Besides being lazy, it seems he also lacks common sense. She said helplessly, Yi Ming, can't I just prune some of the leaves? Yi Ming was stunned. Prune? That would kill the gourd vines. I'm not cutting everything, just some leaves to let light in. How do you know it won't die after you prune? And how do you ensure the light gets through to help the plants below? Lin Xueqing pointed to one of the vines. This one is what I pruned earlier. It's doing just fine now. Also, when building the frame, if it's a bit sparse, the leaves won't cover all the sunlight. Yi Ming thought for a moment. That was a good idea. He couldn't help feeling annoyed. Why didn't he think of that before? Chen Feifan looked at Lin Xueqing's actions and said excitedly, can we do the same thing at home? Lin Xueqing quickly smiled and replied, of course, we were just experimenting. If we succeed, the village can also learn from us and build a shed to grow vegetables. She then looked meaningfully at Li Jianzhong and said, since the commune can't support us, we have to find ways to increase our harvest ourselves. Planting different kinds of vegetables together can be more efficient. Without poultry, at least we can grow enough vegetables to feed ourselves. Li Jianzhong felt embarrassed by Lin Xueqing's words. Just as he was about to make excuses, Father Lu took the opportunity to speak. Xueqing is right, directorly. Our village has been waiting for supplies for a whole month and still haven't received them. Could it be that you are deliberately holding back resources from Xiaoxi village because of personal grudges? If that's the case, we will have to report it to the Revolutionary Committee. The comeback was so quick that Li Jianzhong was startled. He took a moment to steady himself and replied, this isn't me blocking your supplies, it's just how the process works. I've already tried my best to help you. The approval hasn't gone through yet, so I can't do anything. Is it really that you can't do anything, or are you just giving up and not trying? Father Lu interrupted him bluntly, accusing him of being ineffective. The officials wearing red armbands saw the situation suddenly change drastically and didn't know how to handle it. Finally, the leader stepped forward and said diplomatically, since the misunderstanding is cleared up, we won't bother Captain Lu anymore. Li Jianzhong's eyes flickered. He still wanted to ask Father Lu if he was colluding with the military district. But with so many soldiers surrounding him, even if they were working together, he couldn't handle them with the people in red armbands. He could only go back and think of other ways. Thinking this, Li Jianzhong said nothing and followed the leader of the red armbands, saying, yes, 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 it's all a misunderstanding. Now that it's clarified, everything's fine. Without waiting for a response from the Lu family, he hurriedly left. Wang Dui had not yet received the criminal evidence sent by Li Jianzhong, but instead received a notice of recognition for Lu Mingyuan's individual and team achievements. Through inside sources, Wang Dui finally understood why a battalion was transferred to Xiaoxi village. He had thought that it was impressive enough for enemies to hide in a small village. He believed that the Lu family was using the excuse of clearing enemies to bring military resources into the village and help Lu Zhenguo manage it. In his view, Lu Zhenguo was just a rough soldier who didn't understand how to be a village leader. The most likely approach was to manage the village with military methods. So, When he learned that there were enemies in the village and that Xiaoxi village was directly controlled by the military district for this reason, Wang Dui became even more convinced of his guess. He thought Lu Zhenghua was colluding with the southern military district, protecting each other. Before today, he even believed they could wipe out the Lu family and eliminate rivals. That's why they boldly entered the Lu family's home and took away Lu Guodong and Lu Zhenhua. But who would have thought that not only enemies but also smugglers were hiding in this small village, and that there was a conspiracy involving Monkey Country against Rabbit Country? Today, with this report, the plan of Monkey Country to attack Rabbit Country was exposed through intelligence intercepted by Lu Mingyuan. The high-level officials in Beijing were all shocked. Soon after, the southern military district became anxious, urgently reallocating weapons and resources to support the southern island and prepare for Monkey Country's upcoming attack. Wang Dui secretly resented that their hands couldn't reach into the military, causing them to make wrong judgments. But at this moment, he also realized that even if he received evidence from Li Jianzhong now, he couldn't pin the blame on the Lu family. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, as all his efforts had been in vain. However, he also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't dare to use torture because he was afraid of Lu Guodong's status and age. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble today. Wang Dui thought he had escaped danger, but Grandpa Lu had no intention of letting him go. Coincidentally, after the Lu family drove away Li Jianzhong and others, Lu's father also planned to take action. As long as Li Jianzhong remained in his position, he would continue to trouble Xiaoxi village. Seizing the opportunity, Lu's father immediately wrote a report to Nanjing. The reason for choosing the provincial capital instead of their local port city is because they are worried that Li Jianzhong's connections can reach higher authorities directly. However, crossing to the provincial capital is a different matter. It is beyond their reach. Not to mention that Li Jianzhong and Wang Dui cannot get into the southern city's circle, and their families are also unable to get involved. Therefore, that place is relatively fair and can be handled justly. Besides, there is an advantage. If this matter is reported by the Southern City Daily, it will have a double effect. It can encourage the authorities to quickly help solve the difficulties in Xiaoxi village, especially since they have not yet received support from the commune. When children cry, they get what they need. When the time comes, they should cry a little. Otherwise, the higher-ups might think resources have already been allocated and that Xiaoxi village is thriving under organizational support. Maybe Li Jianzhong can even take this as a personal achievement. He definitely wouldn't do something foolish like giving enemies political credit. However, the director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Lu Jipeng, is truly a benefactor for their family. Without his help, along with the resources from the Southern City Daily and the Southern City Department Store, they wouldn't have been able to turn things around so easily. Thinking this, Mr. Lu decided that today, when delivering supplies to the cooperative, he would sincerely thank Lu Jipeng. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lu and Lin Xueqing took Lu Mingyuan and others to the ferry. Lu Mingyuan gently rubbed Lin Xueqing's head with a look of reluctance and said, "I'll come back to keep you company during my leave. You're heavy, so don't do too much work and don't worry too much about home matters. Everything is under Gao's supervision. Just focus on doing what you like." Lin Xueqing didn't really know what she liked to do, but she nodded obediently. "I will take good care of myself. Just rest assured. You focus on your work, but don't overexert yourself. We and the baby are waiting for you to come back." Hearing this, Lu Mingyuan's reluctance grew even more. He wanted to say more, but Hao Xiaoman was already pulling him into the boat cabin. Hao Xiaoman, while dragging Lu Mingyuan, said to Lin Xueqing, "Sister-in-law, I will take good care of the captain. Don't worry." Lu Mingyuan shot Hao Xiaoman a gloomy look, then returned to his usual cold demeanor, saying nothing as he walked inside. Hao Xiaoman touched his nose and explained, "Brother, if I didn't pull you in, I think you could have spent the whole day with sister-in-law, just talking and joking outside. Then we would definitely be very late when we report to the southern island." Lu Mingyuan pursed his lips and didn't speak, indirectly agreeing with Hao Xiaoman's words. This was the first time he experienced such a deep feeling of concern. In the past, when he went on missions, he didn't feel much because he knew his parents and siblings didn't need to worry about him. But Lin Xueqing was different. She was so weak yet so strong. What would she do if something happened when he wasn't around? His desire to continue making achievements grew even stronger. He had to save enough money to buy her a good family house before she gave birth to their baby, providing her and the baby with a good living environment. Living in the military compound, with simpler relationships, Lin Xueqing probably would live more comfortably. Thinking this way, Lu Mingyuan suddenly felt full of motivation. Meanwhile, after Lu Mingyuan left, Lu's mother and Lin Xueqing walked together along the village road. Lu's mother analyzed as she walked. Mingyuan's recent actions have also helped remove a big hidden danger from the village. He almost caught all the lurking troublemakers. I can't say he caught 100%, but I think he cleared out most of them. Even if some managed to escape detection, they probably won't dare to act for a while. Reporting this will definitely be a great achievement. Considering all this, Mingyuan has already made many contributions since he came to Xiaoxi village. He helped the villagers fight floods and disasters, uncovered enemy spies' plans, destroyed their hideouts in the county, and eliminated the arms smuggling gang in the village. These achievements are enough for Mingyuan to get a promotion. Then he can apply for a better family house and live more comfortably. Lu Mingyuan had explained these things to her before, on the deck of the Coast Guard ship. Lin Xueqing nodded and said, I know. Mingyuan said he would cheer for me and the baby. Mom, don't worry too much. Mingyuan will be back soon. Lu's mother patted Lin Xueqing's hand and smiled. I'm not worried about him. I'm just worried that you might feel upset. You've been through a lot with us these days, and I know it's been hard for you. Lin Xueqing quickly shook her head and said, It's not hard work. Actually, I feel I have grown a lot since I came to the village with you all. Before, I couldn't imagine that I could do so many things or learn so much. Instead, since I came to Xiaoxi village with you, my horizons have widened and I've experienced more. Hearing this, Mother Lu also felt emotional. She had seen all the changes in Lin Xueqing. She couldn't help but sigh. It's true that environment shapes a person. When Lin Xueqing pushed Lu Mingche to the biogas shed, Lu Mingche directly said, Early this morning, people with red armbands came to our house. Wu Kuan and the others had all experienced the same pain as Lu Mingche and couldn't help but shiver. Old Su was even more anxious and asked, Did your family get affected? Kainonjia looked worried and asked, Will they find out what we're planning to do? Lu Mingche quickly shook his head. Not yet, but we need to make some changes. The plans we made before should be put into action soon. It will be everyone. Everyone present was smart and immediately understood why Lu Mingche made these arrangements. If they helped by trying to reduce the trouble for others but allowed those people to take advantage, it wouldn't just be the Lu family who would suffer. Everyone involved would be affected. Good days for research might continue now, but it will be difficult in the future. Cheng Kai, who never liked to admit age, quickly said, It's okay. We can take this chance to move around. We don't have to stay in the shed all the time. It's good for the health of the elderly. Maybe we can even find useful materials and practice in the evening. Lin Xueqing didn't expect Lu Mingche to bring her to the biogas shed just for this, so she asked, What about your research? Lu Mingche sighed and said, We already have some initial results on the engine modification plan for the villagers. Today, we can try it out with the villagers. For the next steps, we can adjust the engine and build another shed. This one will be for Old Su and the others. The biogas fermentation tank is also ready. Later, we can pull a small cart and go for a walk. Just let people see what you're working on. You don't have to be too careful. Just put some trash on the bamboo baskets so no one can find fault. Wu Kuan nodded and said, We understand. Don't worry. Then he turned to Old Su and the others and said, Let's pack up quickly and remove everything inside. Lin Xueqing hurriedly said, I'll go find Xiangnan and the others to help. Worried that Old Wu and the others might feel uneasy, she added slowly, The camp above is almost finished. Everyone doesn't need to worry about not having a place to do research. For daily life, if we can help, we will do our best. After learning about Lu Mingche's arrangements, Zhong Xiangnan realized that Wu Lao and their group's matters needed to be settled quickly to avoid obvious risks. Without hesitation, he ordered his team to build a new shed outside the Lu family's construction site. He also moved the engine and all its parts that they were studying into the shed. This action immediately caught the attention of villagers working outside the Liu family's large shed and Liu Xiufeng. Although curious, Liu Xiufeng felt very anxious and annoyed because of what happened that morning. She was worried about how to repair her relationship with the Liu family and had no time to pay attention to the commotion outside. The villagers from the furniture group were also curious, but since they had heavy work tasks, they were only interested and had no free time to find out why these changes were happening. As a result, the transfer of the biogas shed went smoothly, and before noon, the shed was already built. Meanwhile, the news about Yi Ming reporting the Liu family spread quickly through the village. Especially among villagers with the surname Chen, who mostly knew what Yi Ming had done, some villagers started to mock him. We should stay away from people like him. Anyone who gets close to him will have bad luck. Thinking he's clever with some tricks, but what if he gets jealous someday and reports you? This person is strange. He's not talented but can't stand seeing others do well. Maybe that's why he can't stay in Jing City. I think such people should be criticized publicly. They have no sense of community and are untrustworthy. That's why our village isn't developing well. Yes. Our village finally got a capable leader, and life was starting to improve, giving us hope. But now he's causing trouble here. Isn't that infuriating? Yi Ming's hands, holding the turned white from gripping so tightly. He wished he couldn't understand what these villagers were saying. He had only been in Xiaoxi village for a month, but he could already understand the local dialect, even if his pronunciation wasn't perfect. It was all because of Lu Jinghua. His family's plastic film was a gift from the sugar factory. Why didn't he clarify that? If he had, would he still be entangled in issues unrelated to the collective assets? And Lin Xueqing also disliked the situation. Although he knew how to solve the problem of planting gourds and vegetables together, he didn't say a word, waiting for her to fall into her trap. It was very sneaky. But what he hated most was Liu Xiufeng. She was a traitor. She was his wife, yet she stood on the side of the Liu family and spoke for the enemy. If it weren't for her always trying to get small benefits, making the Agricultural Research Institute dislike their family, he wouldn't have ended up doing research in this small village. However, wanting to add another shed for research meant facing many difficulties. All these problems were caused by Liu Xiufeng. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan had successfully arrived at the Southern Army District. But before he could report to Qixing, he was surrounded by colleagues holding newspapers. Captain Zhao Xinghuai of the 2nd Regiment couldn't help but tease him. Lu Mingyuan, you're so lucky. Your wife is so beautiful. Lu Mingyuan quickly took the newspaper from Zhao Xinghuai and looked at it. Sure enough, it was a report about their small creek village, and it was even a front-page story. The headline read, "Finding Ways Through Difficulties. The Rebuilding of Small Creek Village," written by Su Shulan. The first picture on the cover showed Lin Xueqing under a simple bamboo shed, teaching villagers how to make bamboo baskets with focus. He quickly skimmed the article, and it was very similar to what their family hoped for. It mainly talked about the difficulties they faced after coming to Small Creek Village and how they solved them. It emphasized how Lin Xueqing came up with solutions based on problems encountered in daily life. It also mentioned that villagers had to live on boats because they lacked cement and bricks. It highlighted how Lin Xueqing designed a set of storage boxes based on the boat's living environment. Seeing this, Lu Mingyuan knew that his father's chance to turn things around was very promising. The rest of the article mainly described the villagers' lives after the disaster area was rebuilt, including fish pond farming and crop harvesting. Overall, it focused on the theme of finding solutions from difficulties. The villagers of Small Creek Village did their best to protect their food and use side businesses to earn extra income to solve their living problems. Meanwhile, Qin Jingming was also reading the latest Southern City Daily in his office. The Nancheng Daily is the main news outlet in Nancheng. Every day, it is delivered to the Nandao Military District by airplane. Because of this, the military district receives the newspaper at least half a day earlier than small towns do. After reading the news, Qin Jingming couldn't wait to send a congratulatory message to his old friend and share the news. However, before he could call Grandpa Liu, he received a call from a leader of the Southern Province Party Committee who asked about the situation in Xiaoxi village. Qin Jingming explained everything clearly, including the problems faced during the disaster relief efforts. To avoid misunderstandings, he also detailed the military's actions in Xiaoxi village. Regarding the difficulties reported by the party committee, Qin Jingming mentioned that Xiaoxi village borrowed grain supplies and sold discarded materials at low prices to villagers. After finishing, Qin Jingming suddenly realized that the inquiry was not just about the news report. It must be that Lu Zhenghua was involved in something suspicious. He rubbed his forehead in worry and immediately sent a guard to call Lu Mingyuan. Meanwhile, Li Jianzhong also saw the Nanqing Daily. At first, he didn't think much of it, assuming the article was just about the furniture made by Xiaoxi village that caught the newspaper's attention. Since it was a headline, he was worried it might affect his work, so he read it carefully. But as he read, he felt something was off. The article described how Xiaoxi village dealt with the heavy difficulties caused by the flood. But upon reflection, the rebuilding required cement and bricks, which should have needed approval from their commune. The poultry was washed away by the flood, so they needed to raise fish for nutrition, but weren't the chicks and ducklings supplied by their commune? Suddenly, Li Jianzhong remembered that earlier that morning, Lu Zhenghua had asked him for supplies in front of some officers. How had he responded? "That's not me withholding supplies from Xiaoxi village. It's just the proper procedure. I've already tried my best to help you, but the process hasn't been approved yet, so I can't do anything." Li Jianzhong was instantly shocked and trembling. Lu Zhenghua was openly setting him up. He was sure that Lu Zhenghua had deliberately asked that question in front of so many people. Now, he can't even find an excuse anymore. At that time, in the backyard of the Lu family, there were villagers and soldiers, and it was impossible to keep their mouths shut. How could he be so stupid? Why choose to mention approval procedures? Once the leaders investigate, they will find out which process is stuck. Then, how will he explain why the commune hasn't sent supplies to Xiaoxi village? Oh no, he must think of a quick solution. Once this news gets out, city leaders will definitely pay attention. He needs to fix this problem quickly. But then, he calmed down quickly. So, what if Lu Zhenghua complains? He has connections in the city. As long as the procedural loopholes are fixed, he can avoid blame. At worst, he can admit to being slow. Being slow and not doing anything are very different things. And he never intended to do nothing. It was Lu Zhenghua's stubbornness that caused the delay, because he refused to compromise, which is why the supplies haven't arrived. In the end, the delay in delivering rebuilding supplies to Xiaoxi village isn't entirely his fault. If anyone is to blame, it should be Lu Zhenghua, who doesn't know how to handle things. Meanwhile, Lu's father, who was being criticized by Li Jianzhong, was delivering gifts of dried meat and fish snacks to Lu Jipeng. This was a small part of what Lu's father had taken from Lu Mingyuan's bag before he left, along with some hidden supplies he had kept quietly. It was just enough to make a present. The main reason was that dried meat and fish snacks were thoughtful and presentable gifts that the other person would appreciate. Of course, furniture could be given too, but they still owed the supply and marketing cooperative many orders. He was afraid that giving furniture directly would make Lu Jipeng angry, which would backfire. Lu Jipeng didn't expect Lu's father to come specifically to thank him, since this was his own personal wish and something he had suggested himself. He didn't expect Lu's father or Xiaoxi village to thank him. It was a mutually beneficial matter, and both the supply cooperative and Xiaoxi village could gain. But since Lu's father wanted to build a good relationship, he naturally went along with it. He had long noticed that the family of the village head of Xiaoxi village was not simple. The clever and creative daughter-in-law, the son dressed as a soldier, and the resourceful head of the family. Although I don't know much about their family background, a family that works well together like this must be capable. So, Lu Jipeng also wanted to build a good relationship with Mr. Lu. After accepting Mr. Lu's gift, Lu Jipeng took the initiative to invite him to a state-run restaurant for a meal. When they arrived at the restaurant, Lu Jipeng ordered some good dishes and kindly asked the waiter to bring a small plate. He took some dried meat and small fish snacks given by Mr. Lu as appetizers. At first, Lu Jipeng thought these were just homemade dishes, meant to praise Mr. Lu and show gratitude. But unexpectedly, after eating a piece of fish, Lu Jipeng was stunned and blurted out, "This fish is really delicious." At that moment, a strange voice interrupted their conversation, asking, "Jipeng, what's so tasty?" "Let me try too." The person was Peng Liqing, the manager of the restaurant. Lu Jipeng was a regular customer here. He had seen Lu Jipeng's name in the newspaper and came to congratulate him, but he didn't expect to hear him praise the food. Out of curiosity, Peng Liqing joined the conversation. Lu Jipeng quickly shared some of the fish and dried meat with Peng Liqing to try. Peng Liqing picked up a piece of fish and ate it. The fish was crispy and flavorful, making his eyes light up immediately. He then took a piece of dried meat to taste, and it was also very delicious. Peng Liqing quickly asked Mr. Lu, "How do you make this fish and dried meat?" "They are really tasty." Mr. Lu looked at the suddenly appearing chubby man with some doubt. He seemed quite familiar with Lu Jipeng.
"This is made by my daughter-in-law."
"I don't know the details," he replied. Lu Jipeng was surprised again and said, "Your daughter-in-law is really talented. Not only does she make furniture, but her cooking is also so good." This touched Mr. Lu's heart, and he couldn't help but feel proud. Qixing is indeed very talented. Our family was able to get out of trouble thanks to her help. Qixing? Furniture? Peng Liqing took out a newspaper and looked at it carefully, then asked in surprise, "Is your daughter-in-law named Lin Qixing?" Mr. Lu was stunned for a moment and asked back, "Comrade Peng, do you know my daughter-in-law?" Peng Liqing quickly laughed and said, "Not only do I know your daughter-in-law, but I think everyone in the entire southern province knows her." As he spoke, he handed a newspaper to Mr. Lu, who quickly took it. The front page featured a story about their small Shiji village. Mr. Lu was very happy and said with a smile, "I didn't expect the reporters to work so fast. They interviewed us yesterday, and the story is in today's paper. You don't know this, but news is all about being timely. If we don't publish the story quickly, someone else might beat us to it, and our effort would be wasted." Mr. Lu didn't reply but quickly read the news, then smiled. "Wow, not only is our small Shiji village famous now, but Director Lu is in the newspaper too." Lu Jipeng hurriedly took the paper to look at it. After reading, he also laughed and said, "Looks like I can finish my tasks early this year. You really are my great benefactors." Mr. Lu waved his hand and said, "No, that's not right. You are the great benefactor of our small Shiji village." While they were reading the paper, Peng Liqing sat down on a stool and smiled. "Looks like you must be the village leader, Comrade Lu Jinghua." Lu Jipeng quickly introduced them to each other. "Comrade Lu, this is Peng Liqing, the regional manager of the state-run restaurant. You don't know this, but our biggest need for folding tables isn't from the department stores, but from the state-run restaurant." Mr. Lu was a bit confused and hadn't asked why yet, but Peng Liqing explained slowly, "Your folding tables have solved a big problem for our restaurant, lack of seating." He pointed inside the restaurant towards the inner side and continued, "Before, in that spot, we placed 2 large tables, which took up a lot of space. If there weren't many guests that day, that space was wasted. But if 3 groups of guests came to dine, we could only offer 2 tables. Now, with your folding tables, we can seat more guests." Mr. Lu looked in the direction Peng Liqing was pointing and saw 4 folding tables made by their village. The restaurant was full at this moment, and all 4 tables were occupied with guests. With a folding table, the state-run restaurant can easily change the table layout based on customer needs. I hadn't thought about the restaurant's specific needs before. Comrade Lu, you might not know, but the first 100 orders for your tables were placed by Manager Peng. Lu Jipeng's words made Mr. Lu father pause again. No wonder the supply and marketing cooperative sold 100 tables on the first day. That's impressive. He quickly chuckled and poured a cup of tea for Peng Liqing, saying with a smile, "I've heard that people in the south like tea. Since it's lunchtime, I'll drink tea instead of wine to thank Manager Peng for taking care of our Xiaoxi village, since I left in a hurry today. Next time I visit the county, I'll bring some local specialties." Lu Jipeng smoothly returned the favor, smiling. "Since you all met by chance, and since Manager Peng mentioned a purchasing plan earlier, why don't we discuss it together while Comrade Lu is here?" Mr. Lu didn't expect inviting Lu Jipeng to dinner would bring such a surprise. With so many branches of the state-run restaurant, this is a big order. But he hadn't yet realized that Peng Liqing's interest in working with Xiaoxi village went beyond just folding tables. As a foodie, he's now very interested in Mr. Lu's dried fish and dried meat. He couldn't help but ask again, "Do you really not sell your dried fish and dried meat? I think they would make good appetizers in our restaurant." Peng Liqing's words made Lu Jipeng's business mind start working quickly. He suggested to Mr. Lu, "Have you thought about turning these snacks into products? These dried fish and dried meat can be stored for a long time, right? You could package them like candies and give them as gifts. In this day and age, meat is rare. If made into gift items, they would be high-end products." Peng Liqing patted his round head and chuckled. "Oh, right. I was just thinking about how tasty these are, and forgot they are quite valuable. Comrade Lu, if you don't mind, you could make small packages of these snacks. You could also sell them in our restaurant, and we could give some as gifts to high-paying customers." Mr. Lu was a bit confused, feeling like Xiaoxi village was suddenly taking on a side business. However, he did not dare to agree immediately. Instead, he said he would go back and discuss it. The order for folding tables went smoothly, without any problems. Peng Liqing decided to replace all the folding tables in the state-run restaurants of the 3 counties he supervised and all the villages and towns under them. Father Lu and Peng Liqing immediately signed an order for 500 tables. At this time, Lin Xueqing still did not know that Father Lu had found her a new job. She was in the village, working with Lu Mingche to find ways to improve the engines of the village's fleet of boats. After learning that Lu Mingche had completely upgraded the engine, Lin Xueqing went to find Aunt Zhang. She planned to test the improved engine on her boat and asked her to measure the new engine's fuel consumption. Aunt Zhang did not need to go out to sea now. Without hesitation, she called the leader of the fishing team and explained everything again. Li Zhenhao was very touched. He thought the team leader only remembered the work on land and had almost forgotten their group's difficulties. Unexpectedly, suddenly, the family of the team leader came up with a way to help solve their engine problems. Li Zhenhao quickly found a fishing boat from the team and assigned someone to test the new engine. Zhong Xiangnan suggested that since they were testing, they might as well do a military-civilian cooperation readiness test. The fishing boats that came from Dajiang port were fitted with new engines, and a boosted engine was placed at the end of the village. Because they needed to go out to sea at night, they had to finish upgrading the engines today. Lin Xueqing asked Chen Tuiqiang, who was resting at home, and some logistics team members to help. They set up a small workshop inside a newly built shed. After a quick lunch, everyone returned to the engine modification workshop to work busy. Mother Lu and Lu Zhaoning went to the neighboring medical tent to deliver meals to Tian Xing and Zhao Zekan. Lu Mingling took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention and went up the mountain to play. While the Lu family was busy with their tasks, a figure quietly slipped into the backyard of the Lu house. Yiming dared not approach the backyard. Instead, he circled around to the back mountain, quietly watching the planting shed below. He still couldn't understand how Lin Xueqing managed to grow such healthy vegetables. Even if she chose good varieties and used proper space to let the plants above and below enjoy photosynthesis, what about the soil underneath? The soil here is not the rich black soil, but rather poor yellow sandy soil. On this piece of land, with so many crops planted, how does she ensure enough fertilizer? While Yiming was puzzled, he heard sounds coming from the backyard of the Lu family. Lu's mother had returned from the nearby medical shed. He was so scared, he quickly ran up the mountain trail. But as he ran, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The small path he was on didn't seem to lead up the mountain, but rather to the cow shed. Yiming finally understood why Lin Xueqing could grow those vegetables so well. It wasn't her who planted them, but Su Zhengyu, who was kept in the cow shed. When Su Zhengyu first came to Xiaoxi village, he recognized him. He was once an expert in tropical crops and biodiversity, but he was held in the cow shed, so he wouldn't contact him voluntarily. Moreover, Su Zhengyu didn't even know him, the ordinary researcher. The Lu family probably didn't realize he recognized Su Zhengyu, so they thought it was safe to let Su Zhengyu use their shed for research. No wonder they didn't let him study there anymore. It turns out the Lu family was ambitious, trying to have Su Zhengyu do research for them and let Lin Xueqing use the results. He wondered why Xiaoxi village seemed so peaceful, but now it seemed a bit strange. Now he remembered that since he arrived, he had never attended a village meeting to criticize others. Every meeting only discussed village affairs, and they never criticized anyone. He also never saw any strange creatures from the cow shed appear in the village. Yiming was so excited he trembled. This time, he was sure he could defeat the Lu family. What would happen if he defeated them? Yiming never thought about it. He just felt that as long as the Lu family was unlucky, he could vent his anger. Thinking this way, Yiming happily ran home. Lu Xiufeng had already prepared lunch. She and Yiming had been in a silent standoff since morning. But because she was the wife, she quietly made Yiming's meal as well. Seeing Yiming was not there, she asked Xiaobao, "Where is your dad?" Xiaobao pointed to the back mountain and said, "I saw Dad go to the back mountain just now." Lu Xiufeng couldn't help but frown. Why did Yiming suddenly go to the back mountain? On the mountain, there are either soldiers setting up camp or people heading toward the Lu family. Could Yiming be planning something again? Their family is already having a hard time. Can't he think more about them? While she was thinking, Yiming came down from the back mountain. Lu Xiufeng quickly asked, "Why did you go to the back mountain?" At this moment, Yiming had already labeled Lu Xiufeng as a traitor. If she weren't Xiaobao's biological mother, he would want to divorce her immediately. He shot her a cold glare and snorted, "That's my business. Don't ask about it." Then he walked toward the logistics team nearby, but this time, the logistics soldiers refused Yiming's request to borrow a bicycle. Although the soldiers from the logistics team were just helping to build the camp, they had been here for a while and understood the local relationships. They had watched Xiaoxi village gradually improve over time. So, when they heard about Yiming's actions in the morning, they felt angry with him. But because they were soldiers, they didn't interfere in village affairs and kept silent. Now, hearing that he wanted to borrow a bicycle, they naturally refused. Yiming felt excluded again, and his desire to defeat the Lu family grew stronger. He wanted everyone to see the cost of crossing him. Once the Lu family fell, no one would dare to look down on him anymore. Moreover, that person had promised him. As soon as the Lu family was gone, he could return to the city and lead his favorite research project. Thinking this, he stepped away from the bamboo shed and headed toward the village entrance. Lu Xiufeng watched Yiming's back as he left, silent for a moment, then quickly walked to Lin Xueqing's bamboo shed. "Comrade Lin, can I speak with you privately?" Lin Xueqing was surprised and frowned, but she nodded in agreement. She put down her work and followed Lu Xiufeng to a quiet corner where no one could hear them, and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Xiufeng hesitated, then finally said nervously, "Xiaobao said Yiming went to the back mountain just now, and he did something. When he returned, he left the village immediately. I'm worried he might do something bad again. You have helped us so much. We are sorry for what we've done to you." Lu Xiufeng's face was full of guilt and unease. At this moment, Lin Xueqing also frowned deeply, not expecting Yiming to still be holding on. She didn't care about Lu Xiufeng's feelings and immediately turned to discuss with Lu Mingche. Lu Mingche also furrowed his brows and quickly thought of what might make Yiming suspicious. He remembered the footprints left on the trail from the back mountain to the cattle shed, which appeared after many people walked there. Over time, a small path would form on the mountain. He guessed that Yiming had discovered this. Fortunately, Lu Xiufeng relayed the message to them in time, and there was still hope to turn things around. He quickly called Zhong Xiangnan to arrange for someone to erase the traces on the back mountain. Meanwhile, Yiming had been walking for an hour before reaching the county town to meet Li Jianzhong. Li Jianzhong, feeling humiliated and embarrassed earlier that morning, initially didn't want to see Yiming. But after seeing the news report and realizing the trap laid by Lu Zhenghua, he decided to listen to what Yiming had to say before taking any action. Unexpectedly, Yiming surprised him again this time. However, this time Li Jianzhong learned his lesson. He didn't act immediately, but decided to have his people secretly investigate the village. Once they had accurate information, they would proceed. If what Yiming said was true, it would be enough to make the Lu family stumble. He wasn't sure if he could completely overthrow the Lu family, but he was certain that if the information was accurate, he could at least keep his official position. The best way to undermine someone's achievements is to cover them with a bigger scandal. The best outcome is that the positives and negatives balance out. The most satisfying result would be for the positives to be overshadowed by the negatives, leading to Lu Xingguo's downfall. This way, no one would remember that he had deliberately made things difficult for Lu Xingguo to control him and to hinder support for Xiaoxi village. By doing so, he could avoid today's crisis. After some thought, Li Jianzhong didn't agree to immediately send people to arrest the Lu family for evidence. Instead, he calmly replied, "I will arrange for someone to investigate what you've mentioned. But right now, you've only seen traces of a small path connecting the back mountain to the cattle shed. This alone isn't enough to prove that the Lu family's planting shed was built by the people inside the cattle shed. The people in the cattle shed are originally supposed to participate in village labor reform. If they claim to help villagers increase grain production, that explanation makes sense organizationally. As for your claim that you've never seen anyone from the cattle shed involved in work, that is indeed suspicious. Comrade Yiming, since you live close to Lu's family, you should pay more attention to their interactions. Only solid evidence can justify arresting someone. I hope there won't be any more misunderstandings like this morning." Yiming was stunned by Li Jianzhong's words and took a long time before anxiously saying, "The higher-ups want us to quickly bring down Lu Zhengguo. Why are you so timid?" "You're dragging your feet." Li Jianzhong, used to flattery, couldn't stand Yiming's bluntness and got angry. "If you hadn't given me false information, I would have caught him this morning. You're not capable yourself, and when someone tricks you, you blame me?" He threw today's newspaper into Yiming's hand. "Look at this, the latest Nantown Daily." Yiming glanced at the paper and saw nothing wrong. The only thing noticeable was that the interview was from yesterday afternoon. No wonder he was assigned to do grass-cutting work on the outskirts yesterday afternoon. There was a premeditated plan. He didn't expect the Lu family to be so prepared early on. Could it be that the Lu family already knew he was coming to Xiaoxi village on a mission? Yiming handed the newspaper back to Li Jianzhong and calmly said, "It's just making some furniture. Nothing special. Once he figures out how to cultivate wheat, that will be a major event capable of changing thousands of households and shocking the whole country." Li Jianzhong looked at Yiming suspiciously, noticing he was even calmer than him. He wondered whether Yiming hadn't understood the impact of the article or if he was truly so calm. In the end, he said nothing, took back the newspaper, and told Yiming to leave. Yiming had to walk back on his legs. By the time he returned to the village, he naturally missed the start of work. He simply used this as an excuse, claiming he was feeling unwell, and took half a day off. "When I got home, I found there was nothing to eat. I couldn't help but secretly complain about Lu Xiaofang again. Which daughter-in-law is as slow as her? Not only does she lag behind, but she also can't take good care of the family. She goes to work every day, leaving little Bao alone at home. There was no food at all. What if little Bao was hungry at home? Little Bao is very sensible. He was alone in his room, playing with a small bamboo board, stacking it layer by layer. That was a small piece of furniture made from leftover bamboo after the furniture workers finished, and Lu Xiaofang had picked it up to make a toy for Bao. Because Yiming didn't eat at home at noon, Lu Xiaofang didn't want to waste food. She shared Yiming's meal with herself and Bao. Bao's stomach was still round and full. Yiming had walked more than 2 hours back and forth and was very hungry. He finally found a bundle of noodles hidden in the corner of the bamboo basket Lu Xiaofang had hidden. He immediately cooked some noodles and ate them quickly. Usually we eat sweet potato rice every day at home, and we're tired of it. It's been a long time since I had northern-style noodles. It's obvious that there were noodles at home, but Lu Xiaofang had hidden them and didn't cook them for him. That was really unfair. Just after finishing the noodles, he heard the sound of trucks outside. Yiming hurried out to look. Unexpectedly, there was a big change at the Lu family's bamboo shed. Somehow, another shed had been built, filled with many mechanical parts. Before he could figure out what was happening, he saw Li Jianzhong coming down from the truck. He couldn't help but clench his fists. He didn't expect Li Jianzhong to be a bad person. Since Li Jianzhong was about to come to Xiaoxi village, what was wrong with giving him a ride? Knowing he had to return to the village, They still made him walk for over an hour. Are they still on the same team? Meanwhile, Li Jianzhong's visit surprised Lin Xueqing. He even brought several trucks, which made her even more confused. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xueqing stood up and went to greet Li Jianzhong. Li Jianzhong was also curious about the sudden shed. When he came today, the shed was not there. What puzzled him even more was that inside, besides villagers, there were also many officials sitting around, working on machines. If it weren't for the harsh rebuke from the Liu family this morning, he would have thought this was solid proof of the Liu family's collusion with the officials. He quickly asked Lin Xueqing, "Comrade Lin, what are you doing? Why are there so many machines here? Do you know how to repair them?" Lin Xueqing didn't hide anything and smiled, saying, "These are the engines of the village's fishing boats. Just now, the logistics soldiers were resting, so they came to help." Li Jianzhong secretly felt relieved that he didn't cause trouble earlier. Lin Xueqing's explanation was quite reasonable. They weren't occupying military resources. The soldiers were just resting and helping voluntarily. He thought to himself that the Liu family members were not easy to deal with. Lin Xueqing looked harmless, innocent, and easy to deceive, but her words were very clever. This made him feel uneasy. He wasn't sure if his plan to fix the process would work. Even though Yiming had given him some information, he wasn't sure if it was correct or if it was false intelligence. Even if the information was right, finding faults with the Liu family was one thing, but fixing his own mistakes was another. A wise person wouldn't stand under a dangerous wall. He needed to be careful and not let others find his errors. So, he had to find a way to fix the mistake in the process of distributing supplies in Qiaoxi village. Li Jianzhong thought for a moment and immediately put on a friendly smile, as if he wasn't the one coming to trouble the Liu family this morning. He pointed to the truck behind him and said, "These are supplies organized to support your Qiaoxi village. Please sign for them." Lin Xueqing narrowed her eyes, unsure what Li Jianzhong was up to. She remembered her mother warning her that if she didn't understand the situation, she shouldn't sign anything casually. She quickly replied, "That won't do. I don't have the authority to sign, and I can't represent the village. Only the team leader can sign after he returns." Li Jianzhong quickly put on a kind smile and said, "You're his wife, so you can sign on his behalf. There are so many supplies here, and the villagers want to receive them as soon as possible to improve their lives. The convoy has other tasks later. Hurry and find someone to sign this document so we don't waste everyone's time." Lin Xueqing also felt that there was something suspicious about Li Jianzhong's actions and quickly shook her head. "No, I don't know anything about signing for the supplies. I can't just sign randomly. Your father-in-law said this morning that the supplies haven't arrived yet. Now I've brought the supplies, but you refuse to accept them. Are the people from Xiaoxi village playing tricks on us? Do you want the supplies or not?" Li Jianzhong's tone was a bit angry, trying to pressure Lin Xueqing into agreeing. But Lin Xueqing remained firm and replied, "If I have to sign, I can only sign my name to show I received the supplies today. The rest of the process, Director Li can talk to my dad later to handle the formalities." Li Jianzhong was surprised. Who knew that a young girl would understand these tricks? He had planned to trick Lin Xueqing into signing with Lu Zhengguo's name, then manipulate the paperwork to change the date. That way, he could explain in the records that the supplies arrived last month in Xiaoxi village. But unexpectedly, Lin Xueqing was so cautious. She not only refused to sign on behalf of others, but also thought ahead about the date. Since he couldn't fool her, he had to look embarrassed and say, "Signing your name isn't right. You said you can't represent the village, so I think we should wait for the convoy. Although it might delay things a bit, let's wait a little longer." Lin Xueqing's eyes flickered with confidence, secretly glad about her firm stance. She was sure there was something fishy going on. Li Jianzhong didn't wait long. Lu's father had already returned from the county. But when he drove into the village road, he saw several trucks parked nearby. He immediately realized that Li Jianzhong must have seen the newspaper and was now trying to fix the situation. He parked his car near the logistics team shed and quickly walked back home. As he was heading home, he noticed the shed outside had changed again. He was puzzled, then saw Yiming hiding behind a board in the corner of the shed, sneaking a look into his house. Lu's father hurried over, patted his shoulder, startling Yiming, who shouted, "Ghost!" Lu's father was speechless. It's broad daylight. What ghost? Why are you sneaking around here? Yiming steadied his mind and suddenly realized that the visitor was Lu's father. He had been caught spying on the Lu family's affairs. He was not good at explaining himself, so he immediately looked serious and quickly walked back home. Lu's father looked a bit embarrassed. This person was really strange. He sighed and went inside. When he saw Zhong Xiangnan inside the shed, he hurriedly asked, "Why did you build this shed?" Zhong Xiangnan quickly whispered and explained today's plans and how Yiming had discovered the small trail on the back mountain. Lu's father frowned. Yes, they had neglected the small trail on the back mountain. Is that trail now taken care of? Zhong Xiangnan nodded. All traces are gone, and old Su and the others have gone to work in the village. Lu's father finally relaxed and then asked about the truck outside. Zhong Xiangnan recounted the conversation between Li Jianzhong and Lin Xueqing just now. Lu's father immediately cursed. Li Jianzhong, he actually wants to take advantage of my absence to bully my daughter-in-law. He then strode toward the reception room at home. Inside the reception room, Lu Mingche and Lin Xueqing were casually dealing with Li Jianzhong. Li Jianzhong kept probing for secrets, asking sharp questions like, "Comrade Lin, you only have a primary school education. How do you know planting methods? Did someone secretly teach you, or did others help you plant? Comrade Lu, your connection is still with Jing University in Beijing. How can you take such a long leave? Comrade Lin, the fish pond outside your house is probably on village collective land, right? Comrade Lu, how did your family manage to rest in Xiaoxi village? What connections did your father use? Are your Lu family familiar with the leaders of the Nandao military district?" Lin Xueqing fiddled with her cup, really wanting to send this person out immediately. Lu Mingche was also clutching the handle of his wheelchair tightly. If he had a gun now, he would really shoot him. Li Jianzhong didn't pay attention to Lin Xueqing or Lu Mingche. He just thought they were young and wanted to take advantage of Lu's father's absence to get some useful information from them. He asked again, "Why did your village suddenly want to upgrade the engines on your fishing boats? Did the military give you some task?" As soon as Father Lu entered the reception room, he heard this question. He snorted coldly, walked in, and sneered. "Comrade Li Jianzhong, why are you so interested in military affairs? Are you trying to gather some secret information? I need to report your actions to the organization." Li Jianzhong quickly forced a smile and interrupted. "Comrade Lu, it's good to see you here. You're making it sound serious. I was just concerned about the situation in Xiaoxi village." He spoke as if they were old friends, smiling. "Didn't you say this morning that the supplies for Xiaoxi village hadn't arrived yet? I immediately arranged for someone to bring them over. The workers have been waiting in your village for a long time. Let's go unload the supplies quickly. Getting these supplies safely to Xiaoxi village has finally eased my mind." Father Lu felt sick instantly, as if he cared so much about Xiaoxi village. Before he could reply, Lu Mingche spoke calmly. At 2:25 p.m., Comrade Li Jianzhong asked, "How much grain has Xiaoxi village borrowed from the military district?" At 2:38 p.m., he asked, "What is the purpose of the military camp stationed in Xiaoxi village?" At 2:40 p.m., he asked, "Does Comrade Lu Zhenguan know any leaders from the Nandao military district?" Li Jianzhong was stunned. Lu Mingche had repeated all his questions, and the times exactly as they were. What shocked him even more was that these questions, when put together, pointed very clearly to a specific purpose. But he was not a spy. He just wanted to find out the relationship between the Lu family and the Nandao military district to avoid making wrong guesses next time. However, how did Lu Mingche do it? He clearly hadn't done anything, yet he repeated their entire conversation word for word. Most importantly, what was he trying to do with this? Li Jianzhong's whole body trembled slightly, but then he quickly calmed down and snorted coldly. "Do you think that will scare me? I haven't even asked you about these questions." Lu Mingche didn't expect him to admit anything, just smiled and said, "It's okay. We're just reporting based on what we know. Didn't Director Li come here this morning without any proof? Maybe the military district people think the same way. %, and at."
Li Jianzhong kurse inwardly in anger.
Lin Xueqing was also surprised. For the first time, she saw that Lu Mingche, who seemed gentle and harmless, could be so aggressive. This kind of retaliation was really unexpected. Lu's father's eyes flickered, and he tried to smooth things over. Director Li, don't take it the wrong way.
Kids don't understand much.
Our village still depends on your care in the future. How could we possibly report you? In other words, if you stop caring for us, we might report you. Li Jianzhong also calmed down now, snorted and said, "Humph, do as you like with your reports. I stand firm and won't be afraid of shadows. I have no relation with any enemies or spies, so I'm not worried about your reports." Lu's father's eyes narrowed slightly, smiling. "Of course.
Kids are just playing around.
Don't take it seriously." Li Jianzhong felt a bit better and quickly took out the documents, saying, "The supplies have been delivered. Sign quickly. I need to go back to the county. There's still a lot to do there." Lu's father, having heard from Zhong Xiangnan that Lin Xueqing didn't fall for his tricks, was even less likely to be fooled. He chuckled. "Make sure to check the quantities carefully on this receipt, so there are no disputes later. We'll have villagers do a quick inventory now. We're fast, and it won't delay Director Li's work." Li Jianzhong clenched his teeth, knowing he couldn't fool Lu's father anymore. He had no choice but to walk out with him, calmly inspecting the delivered supplies. No matter what, the supplies for Xiaoxi village had to be sent out today. Any gaps in the process could only be fixed later. If he didn't deliver the supplies to Xiaoxi village, he wouldn't just lose his position. He could also be accused of embezzling disaster relief funds, which would land him in jail. He never intended to refuse supplies to Xiaoxi village. He only wanted to make things difficult for Lu Zhengue, so he would have to admit defeat. Who knew he would stubbornly hold on for over a month, and even use the media to turn things around. Even though he has connections in the city, the newspaper is published in the Nancheng Daily, which could potentially lead to other issues. So, before the city officials arrived, he arranged for Xiaoxi village to receive the relief supplies. While Lu's father was busy checking the supplies, Li Jianzhong secretly sent people to investigate what Yiming had mentioned today. Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingche saw what they were doing but pretended not to notice, just waiting for them to investigate in person. Seeing is believing. This way, they can clear their own names and also try to create tension between Yiming and Li Jianzhong. Lu's father arranged for Chen and Li's families to send people to help with the inventory. For each item checked, Lu's father signed the list and added the receipt date. Li Jianzhong couldn't help but mutter, "Comrade Lu, you don't need to be so cautious. Just finish counting everything and sign once." Lu's father quickly shook his head. "These supplies are what we've waited for a whole month. Of course, we need to check carefully and sign each item." Li Jianzhong glanced at Lu's father's signature and almost fainted from anger. Not only did he sign each item, but the date was handwritten in Chinese characters for September, not the digital 9, and there was no way to change the date. It was clear that Lu Zhengue had long anticipated his attempts to tamper with the records, leaving him no chance to alter anything. This meant his excuse to send supplies to Xiaoxi village in batches was gone. Lu Zhengue had completely blocked all loopholes in the process, forcing him to admit to deliberately delaying aid supplies to Xiaoxi village. He could imagine that if the organization discovered his malicious obstruction of aid supplies to Xiaoxi village, the consequences would be severe. Li Jianzhong trembled with anger. Since Lu Zhengue was unkind, he wouldn't blame him for being unjust. Yiming was right. He needed to take down Lu Zhengue quickly. Once he was out of the way, no one would pay attention to his crimes. Meanwhile, Qin Jingming was in his office discussing Xiaoxi village with Lu Mingyuan. Qin Jingming didn't hold back and asked directly, "What did your father do?" "The secretary of the provincial party committee just called me to check on Xiaoxi village." Lu Mingyuan had no intention of hiding anything. Calmly, he replied, "It's nothing much. Just wrote a letter to report Li Jianzhong." Qin Jingming was surprised. "Your dad is so bold? Isn't he afraid that the people from that faction might get desperate and act rashly?" "No, I just made a big contribution. Monkey country is about to invade, and they can't touch our family." Qin Jingming fell silent. He realized this was a perfect moment to strike back. It was a time when the three armies were preparing for battle. If they attacked the Lu family now, it would cause chaos in the military. The Lu family had 3 generations who experienced 3 major wars. Their influence and connections in the military were not something ordinary officers could match. Even if the Liu family made big mistakes, as long as it didn't threaten national security, they would wait until the war with Monkey Country was over to settle accounts. So, at this moment, any counterattack would only result in the enemy being forced to take the hits. After thinking for a while, Tian Xing nodded and asked, "Did your grandfather and the others know about this?" Lu Mingyuan shook his head.
Not yet.
"We haven't had time to discuss it, but once Grandpa receives our message, he will know what to do." In other words, he just needed to pass the message to the Liu family. Tian Xing agreed, knowing these troublemakers, though annoying, wouldn't cause serious harm. After Lu Mingyuan left, Tian Xing sent a fax of a newspaper to Beijing, asking someone to deliver it to Grandpa Liu. Then, he personally called Grandpa Liu and told him about Xiaoxi village. Grandpa Liu burst into laughter. "I didn't expect, after all these years, that our two sons are still so in sync. Even if Zhenghua hadn't reported, I would have had someone gather evidence of their crimes. Such a good opportunity shouldn't be wasted. Our Liu family isn't so easy to bully." Meanwhile, Zhao Ziho returned to the military district. But his task wasn't finished. The Qixing base in Xiaoxi village was about to be completed, and he still needed to shuttle between Xiaoxi village, Dajiang port, and Nandao to prepare supplies. Today, he happened to be back in Nandao, and he took the time to send a message to his parents in Beijing to report their safety. He then sent a telegram to his uncle in Hong Kong, informing him that everything at home was fine and mentioning that Uncle De might have already betrayed them. Zhao Ziho's telegram was timely. 3 days earlier, Zhao Boa had received news from Chao Daqiang, who, in Zhao Bowen's name, asked him to arrange a boat to help the Zhao family sneak into Hong Kong. Honestly, when Zhao Boa learned that his brother had been exiled, he first felt angry, then worried. But at that moment, he was in Hong Kong and couldn't do anything about it. Using smuggling to bring his brother's family to Hong Kong was possible, but from then on, their identity as illegal immigrants would be permanently marked. Moreover, his brother's firm decision to stay inland at that time made it hard for him to believe that was truly his brother's choice. This kept him anxious for 3 days straight, unable to sleep peacefully. He kept thinking about what kind of treatment his brother had received to make him so disheartened and give up their family business inland, planning to sneak into Hong Kong. Meanwhile, he kept pondering the contributions their family had made to the Rabbit Kingdom. Based on his judgment of the situation, even if his brother was exiled because of his status, he wouldn't be subjected to abuse or revenge. Furthermore, the connections his father left behind inland were not insignificant. How could they turn against him so completely? Just as he was puzzled, he received a telegram from Zhao Ziho. This finally eased his worries over the past few days. He believed what his nephew said. However, Chao Daqiang was also an elder of their Zhao family and had always been loyal to his father. If he had betrayed them, why would he send his brother's family to Hong Kong? If his brother refused, the route arrangements would be pointless. There were still many unclear points in this matter. The only comfort was that, according to his nephew's telegram, his brother's family should be safe and sound. But since they were talking about smuggling, his nephew was now in the Southern Island Military District. Meeting through smuggling channels was also possible. He couldn't just ignore his brother's family because his nephew was safe. He had to find out the truth. At least, he needed to clear up his doubts. This way, he could also test Chao Daqiang's true intentions. Thinking this through, he still arranged the smuggling route as planned and encrypted his thoughts before sending a telegram back to Zhao Ziho. On the other side, inside the detention center in Beijing, after receiving a message from Zhao Ziho, Zhong Xiangdong immediately went to find Zhao Bowen. Zhao Ziho sent me a message saying that your two sons have recognized Lin Xueqing as their sister, and everything is fine in Xiaoxi village. Tomorrow, you'll be transferred to Xiaoxi village. Is there anything I can help you prepare? Or, if you need anything, I can ask my brother to get it ready in advance in Xiaoxi village. Zhao Bowen shook his head. Just tell my two sons what you know. Thank you for your help. Zhong Xiangdong nodded. Your daughter also knows about your situation. Her living conditions might be a bit tough, but they won't treat you badly. Zhao Bowen couldn't help but sigh. Their daughter hasn't even had a chance to recognize them, yet she has to worry about them. Zhao Bowen's heart was filled with guilt. Suddenly, he couldn't help but ask, "We won't cause her any harm, right?" Zhong Xiangdong shook his head and smiled. "No, others don't even know about your relationship. You won't affect her. Even if she finds out, you didn't abandon your child, and your household registration isn't linked. The organization understands." Zhao Bowen finally felt relieved and said, "I've discussed the plan you mentioned with Yakin. We're willing to join." Zhong Xiangdong's usually serious face briefly showed a smile as he reassured them, "Don't worry. Darkness is only temporary. I believe the light will come soon. The Star Initiative is a light in the darkness, guiding everyone forward." Meanwhile, in Xiaoxi village, Li Jianzhong received a message from his subordinate and couldn't help but feel angry, then a bit relieved. Luckily, he learned from experience and didn't act immediately after hearing Yi Ming's words. Otherwise, today he would have been tricked again by Yi Ming. His men clearly saw those strange creatures in the cow shed collecting cow dung and dead fish in the village, and they never appeared as Yi Ming claimed. And the small path connecting the back mountain to the cow shed? That was even less true. The path behind the Liu family's courtyard only connected to the road leading to the medical shed, and it didn't reach the cow shed. It seems that Yi Ming was maliciously guessing, feeling that his expertise was surpassed by a village woman and couldn't accept losing face. He deliberately fabricated accusations to try to bring down the Liu family. Although he also wanted to criticize the Liu family, he knew that without real evidence, arresting them could backfire on him. If it weren't for what happened this morning, he wouldn't have been reported by Lu Mingche for intimidation, and the conflict with the Liu family wouldn't be so obvious. All of this stemmed from his impulsive actions this morning, trusting Yi Ming's words without solid proof. He realized that rushing into action was a mistake and decided not to act impulsively again. Father Liu didn't know what Li Jianzhong was thinking but was pleased to see Li Jianzhong's unpleasant expression, which made him feel better. After months of frustration, he finally felt relieved. He handed the newspaper he brought from the county to Lin Xueqing, asking her to share the good news of the interview with the villagers. When Lin Xueqing saw the newspaper and her photo published, she was very excited. It was her first time appearing in a newspaper. The villagers probably also experienced their first time, so she quickly went out to share the newspaper with them. The villagers hurried over. "This is Ala. This is Guizhi. Wow, we are all in the newspaper." Aunt Zhang looked at the newspaper, feeling very excited. "Oh my, how did the reporter take such good photos? We all look so nice." Lu Xiufang was also very excited. She was in the newspaper too. She quickly asked, "Comrade Lin, please read it to us." "What does the newspaper say?" Earlier on the train, she saw Lin Xueqing reading and writing, so she knew Lin Xueqing could read. Without hesitation, Lin Xueqing read aloud, "Finding solutions in difficult times, the rebuilding of Xiaoxi village." After finishing, she looked up and saw that all the villagers had tears in their eyes.
Ding!
The host has broken through self-limitation. Influence 20, rewards 600,000 skill points. Lin Xueqing was a bit confused. What was happening to the villagers? Aunt Zhang wiped her tears and said, "Over these past few months, our Xiaoxi village has really gone through a lot. Suddenly, a big flood came, and many people lost their lives. All the poultry and grain were also gone. If it weren't for your family arriving and Snow Qing's help, I don't know what kind of hardships we would have to face." "Snow Qing, thank you. Thank you for bringing help to our village." At this moment, the other villagers also looked very excited. Even Li Guizhi, who usually disagreed with Snow Qing, couldn't help but wipe away tears and said with a pout, "Thank you for teaching me how to make bamboo crafts. Thank you for helping our village." Other villagers also expressed their thanks. Although Lu Xiufang didn't experience the panic of the flood or the pain of losing her family, she was also very grateful to Snow Qing. "Comrade Snow Qing, thank you for saving Little Treasure before. Thank you for teaching me how to make bamboo crafts and for giving me the chance to be a team leader, helping me fit into the village." What Lu Xiufang didn't say was that after coming to the village, she also changed a lot. She realized she wasn't just someone who stayed at home to take care of children. She could also earn work points with her skills to support her family. Having the ability to earn work points and improve her family's life meant she no longer had to worry about others' kindness or covet what wasn't hers. If she could earn work points herself, she wouldn't need to rely on taking advantage of others. Seeing the villagers surrounding her and constantly thanking her, Qixing's eyes also welled up with tears. She was moved and satisfied at the same time. A deep sense of achievement and fulfillment filled her heart. It was a joy that was hard to describe. When she read the newspaper, she didn't feel this way. For her family, coming to Xiaoxi village was just to avoid danger and get through a tough time. But for these villagers, this flood was a real test. Whether it was making bamboo crafts, furniture, fish ponds, or planting, honestly, her original goal was just to change her living environment. Teaching villagers to do these things was just a small effort helped by the system. She didn't expect the villagers to see her family's actions so clearly and remember them in their hearts. Seeing their grateful eyes, she suddenly realized that this might be the true meaning of the system's presence in her life. From the moment her life was chosen and bound by the system, she had taken on a responsibility she didn't know she had. At that moment, she suddenly realized that the skills and knowledge she gained through the system shouldn't be used only for herself. Instead, she should find ways to help more people. Just like now, by sharing her knowledge, she could help more individuals benefit. This might be the reason the system changed her fate and gave her a new life. She felt that, besides protecting herself, she should use the knowledge provided by the system to assist those in need. Meanwhile, Lu's father was still busy with Chen Feifan and others, checking the supply list with Li Jianzhong. They were unaware of the impact of the newspaper story on the villagers or the gratitude villagers felt toward their family. He patiently went through each item on Li Jianzhong's supply list, organizing the supplies carefully. After counting the piglets, he ordered someone to place them in the pig pen next to the biogas tank, which had already been built. Curious, Li Jianzhong followed to see. He looked at the biogas tank and asked, "What is this used for?" Lu's father proudly explained, "This is for producing biogas through fermentation. If your supplies had arrived earlier, we could already be using biogas here." Li Jianzhong was surprised. No wonder his people had seen strange creatures collecting manure in the village. Turns out, it was for making biogas. He then asked, "But isn't biogas dangerous? If not handled properly, it could cause poisoning or explosions." Lu's father chuckled happily. "That's why we built the biogas tank far from the village." "That's a good idea. I think it could be shared with other villages. Captain Lu, to help everyone earn more, please write down the key points and share them with other villages." Of course, Lu's father was reluctant. Not only was there technical difficulty involved, but if other villages tried to copy it and something went wrong, he would be responsible. He quickly shook his head, saying, "No, that won't work. You just said it's dangerous, and I can't guarantee others will do it right." The refusal was very firm and direct, which made Li Jianzhong suddenly stunned. He angrily said, "Captain Lu, this shows a lack of team spirit." However, Lu's father simply spread his hands and didn't respond. His attitude was like saying, "What can you do about it?" which made Li Jianzhong feel very annoyed. The idea to build biogas tanks in Xiaoxi village was a sudden decision by Li Jianzhong. He saw how well Xiaoxi village was developing and felt quite tempted. If the model from Xiaoxi village could be expanded to other villages in his area, he could also achieve good results in his work. He couldn't take credit for Xiaoxi village, but he could promote its management style to other villages for them to copy. That would be another good way to fix mistakes and improve. He didn't expect Lu Zhenguo to guard against even this, which made him even angrier. It's just a biogas tank. He could have people research it when he returned. It's not a patent of Xiaoxi village. He didn't believe he couldn't learn it. Apart from furniture design, which he couldn't do, everything else from Xiaoxi village could be copied by other villages to increase productivity. Meanwhile, Lu's father also had mixed feelings. He didn't expect the support given to Xiaoxi village by the organization to be more than he had imagined. Besides the grain, building materials, poultry, and seeds allocated by the commune, there were also many donations from various places, organized spontaneously after news reports. But these supplies had been delivered over a month ago, and many were already spoiled or damaged. If they had received these supplies when they first arrived in Xiaoxi village, his family and the villagers would have had an easier time. Thinking of this, Lu's father felt even more resentful toward Li Jianzhong. This person, for his own selfish reasons, had kept the supplies for so long. Especially some donated food that had already gone moldy and was no longer edible, so they could only put it into the biogas tank to make fertilizer. Li Jianzhong's actions were a clear waste of food and the effort of the donating people.